Good evening. It is Friday, March 11th, 2022. And do we have anything to talk about tonight?
I got nothing.
Yeah, I said it. I made a quick cameo appearance in the chat of Dakota's live stream. Bobby was there as well. We may talk more about the Fanatics Overload. It's like we know now they have the budget. They can't deny it. We'll talk about that a little bit tonight. The big thing for me is going to be that eBay vault, but we'll get into that in a little bit. But I got a couple of other smaller items that we'll do first, just to get into that. But no, it's I always joke about it, and I put it in the little scrolling thing there. Praise the content gods. Like always respect the content gods; they will provide. And we got ourselves a little breather. We managed, but I think this week they have more than made up the difference because there's a lot of stuff that has a lot of consequences. So first of all, of course, welcome back to Eric, Bobby, and recently released from the Bastille, Yannick.
No school for this guy.
There you go. There's a little historical reference for those of you so inclined. We did release him from the Bastille. So Josh, good evening. Absolutely. Yeah, YouTube is insightful that way. It says waiting for. That's right. So good evening, Baz. Yep, it says I'm waiting for it because I'm Carlos. That's right.
Oh.
Yep, evening all. Absolutely. Good evening, DR. So a couple quick things. We may get into a little bit because Yannick and I are the only ones who really care about baseball, but we'll save that until later on. One of the things that's kind of interesting, though, is that there was a lot of movement in the NFL. I'm not going to touch on too much, but I will give a quick story that is relevant to one of them, is that obviously they had the big moves, but one of the other things that also came, I think, across today or yesterday, I forget whether it was today or yesterday, Deshaun Watson will not have any criminal charges put against him. Now, why does this matter? Immediately, the eBays are ablaze with people selling Deshaun Watson cards, and all of a sudden, the prices are doubling and tripling overnight. Boom. Yeah. And it's not that I had a Deshaun Watson card or anything that I had sitting around that I bought cheap.
It's already listed on eBay right now.
Before the show, I wanted to test this because I had seen how fast some of them were selling. I put it on there right at around going rate with the best offer. I had an offer. I countered that offer. They countered that offer. I agreed to it, and they paid inside of 25 minutes. The listing didn't even last 25 minutes.
Excellent.
And paid.
Yeah. Get in, get out, get gone.
Yeah, and double my money, and the guy paid immediately. Done. We're good.
So what's going to happen when he gets suspended, though?
The thing, though, is that they factor that in because everybody knows that the NFL can suspend him, so they don't care. The teams also don't care because now teams are like lining up. Oh, so you got no criminal charges? Cool. But he's going to get suspended by the league. Don't care. So how many first-round picks do you want? So it's the NFL. This is the way it goes. The good news, like I said, for the good news is if you would like to sell some of your Deshaun Watson and you're able to buy it inexpensively enough, now would be the time. Now would be the time to sell.
It's the time.
Yeah, because regardless of what team he goes to, I've seen some of the conversation about which are the most likely landing spots. It's not going to help that much. So in all honesty, if you got it at a reasonable price, take your profits and take it off the table. Just take it with you.
Brady retired. No.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody from the NFL Network today, and Pittsburgh is looking like a real strong possibility.
I think that would be the only one that would really get traction. I will bet it's going to be like a Carolina or something like that. Something not so great. It's not going to be very impressive. I think we'll have to see. Obviously, it's also because Pittsburgh's style is not usually to give up much in the way of like decent picks. And it's one of those things where like Houston is like, well, we kind of need to rebuild our franchise, so we need picks. We know that we're going to suck more without the quarterback anyway. So it's like, well, give us something so we can start rebuilding and start refilling the cupboards a little bit.
Well, I don't know what Pittsburgh has, for draft picks and what, if they've already got rid of them in the past. I mean, I don't really know, but they have to replace Roethlisberger. So
I like that you made a burglar, like the Hamburglar.
Can you spell that? Yeah,
Hamburglar.
Yep.
Yeah. I could never spell it. I could never spell it correctly, but it was just like, and the best part about his retirement is that we don't have to try to spell that name anymore. It's just painful.
Yeah.
So
well, and listen, I don't want to go down a dark road, but it is interesting if Pittsburgh gets this guy because they just got rid of a guy who had issues with women and got himself in a lot of heat. And if they bring in a guy that it's just like, really? Maybe you should start fresh and bring a quarterback in that doesn't have issues with women.
Eric, you live on a dark road.
This is facts. But also, I should point out something very important as well. This is kind of critically important. The man just allegedly loves massage parlors. If he was in New England, he would own the franchise. Why are we discriminating against people who like massage parlors?
Hey,
Maybe
I
the
got
man wants a massage.
I got no issues with that.
So good evening, Andy. Yep, RIP the shift. Yep, Paul's been lamenting the loss of the shift. Good evening, Albert. Yep. Anyone with some nice Crosby answers? Not I. Can't help you there. Good evening, PSA Canada. Absolutely. So speaking of, I'll quickly mention as well. So yeah, so sold to Deshaun Watson. Good times. Second one, Brad did give me an update, sent me a couple screenshots and everything, and the order that I put in, it was put in the system from PSA right around the middle of February, so the middle of the month, and then right around now, less than a month out from that, it's sitting at QA1. So it's been graded and encapsulated, and now it's like, yep, make sure. It's like, yes, it is what it said it is. Okay, check it again. Yes, it is what it said it is. All right, ship it. So it's in the last stages. We'll see. I'm patient, and they're well within the time frame that they are supposed to do. It was a 3-month turnaround, so we're in month 1 technically. So it's like that's not bad. If you take a couple more weeks, it's not a big deal. I don't care.
That's with the Russian rocket train, right?
That's at the $50 level. So if I had done the 100, it probably would have already been on its way back a little bit quicker. But like I said, if you do like a month and a half for at $50 right now, that's okay for the current level.
Any grade you're anticipating there, Carlos?
For a couple of them, it doesn't matter. It just has to come because the card is clean enough. They're not perfectly centered. It's just to make them easier. A couple of them I want to move them, and it's just easier to move them. They're already worth multiples of the grading fee, just raw. But it makes them more liquid. It just makes them easier to move. I'm curious what the Ovechkin gets because it's a borderless card, so I don't know what the centering is. So the card itself is clean. I just don't know what the centering is like.
If there's any questions, take it with PSA.
Yeah. So it's going to be, so here we go. Q2. So yeah, so it advanced past Q1. So it's actually even a step further than I thought already. So this is the second to last. This is basically the last step before they ship. So we're right about there.
So what you're saying is Brad has given you preferential treatment because you're Carlos.
Logo, yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Just making sure I understand, Brad.
The theme of this is having people, Eric.
Yes. Brad, did you know you are a people?
He's a person. Are you saying Brad is not a person? I feel it is not an uncontroversial statement to state that Brad is indeed a person.
I don't know. I question
It's
it
people,
sometimes.
not person.
He is a person. Multiple persons are people.
People are people.
I question.
There could be more people there.
Have people.
There are people
and
at people at PSA. Those are people.
Yes.
They're not my people.
Yes.
People.
There are people. That's all we've established. We're all agreed and aligned on this matter.
It's how you say it, and one is possessional, and the other one is not.
Yes.
It's plural. There you go.
Possession is 9/10 of the law. All right. Praise the content gods, YouTubers getting G.I. Joe'd. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. Appreciate it. Sounds good.
G.I.
So yeah, so that's going well. And this one is more of a fun story than anything else. It's not really a newsy story, but from time to time, we'll get questions on what's going on with Sasha T. And I told you guys, stop invoking it. Don't do it. Stop it. I'm warning you. And as I'm fond of saying, I warned you all. You asked for this. I'm warning you in advance. You asked for this. So let's do the old share screen here. Who's ready for the Sasha T podcast on Whatnot? Yes.
Oh, I knew it.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yes. You're welcome, everyone. You're welcome. You all asked for this. This was you. I told you to leave the guy alone. Leave him alone. Let him do his thing. But you're like, where's Sasha T? I haven't heard from Sasha T. What's happening? Psh.
Done.
That's what you get.
Oh, I'm going to have to tune into that. Look at Bitcoin, NFT. Oh, he's got it all covered.
He's got TikTok. He's got a little music note. Like he's even got an Ethereum. He's got an Ethereum logo on there too.
Facebook.
Yep, it's all. By the way, so other than the hilarity for me that after all the babbling about Sasha T, it's like y'all asked for this. But the part that I like though, this is the part that's funny, and this is the more important piece. The more important piece though is it's a Whatnot original. Apparently, it's on the platform specifically. Do not be shocked. So the theme of the night, there's going to be stuff we're going to talk about. Think about this. The theme of the night, as far as I'm concerned, is don't worry about the specific. Consider what the implications are downstream. If Whatnot is thinking in the vein of, oh, we've got these folks on Whatnot, we're doing this stuff, let's start getting some content to try to drive more people to the platform. Do not be surprised if we see an increasing amount, because this seems to be like it's only specifically on the Whatnot app. Mm-hmm. So you can see, hold on. So it looks like you get it ahead of time if you don't have the app. Okay, so they will put it on there. So it's a Whatnot original. They're going to like co-promote it, but it's going to be like basically an ad for Whatnot. So just bear that in mind. Don't be surprised if you see more quote unquote influencers who do that.
Yeah.
So just bear that in mind. And that's like one precursor. So let me answer this one. So good evening, Rick. Everybody who asks me about him all the time. There's no reason to bring him up except people keep asking about him all the time. So Rick, lots of people. And some of those people will watch and listen to this podcast. That is the answer.
Nope.
I always love how they're like, oh, who cares about? You mean the people that the people keep talking about? We wouldn't bring them up if the people didn't. There were literally times in the chat where week after week, they'd be like, oh, I haven't seen Sasha T in a while. Who mentioned Sasha T? They did. And I see comments and all this like, oh man, I'm glad you're back. See, I told you. Like I said, I warned you. You keep asking. Eventually it'll come that way.
And if you notice in the photo, he's a huge member of the Wu-Tang Clan. So
Seen that.
True.
What's that?
Did Lamim James make that? Nope. That is a fact. You can find that on the Whatnot Instagram and on Sasha's Instagram.
Yeah. The Wu-Tang Clan.
Both are facts.
It's what not Eric.
Yep. Yep. Cherish Marchand. Oh, look at this. You're asking for the Marchand thing.
and I'll get proper treatment from Brad if I cherish Marchand.
Ooh.
Kiss the ring.
Can you do it?
I-
Ooh.
listen,
Bend the knee, Eric. Bend the knee.
I am very happy that the rat and the little ball of hate is on our team. I would hate to play against him.
There you go. So good evening, Tom. Yeah, no more YouTube with Sasha T. It's probably easier for him to do that format because if you're doing a podcast format, it's easier to do anyway. And if you're having like a network or a business promoting you as well, that works pretty well. So Josh Luber is pushing the tech-happy, data-driven side for Fanatics, so I can see a lot of this type of stuff because he wants people when to share data and use tech. Yeah, I agree with that. My point here isn't the Sasha T specifically. He's a good example because obviously he came across my radar and I saw it and I just laughed and I said, yeah, I'll show you. But don't be surprised if there are other people that Whatnot reaches out to do stuff like this. The
Yeah,
same thing
I
like
think you're
Jeremy
right.
does his show on the Collectible YouTube channel no one watches.
True.
So like there's stuff there. So all these different networks and these things do it. Gotta give a shot in. But the point is that there are these platforms that are going to bring in these people to do these things. And it makes perfect logical sense. It is very standard operating procedure. Like this isn't new media thing. Back in the old days of TV shows were sponsored by like one company. The RCA company brings you the Eric and Marcel show.
Buy
Who doesn't want to
Swanson
see that?
dinners.
Awesome.
The entire will sponsor that.
We all tuned in to watch that.
The entire, yeah.
That's what. See, like it works. It's like, but that's how it used to be. That's the old media way. Well, the new media way is a Whatnot original, collectible YouTube channel, whatever. That is how you do it today. Same idea, no
What's
difference.
that? Autograph
Yep.
of Marchand?
Marcel,
Marcel.
his homie. I don't know how you struggle with the damn camera. If your head's in the shot, you can put it directly in front of your face and it'll be in the shot.
It's his mini.
They're like, oh, we're here.
Yeah, like I was like,
Can you
let me
see it
just. It's like, y'all, let me show you the mug today.
Can you see this
Check it
now?
out. Can you see it? Yeah, that's
see
great.
You know why?
like
Because
this.
it's always the flying ore, right?
Can you see
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Look at this. This
Yeah.
is new. See it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So how do you think jealousy or envy impacts some people's collecting habits? FOMO is a real thing. FOMO is a real thing because there are a lot of folks who try to keep up with it. They'll see something and they'll want to do it. And that drives a whole chunk of the market. Otherwise, there would be segments of it that wouldn't move nearly as fast as they do. People are copycat. They'll see something and they're like, oh, yeah, maybe I want to get in on that. Well, you weren't thinking about it before. And it was always there.
I'd say more so in the, not the vintage, in the modern. I would say that's more of a factor. Because there's a lot of money involved too, so. More money.
Yeah.
So I think more people are on the edge of looking at what everybody else is doing and following that. Where in vintage, it's more personal.
There is,
More-
but
more
also
emotional.
you're not going to necessarily influence somebody in buying a 1956 Topps card. They've been around for 70 years. If you know what one looks like by now. So it's like, oh, that's new. No, it isn't. It's been around since 1956. It's the
If
same.
you buy it now, it's more.
It's like if you're interested in it, great, but just it's the same card it was 14 years ago, 20 years ago, 30 years ago.
So, Carlos, on your point about being prepared to see more of these companies like Whatnot,
Yep.
Whatnot and
collectibles,
whatnot.
bringing people in.
Yep.
Why do you think Whatnot is trying to bring a big name, like him or not, a big name into the hobby?
Big name.
Why do you think they're?
He's
trying
got
to
a
do that?
following. He's got a following. And he's
Yes,
already
right.
doing so kind of a partial answer to that is that Sasha T's already doing sales on Whatnot. So they were courting certain people to do it. So for him, it's a logical thing. So even in the course of the podcast, he's also helping promote the platform because he uses the platform. So it's a lot easier for him to speak to it because he actually does sales through Whatnot. So he was already promoting Whatnot anyway, saying, hey, check out my Whatnot. I'm doing this, that, and the other thing.
Yeah.
He's working really well for me.
Why not get paid for it?
Yeah. Well, it's like, well, would you do a podcast for us and talk about your experiences and what? Yep, absolutely.
But the other
it's a logical
fact
step for
is
him.
Whatnot is doing this,
Ouch.
and it's not going up. And they are, in my opinion, they are doing this to get, just like you said, to get more people to come to the platform.
Yeah.
And ring the dinner bell, because with the hobby changing and the values and prices going down, and hashtag July 1st, Whatnot is not making the money it was making 6 months ago.
All right.
They do not have the same number of people breaking. They don't have the same number of people visiting, and this is a dinner bell trying to get people back.
So you're saying that the Sasha T podcast and Sports Card Live, sponsored by Whatnot, is not going to cut it? It's not going to be enough.
I think you're going to see. The more we go like this, the more these companies are going to try to ring the dinner bell to get people to come to them.
I think it's time that I bring in my economics expert to rebut what you're saying right now.
Oh no.
Bob Lewis. So here's what I need to know. Speaking of decline in July the 1st, as the physical embodiment of decline, could you tell us a little bit about, first of all, how are you doing?
Doing well, thank you.
Absolutely. And I've heard rumors that baseball's back, so your hat is appropriate thematically.
Yes.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are allegedly a franchise. So in brief, before we get back to the mockery, how are you feeling about the prospects of that? Are you actually looking forward to checking out some Pirates games now that they may actually have games?
I try to go to at least a half a dozen a year.
Good.
I do look forward to it. I just heard yesterday it might be obviously they're in a rebuilding phase. When aren't they in a real? But so Brian Reynolds would be a nice player to as a centerpiece. A guy that's been there a couple of years now and kind of a quiet leader, good clubhouse guy. But
It's time.
he might be on the block, and it's just okay, you got to have. I don't know. I mean, the team doesn't. It's just not going to look the same from just even a year ago or 2 years ago at all. So.
Right.
I'm excited. I mean, prospects are fun, but I mean, we're already a quad A team, So
yeah, but that's kind of a. So I wanted to make sure we at least talked about it since I knew that you at least had some passion for it. Like you, me and Yannick are pretty much the guys that talk a little baseball, so we won't take too long on it unless we bore Eric too much. But I did want to get your take. And the other thing is do you think there's ever a chance then that you guys ever get a different ownership that doesn't want to just run a perpetual rebuild?
No, because he won't sell because the team is profitable.
Oh, I have no doubt it is. Yeah.
So it's really gonna. I mean, there has been some ground roots efforts, so to speak, to, boycott one way or another during games. It never goes anywhere.
Fair enough. All right, I get you.
The
I don't
Leafs have been doing it for 50 years. Don't worry. They're always on the rebuild.
Right.
Well, we're not quite to 60 yet, so we've still got a little time before we get there. So I think 5 more years, and then we'll be at 60.
So they did do. They do have the same ownership, but there has been things that have changed in the last 2 seasons that at least give me some hope that they're actually committed to a rebuild. And it's not just getting players; it's being able to develop them. That's where. So all new coaching staff on every level of our organization. So, really trying to model the Rays, I think, in a lot of ways.
Well, it's not a bad idea. That team is at least competitive. As cheap as they are, they do a pretty good job.
It's a top 5 farm system right now, where we were below 20 forever. So we had a good draft. We'll see. O'Neal Cruz is an exciting prospect that I am anxious to see what he can do. He's like a 6'7" shortstop. So
that's an interesting strategy. I don't see too many. Those aren't around all the time. I haven't seen too many of those. I feel like it's are you in the right position, son? Is this what you should be doing? It's like, all right, look, if it works, it works. So
Yeah.
let me ask you one more kind of side question. Anything else? Anything exciting going on in your collecting life, or is it just kind of doing your thing, sorting cards?
So I did just find I have I had mentioned my slabs on here before. They have news to me today. This happened apparently 2 or 3 weeks ago. And
Raw cards?
Rocker.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't know that. I'm looking on there and it just sort of dawned on me. I'm like, wait a minute. So then I explored and sure enough, so it's a 3% seller fee, which is still way better than fee based. So
Yeah, and we're gonna talk about them. Oh, we're gonna talk about them because they did something kind of big. Because there's something kind of big that they announced that's gonna play into that. But I agree, 3% is not bad. You know, all things considered.
So all the same things still apply basically with, no, you're not getting feedback. If you make an offer, you're buying the card, so the rules seem to be still as, I'll say rigid, but I mean, they're
Stringent.
Yeah, stringent. There you go.
Yeah, if you're gonna sell raw cards, you kind of have to be though, because like I said, whether people like the third party grading or not, the purpose it serves is it makes it easier because it eliminates the conversation about the grade. If you don't like the grade, that's fine, but at least somebody's taking a stab at it, and you can just point to them and go, "Well, they're the ones that got it wrong. Go cry about it with them." As opposed to the raw card, where it's like, "Oh, well, I think I see a ding in the corner. Can you send me 10 more
Well-
pictures?" I'm like, "No, I don't want to do that."
They have a pretty detailed link that it's basically you're grading an A, B, C, D, E, letter grade.
I watched it. I read it.
Yeah, it's so that's the guide that they're using. I mean, most of the stuff is going to be an A or B. Like I'm not going to be selling like I don't want to really deal with that. So and I can be honest, if it's got a dinged corner, I'll like it'll be PSA 8 near mint to mint type of thing.
No, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Let me grab a couple of these questions here. Josh Luber makes it sound like Fanatics is going to give special treatment allocation privileges to breakers and LCS that go through data sharing tech route. Going to be a prerequisite. I think, the way he usually phrases it is they'll be nicer to the ones that make it easier for them to do what they want to do. You make it easy, then they're more likely willing to play ball with you. That's just what it's going to be. But what that means is a lot of those old time dealers who are a little bit cranky and curmudgeonly might have a little bit of a tough time getting allocation. Shockingly. This is a good one for everybody. Why does Josh Luber dress like Daps Man? Not wrong.
I know why.
Oh, please.
Because he can.
He really can. Yeah. 100%.
Gets away with it.
Yep. Same with the small ball players. Drip Live. Yep. Always trying to hype, but too many platforms spreading the market thin. I want to touch on that general topic once we get to the eBay thing because I think it plays into this as well. I had a comment specifically on that video. And by the way, thanks to those of you who checked out the video. I like to try to lay the groundwork a little bit on some of the stuff that's going to come up later. But the eBay video, somebody brought up a similar idea with the platforms as well. Pirates have been rebuilding since Barry Bonds. That's true. Basically, yeah.
What's up, Paul?
They did have a cup of coffee when they made the playoffs a couple of years, and McCutcheon was playing great, and there's a little
13,
run there.
14, 15. Little bright spot. But yeah, I do.
Last year, Russell Martin was there.
That's right. He had the play, man. The home run.
The man.
I do enjoy the Penguins, although I don't get to watch them much. I love playoff hockey though, and a Steeler fan by default. And Deshaun Watson is not coming here. I'll squash that right now. The national guys seem to be pumping that.
They're doing it because it sounds better than the alternatives. The more likely scenario is going to be something very dull. They're going to be like, he's going from one team that sucks to another team that kind of sucks.
Bob, where do you think he's going to go? If he's not going to go to Pittsburgh,
probably
what
Philly.
do you think?
Probably Philly.
You think so?
Well, I think he turned that down. He's got a no trade.
Really?
Yeah, so he turned that down. So Deshaun Watson says no to that.
So where else could he go?
I think Carolina was one I heard as a possibility, and there was one more that escapes me. It would have to be somebody who has draft picks. You got to have somebody who has picks and things that they can offer. Not necessarily players, but picks mostly, because you need picks. Houston is not going to be able to do anything with the half decent players right now. They need a lot of players. But Carolina is one, and I know there's one more that I think is got enough draft capital that they could at least take a stab at it if they want to go that route. This is basically what I used to do for Jays games for a long time, because when the Jays were kind of they were never terrible, but they were always kind of around third place. They would never be like maybe sometimes fourth. One year they were second, but they hovered right around. But they were second like 20 games out. So it's like, yeah, you're second, but it's not. You were never really challenging for this division.
I mean, when the Dodgers play, it's like seriously, there's more blue hats there than there are black and gold hats. So it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that. I like that they invoking the Atlanta Thrashers. That's a bold statement, sir.
Yeah.
That's a bold
Yeah,
statement.
wow.
That's harsh, but I do appreciate bringing in some Andy Vance like some Bobby Bonilla, love it. But Atlanta Thrashers, man, that's just cold. That's just mean. I like being mean, and even this, they're like, geez, Atlanta Thrashers.
You guys, Eric, do you know what's on July 1st as well? Bobby Bonilla Day. That's the
True. Yes, that's a very
Connection?
important. Yeah, like
Is that-
that's an. Are you
is that
saying
a check?
Bobby Bonilla brings down the hobby confirmed? Eric.
It's connected. It's definitely connected.
Yeah.
'Cause the
What's going to
Mets-
happen
the
is
Mets
that what's
were a
going to
New
happen
York
is that somebody
team.
out there is charting all the signs, and now it's like, wait, Bobby Bonilla, put him in the middle.
G.I. Joe?
It's gonna get. It's
If-
like,
If,
Go ahead.
if the Mets were able to afford talent and not have to pay some 50-year-old guy to sit at home, maybe the hobby would be better in New York. It's the hub of the universe, and but instead they're.
I don't think the Mets are sweating the $1 million. It's like
I don't
it's about
know.
$1 million a year, which in today's dollars is like, yeah, okay. But for Bobby Bonilla, it's great. Like he's got a pension
Oh.
built in. Like he's got a
it's
pension
so
that just goes on year after year. Smartest contract in professional sports.
Oh,
Best
it's the
contract ever
greatest
signed.
thing that's ever happened.
He signed an annuity and he didn't even know it. It's like you still have an
Oh,
annuity.
my
You're good to
God.
go. You'll be fine, sir. You'll be fine. So it looks like Seattle or Carolina. Actually, Seattle might make sense right now. They're kind of in a rebuild as well. So that makes sense. Nothing like playoff hockey. Yep. How are they missing in Buffalo? The Jack apologists. Yep. That's fair enough. Yeah, Seattle is the other one. Yep. Craig Anderson win 300. There you go.
Yeah, that's great. It's 300 wins is a big deal, and he's not somebody that you think of when you think of best 300 win goalies, but he has slowly done it, and I think he's in his early 40s now, possibly. I mean, he's older.
Yeah, well, I think though one thing that kind of takes a little bit out of it from the goaltending wins category is that a lot of the starters do like 60 or 70 games They start 60 or 70 games a year, whereas before the guys would be like split duty a little bit more, so
Oh, yeah.
it took them longer to rack up the wins. But if the goaltender's good and they have like a good run, 30, 40 wins a year, and you're consistent, you can get the 300 wins in reasonable time. It's not the longevity accomplishment that it once was, but it still can be. But for the elite guys, they can get the 300 wins pretty quick.
But I was
Especially
pretty
now.
impressed to hear about that on when it happened. It's like
That's fair.
It kind of snuck up on me. He actually did. He's actually got 300 wins. Good for him.
There you go. Bob, what do you think about this one? I don't know if Fernando Tatis right now is the face of baseball. I think there's a couple of guys that I would put ahead of him. Now, talent-wise, he's perfectly capable of being that guy. But San Diego didn't go anywhere. He does tend to get hurt a lot. Acuna Jr. has to get healed up. He does get a ring, so that's good. So
Face of baseball.
like I here's the thing. I would totally see him as being a guy who would be a candidate if he can stay healthy and play full seasons and they get to the playoffs and they do anything at all. Again, they don't have to win, but just have a good showing. Get to the playoffs, play a full year. The potential is there. Like if you project his seasons out to a full season, like the stats are gaudy. Like it could be really impressive, but he gets hurt a lot, and he gets hurt on swings. Not so great.
They did a top 20. I was listening to that Jody Mack guy on the radio over the weekend, and top 20 players in basketball, football, baseball under 25. It was him, Acuna, Soto, and Devers, maybe, or Vladdy. Yeah, Vladdy.
Yeah, I think it would probably be Vladdy. Devers is a great player. Like he's played.
He was
well.
on the list, but he wasn't top 5.
Yeah, he kind of gets buried a little bit, which is weird because in Boston, it's like, oh, you think, oh, well, Boston, but maybe if Boston was contending like for World Series, if they were World Series contending right now, and Devers was playing the way he's played, I think he would get a little more play. But he's real good. Like it's one of those things. Like,
It's
he's
actually
good.
more his numbers. His stats makes it that he's like evaluated that he's a great player, but he doesn't get the love. He,
The only thing I'll say about Tatis is I don't think he has quite the language barrier that like Vladdy or Acuna have. So if that means anything, I mean, I don't know. I think that was like Starling Marte was a guy that always came to mind for the Pirates. That like he wasn't ever comfortable trying to speak English, and so I don't know. Like call me old fashioned. It just was tougher to like feel that connection in a way that maybe I would with somebody else. So, but
See, what we needed Yannick is Vladdy Jr. to start flexing some French.
yeah. He's
Because
born
it's like,
there.
hey, he grew up in Montreal with Vlad Sr. Like, let's say, parlez-vous français, Vladdy?
Nope. He speaks English though. He just won't because I heard he says he doesn't want to get misquoted, but it happened to him once, and
Yeah.
that was it. That was the end of it. When he came to North America, he said Spanish.
Well, that's kind of what, not to the same degree, but that's kind of what happened with Ichiro, is that he was very particular when he would decide to speak English. He was very controlled.
Hero
But he-
speaks English very well, apparently.
Yeah, he's a very smart guy. Like he's pretty funny. If people who have heard him, like he can be a funny guy.
Hall of
And it's one
Fame
of-
4 years.
Yeah. It's one of those things where like it later on in his career, I think he embraced it a little bit more. I think he became more comfortable kind of being out there, but it's like while he was playing, but he was playing extremely well. So, there we go here.
So I've been sitting here listening to you baseball guys talk baseball, and that's cool. What I don't understand is no one has mentioned the guy who was the star of the league last year that was discussed in every baseball conversation imaginable.
Sure.
And you guys have mentioned all these other players, and someone put in the comments, the face of the league. What about Ohtani? That's all anyone talked about last
you
year.
haven't got
Well,
that.
I was one of the voices in the wilderness who pushed against it because he had literally played one full season. He got hurt every other year that he's tried to play in the major leagues. Like, it was a great season, but
That
like,
was his only full season.
yeah, it was his only full season. He is also 27 years
What a
old.
season.
It's not like he's a young buck who's just getting started. It's like, no, he's right now in his prime. So theoretically, this would be the time that he could put together some good seasons if he can continue to play a full season. My thing, though, is the thing that they gave him a lot of credit for is kind of something that I take away from it. It's like, it's very impressive that he can pitch very well and hit well. But I say well. I don't say like great because he hit a ton of home runs, but he also hit like 256, 257. Like he's a good hitter who can hit for power. He's basically Chris Davis. He's 10 points better than Chris Davis. And no one talks about Chris Davis. It's like, oh, but he pitches. Yeah, but he pitches half the time. He doesn't pitch a full schedule. He actually pitches the equivalent of about half. Projected over a full season as a pitcher, that'd be amazing. As it is, pretty good. And the Angels are still kind of irrelevant. So I was like, I totally understand their argument, but I'm like, I wouldn't have voted for him for MVP, and he's not the face of baseball in my world until you can show me you can at least do it one more time. Come out, play a full season, do both, show me again.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I bow to anyone else's baseball knowledge because I have very little. It's just surprising after every conversation I had to listen to last season he was involved in it. We have an off season, and now that the season's starting up again, the baseball people are talking, and his name isn't mentioned. Well, what the hell happened during the off season? Did the guy, gain, Zion pounds or something? I mean, what the hell?
Yeah, I think it's going to be very
It's
different.
just funny that he was a 10. Then you had an off season, and now he's not even in the conversation anymore.
I think though, like in all seriousness, like here's the analogy. Here's the best analogy I can give you. We always joke about the pseudo sport hockey. That somebody made up. It's it's fixed. Just so you all know, it's not real like wrestling. It's fixed. But now imagine we get a defenseman that comes out this year and decides to rip off Bobby Orr, and for 1 year. They go out, they play stellar defense, amazing, plus shutdown defense, and they score 45 goals. My God, superstar of the league, right? Amazing. Do you think they can do it again? And let's say they do it in the late 20s. And they've never done that before. Or they've done it like to an approximation. Maybe they did it in the juniors and stuff like that. It's like, you saw like, maybe this is a thing, but it's never actually happened for this guy. And he also has an injury history. Was it spectacular? Yes. Is it worthy of discussion and praise in the season is happening? No doubt. You're gonna have to show me again because I don't believe you.
I found this list. So
He's
we
got a
didn't
list.
mention Soto,
Yep.
Wander Franco. So it goes Soto, Tatis, Acuna, Franco, Luis Robert, Rafael Devers, Eloy Jimenez, Adley Rushman, Vladimir Guerrero Jr., Jared Kelenic, Gleyber Torres is still on the list at 11.
Gleyber Torres, dear
There's
lord.
some names.
Okay. If I'm Otani, I'm pissed that Gleyber Torres got mentioned. Eric, to your point, Gleyber Torres, no.
These are under 25. 25.
Oh,
are-
okay, under 25, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
But then Otani's disqualified. He can't be on that
Right.
list. Yeah.
Julio Rodriguez, Spencer Torkelson, Key Brian Hayes, Sixto Sanchez, Bobby Witt Jr., Jordan Alvarez, Ozzy Albies, Mike Soroka, Mackenzie Gore, Dylan Carlson, Christian Pache, Andrew Vaughn, Bo Bichette, and Ian Anderson.
Yeah, for guys under 25, that list is fine. So the under 25 though is key. So Eric, kind of to your point, then that would disqualify Otani. I think what makes it harder for folks to talk him up too much is because he is in his late 20s already. Doesn't mean he can't do it again, but we all like, okay, you beat the odds because the first 2 years you literally got hurt. You had Tommy John surgery once.
Right.
Like the statistical probability of him getting hurt pitching again is really high. Like I would bet injury would be my guess with him. But we'll see. Maybe he can do it again. Who knows?
Well, 27 is the physical athletic peak of
He
humans.
should be.
So.
Yeah. But if you're a guy who's already been injury prone prior and like you basically it all worked for you this one time, that's we lack faith. We our lack of faith is not there. So Kyle Tucker, yeah, okay. Carlos Rendon, yep. Let's take a look here. Big contract for a career underachiever. At least Darren Dreiford had one good season before getting his big contract. Okay, gotcha. Arash Madani, the reason Guerrero Jr. refused to speak English publicly. Oh, okay, gotcha. Otani can't repeat high performance last year. Yep. Randy Rosarena, $30 is worth taking a shot at it. I'm not going to comment on that. Bob, have you been keeping an eye on what the golds out of 2020 go for Randy Rosarena?
No.
Here's the thing. I would honestly look at what the recent comps are on those and see where you'd fall on it. Because you're taking a chance with a lot of that stuff. I like that it's gold. I like that it's numbered. I don't like that it's raw because they chip. Go ahead.
Is it the Series 1 or when he's in the Cardinals
Saying
uniform?
Series 1.
or-
Series 1.
Did he say that? Okay.
Yeah.
That I was surprised to find like that is, I guess that is a true rookie, but it's not. It just seems weird. It's like Meadows rookies in the Pirates uniform. Like nobody even thinks of him as a Pirate anymore, but it's the way it is.
Yeah, no, I get you. Want to get a few more guys outside of. Let's see here. Just a few more. Okay, let me take.
How old is Marcus Simeon? Where are you Blue Jays fans at? Is he an older guy?
Simeon is he's I think right at 30.
31. Okay.
Okay, just 1 second, guys. I'm hearing a little background noise. Let me check something.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot of it.
It's probably me.
Is your stomach growling?
Just mute everybody once and see if the.
I just did it. It's Bob.
Oh, is it Bob?
Yeah, gotcha.
Fudge. Call him old fashioned.
Any better?
1 second.
Any better?
Yeah, you're a little louder, but it's okay.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. There we
Yeah,
go.
you're good. I guess something with that
I didn't-
microphone. Gotcha.
For whatever
It's all good.
reason, it's all right. Cool.
No worries. It's all good. Just wanted to make sure. Okay, so here we go. Stephen A. Called out Otani and people cried racism. The reality is you have to connect with the audience. I'm not worried about that. For me, the face of baseball thing, I think if you transcend... So let me put it this way. I'll spin it a different way. I think if Otani is able to repeat the type of performance he got this past year and does it a couple more times, it's not going to matter if he never says a word of English ever again. People are just going to appreciate his performance. But you do it one specific time, you don't get to jump to the front of the line and be the face of baseball in your late 20s. You do it for the next 2 or 3 years, do it a couple times, be an MVP candidate again a couple more times. It's like, okay, I guess he got beyond whatever injury woes he was having. At the bare minimum, you're seeing an amazing 3 or 4 year run. You will get the appreciation. Ichiro, as time went on, became greater and greater appreciated as he started breaking records, as he started doing this, that, and the other thing. And then towards the tail end, he was very much an appreciated guy. So that's kind of how you do it. So let's see here. Ichiro had icons like Jeter. Jeter's not an icon. Jeter is a very good player, a Hall of Famer, no doubt. But he is at the level he's at because he's a Yankee. He sucked defensively. He was trash defensively. But he was a very good hitter. Very good hitter and a very consistent hitter. But he's not an icon. Maybe if you're a Yankee fan. Yeah, Violino right there. There you go. Dallas Perez. Didn't hear about that. Fair enough. Yeah, I always got a kick out of it. It's not just because of the Yankee thing. Of course, I'm going to dislike Jeter because he's a Yankee. But I was sitting there, it's like, no, he's very good. But it's like, oh, he's an icon. It's like, in what? Like for the girlfriends he's got, yes, he's an icon for that. But like as a player, it's like, have you watched him try to play defense? Try being the operative word.
Are we gonna make fun of the gift baskets? Because I love making fun of the gift baskets.
There you go. Nice. Yeah, Nomar greater than in his apex, Nomar was amazing as a hitter, like really good as a hitter. And I have to think now. I feel like he was a pretty good fielder too. I don't remember too much from Nomar, but I feel like he was as well.
He was.
Like as an overall player, I would favor Nomar when he was playing well and he was hitting and the full package. Yeah. Now what Jeter has is that he was clutch in the postseason. He performed on the biggest stage, so that resonates and people remember it. But if Nomar had a couple of World Series rings in his 20s there, you never know because he'd be an iconic guy. As it is right now, he was like, do you remember Nomar? I was like, yeah, he was really good. Like he was really good.
He was juicing. I don't think I've ever heard anybody accuse Jeter of juicing. No, I'm not saying he was or he wasn't. I'm saying I have never heard anyone accuse him or him being in that conversation. There is no doubt Nomar was juicing.
I think it was he needed the stamina to adjust his wrist strap so many times.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how fatiguing that is if you do that naturally? I'm exhausted just watching the man do it.
Exactly.
It's ridiculous. Let's see. Peak was 27 with medical and health improvements exceeding closer to 30. Yeah. No. Like I said, I feel like a guy like Ohtani. I'm not throwing out the possibility. I'm in the camp of show me again. Show me again that you can do it for a full season, and okay, I'll be more inclined to talk to you about it. Yeah, Jeter 6th all time in hits. Yeah, he was. That's what I mean. Like he was a very good hitter. He also had he also managed to do a lot of longevity. He started early in his career, and he became a starter. And once he became a starter, he was good to go. But he played quite a while. He was very consistent. But it's one of those things. I never looked at Jeter season by season. I rarely looked at Jeter as being a top guy. But he was consistent, and he played 20 years. So let's take a look here. Did he ever lead the league in hits? So he led the league in hits twice. He was consistently right there. Career 310 hitter, so very good. And he was a Rookie of the Year once, and he was an MVP a grand total of 0 times.
The whole generation of kids in Massachusetts were brought up and having their first words being, Jeter sucks.
Yeah, he was second in MVP voting in 2006, so that was a good year for him. Yeah, he was a very consistent hitter, but like he was a liability in the field a lot of times. It's one of those things where it's like really good, but he didn't have enough power. Now, mind you, his good news is his average is great. And let me see here. Oh my God. And he almost he never had even 100 walks before. He had a couple of good years, but okay. Good thing he's got a good average because his on base isn't that great for a guy with such a high average. Interesting. Well, there you go. It is what it is. But I'll give him his points for consistency. And like I said, postseason is basically where he earned his stripes. Postseason is where he was like, yep, Hall of Famer. Even without the 3,400 hits, he'd have been in the Hall of Fame just for World Series performance. Because he played extremely well.
You said stripes like Yankee stripes.
I know. Indeed. But yep, look, if somebody performs consistently in the postseason, you give them the credit. Because that's where you get into a higher echelon, and then everybody looks at everything else, and that adds it all up for you. So it is what it is. Okay, perfect. So I think we're good there. Okay, I want to quickly touch on this, and then we'll move on from it, but we'll have a little fun with it. All right, so Bob, I'll ask you a question, and if you don't know the answer, that's fine, because either way, I'm going to explain it anyway to lay the groundwork. So either way works. Bob, what is Zerocool?
Zerocool? I have no idea.
So Zerocool is
I can say that.
Yeah. But Zerocool is basically the Josh Luber brand that he created for pop culture stuff. So that's how they're going to start releasing. This is non-sports. This is pop culture type things. And the first one they completed yesterday, their first release, which is they're co-doing it with Gary Vee. And it's a bunch of, the Gary Vee friends. Basically, it's a bunch of rudimentary dumb drawings. I'll show an example on the screen in a minute. And then I will challenge Bob Lewis to replicate this because I think, Bob, this is an art style that you can appreciate.
All right.
And we're gonna need some positivity here, and I'm gonna make sure that we get it. We're gonna have that positivity because what we need, my friends, is we need positive porcupine. So let's see if I can bring it up here on the screen. Let's see. Oh yeah, perfect. So
I'll have a follow-up question.
yep, go ahead, ask it while I'm putting it up on the screen.
Actually, believe
Can it be
or
resolved by
not,
positive
I'm a
porcupine?
little aware of this, but wasn't this something, an NFT of his that didn't work a year ago?
If I didn't work, you mean they're selling for thousands of dollars and they made a lot of money? Then yes.
Yeah, I know in a way, but like, I mean,
Oh,
yeah,
it worked,
go ahead,
unfortunately.
go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So anyway, these were originally NFTs, and then they decided to make physical cards. And the idea here is they did a bunch of these silly little characters, whatever. They're all like hand drawn things. There's some Gary Vee autographs in there, hand sketches and stuff. So Bob, now think. These are being sold for a lot of money. Now, really the important thing, other than obviously Eric needs positive porcupine. So if any of you have positive porcupine, you need to send it Eric's way. It is really important that he gets that.
It's rare.
Yeah, it is rare. It says right on it. Okay, so bottom line. So 2 parts I want to be clear about this. I really don't give a crap about this. The most important thing, though, to me, is that it was the trial run for Fanatics with their version of the Dutch auction, which is the type. So there's the one Panini does, which is not a real Dutch auction by definition. The important one is that when you go in and do this thing, is that you start off in a situation where everybody can bid. They can bid on as many boxes as they want, whatever, and name a price that they're comfortable paying. So you can place your bids. But what happens is, the Panini one was that you start off at this high price and then people could buy them at different price points all the way until it reached this low number. But as a result, people would pay different price points. With this one, you can pick whatever price you want, and then they compile it all. So it's within a 3-day period in this case. When it's done, all they do is they've got 800 boxes, 800 allocations. The maximum you could bid was 40. So potentially 20 people could bid for 40 of them, whatever their price is. The lowest price that clears the boxes is the amount that everybody pays. So if you were willing to pay $10,000, but the 800th box was going to go for $500, everybody's paying $500, even the guy who's willing to pay $10,000. So it levels it out and finds out what the real market price is, basically, for this particular allocation. They ran it for 3 days. They had 800 boxes, a total run of 1,000 boxes, but 800 of them were available. 200 of them were set aside for promotion, for the people to take aside, but that was disclosed in advance. They said flat out, you're bidding on 800 boxes. This is the total print run for you guys. And then whatever the price is, whatever the price is. So they ended up getting over 22,000 bids, and the clearing price was $2,150 for each box. So they made $1.7 million.
So that's the 20th highest bid they got. Is that what you're saying?
It's not about 20th. I gave you a scenario where everybody tried to grab the maximum amount of boxes. It doesn't matter. Each person could have bid on one box. They have 800 available. When the 800th is cleared, whatever the lowest price is that would still get a box, that's the price everybody pays.
So why didn't you just bet $1?
Because somebody will bid 2 and you get nothing. My point is, it's the lowest price that would actually get a box. They rank them. So everybody can bid whatever price they want. If somebody wants to buy 800 boxes at $1,000 and everybody else is below that, it's $1,000.
Gotcha.
But if one person gets $799 at $1,000 and there's one left and the next highest bid is $50, the guy who bid for $799 also gets them at $50 a box.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like, it finds out what the real bottom line is. One guy could have wanted to pay $100,000 a box. Doesn't matter. The price is $2,150.
So we can all have a chance to win the porcupine.
You can, if you dare to dream. If you dare to dream, my friends, you too can have positive porcupine.
Eric is just like waiting to scream.
Yeah. Well, we watched a very, very detail-oriented interview with Josh Luber on a highly sophisticated interview podcast.
Eric's got the
Eric, your thoughts?
Please.
Now's your chance. Now's the time, Eric.
Porcupine, Eric.
I want to be.
Think about what positive porcupine would do right now.
I want to be a positive porcupine. That's very important to me.
It is important.
What would
I
PP
first-
do?
I start off by saying, collect what you like, and if you think this is the best thing ever, enjoy it, have fun with it. Spend your
After
money
Eric's
the way you
segment, I'll
want.
also give a follow-up to this, but please continue.
Do whatever it is you like that makes you happy. So I don't begrudge anybody. If this is how you want to spend your money and this is what makes you happy, go for it. If you're asking what my opinion is, not saying what yours should be, but simply my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
Without swearing.
The poopy pony.
Now, like I mentioned to Eric, like I mentioned to Eric earlier, the problem is it's too high resolution. It needed to be a little bit more basic. Like there's too many
Hey,
lines.
Eric, why do you get this one like right on camera the first time?
Yeah.
I know, like Poopy Pony, you figured out the centering on it perfectly that time. How interesting.
Amazing.
Hmm.
How long did it take you to draw this?
Longer than it took Gary Vee to draw his entire collection.
So,
It is the most ridiculous thing I have ever seen. I do not understand it. I do not want to understand it. I cannot understand why people would give this man thousands upon thousands of dollars
Okay.
for NFTs. Why they then would say, hey, let's put this on cardboard and sell it. And more people lined up yesterday to spend thousands and thousands more for this garbage. So that's just my
Let's get away
opinion.
from cards. We'll get in NFTs and then we'll put them on cards and
Yeah.
then people can buy. Okay.
but
So
you can double
that's-
dip. You made the money on the NFT already. Now you make the
That's
card.
right. Yeah.
So
Don't-
Obviously, duh.
I think the entire thing is horseshit.
Shocking. Shocking.
Can't
So now
wait
you can
for
have
the-
Poopy Pony as an NFT, people.
And
Now's
I've
your chance.
not heard one person, and I talked to a lot
Eric,
of people
Can
today.
we buy this one of one poopy pony there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm going to make it an NFT and charge you $5,000 for it. I talked to a
The
lot of
prints
people
or the
today.
original NFT itself?
Well, it's probably going to be an ETH, so we'll have to see how he wants to do the alternate arrangements. We need to make sure you have some ETH.
Actually,
You
you
throw
should
the
frac-
Gretzky in, the Emerald Gretzky in too?
Yeah. Bobby, go ahead. You're right. I should fractional share it.
fractionalize it.
Yeah, you can all buy in on that.
I learned a lot
$5,000.
from listening to a show the other day. So
There you go. All right, so real quick.
I just
what-
want to
what-
say this last
Go ahead.
thing. Nobody I spoke to today, and I spoke to over 30 people, nobody
over 30.
said, "This is awesome. This is absolutely fantastic. I love the art, the design, the time it took. I love it all. It's just Nobody said that.
the poopy
Everyone
pony?
agreed with me.
The poopy pony?
They liked my Poopy Pony much better than
How many of the over 30 people you interviewed? What was the
Lot.
ratio?
99%.
What's the what?
The question was out of the plus 30 people you talked about, how many of them were in favor of Poopy Pony?
Oh, 100%. They loved it.
There were no dissenters?
No.
Now I know you're lying to me. You
No,
were
they
lying.
love
There's
it.
always the dissenter.
No, and now if you go on Clubhouse, everyone did their own and followed me, and now everybody's PTR is some ridiculous drawing that they've all
So we're
done.
just saying is series 2 for Zerocool?
Yes, we
I'm
created
excited.
it in Clubhouse
excited.
today.
All right.
Yeah.
So let me read a couple of these comments and then I'll quickly add a note here. So Hockey. Non-sports cards are boring. Had to stop watching Carlos' last appearance on Sports Card Live. Oh, that show's still on. That's right. Where the host wanted to talk about his music art. Yeah, that host is very good. But anyway, the bottom line though is that I'm less concerned. It's kind of that's why I led with I'm less concerned about the individual product. I don't care so much about it. The important thing is that they were able to prove the concept, that they were able to successfully use the website to get that type of thing. Expect that to be used for certain types of sports products going forward, because with Topps, they're going to have their opportunity to try this with some of those products. It's not going to be the low end stuff. It's not going to be Topps flagship. It's not going to be a lot, but there'll be some high end products where I'm sure they'll try this. So again, like I said, the theme of the night is don't fixate on the one specific example. Consider it a precursor to other attempts at similar things. The Sasha T thing, don't worry about Sasha T, but just assume they're going to get other folks similar in the same vein to do whatnot related shows, more collectible shows. Expect more of that. When we get to the eBay thing, don't worry, fixate on the one thing. Think about how it affects the other similar kind of things. This one here, I don't care whether you get whether you like Positive Porcupine or not. That's irrelevant. That actually makes no difference. Talk to me when it's a Topps version of something, and instead of Positive Porcupine, you get Positive Mike Trout from the Positive DL. It'll be very exciting. He's positive. He'll be holding Positive Porcupine while he's on the DL getting mended up from his 57th injury. It'll be awesome. But he's got a high WAR. But he's got a high WAR. And we'll NFT that shit. It'll be amazing.
There
That's
you
right.
The GOAT.
Yep, the GOAT. I was almost choking laughing watching that interview with JL. Yeah. Luber seemed like he was high, possibly. He did give me the warm and fuzzies with Fanatics Takeover. By the way, I'm not going to accuse him of anything, but just for the record, he decided to start with his phone. His phone was tilted the wrong way, and he had a laptop. It's like you could have been on a laptop the whole time. You chose to start with the phone with the laptop right there. I'm like, Never mind.
Jeremy didn't think he was going to come back. I was like, are you coming back? Yeah, okay.
I was like, I had questions. That's all I'm trying to say. I had questions.
Carlos, move on.
I post questions. That's all I do. We'll talk about it later, Justin. Right now we're focused. We're focused. Right now we've got Bob Lewis here. We got to be focused. We got to be serious. It's important. All right. So everyone has their taste. Yep. Collect everything from football, hockey, UFC, tennis. Yep. Yeah. Here's the thing. If you enjoy non-sports, enjoy it. Like, who cares? That's why I say, like, I really don't care. Do I think the thing is stupid? Yeah. But I'm also not in the market. I'm not buying it. But if somebody else wants to buy it, let them. And some people already have turned it around and sold it on eBay for 3 times the price. So someone was willing to pay more. So what does that tell you? You probably should have offered $3,000 and you would have gotten one on the original outload.
Ooh, Superman.
Yeah.
You know, I
If
just
you like some non-sports stuff, enjoy it.
I'm only showing this to say, listen, I'm not just sports. Find what you like, buy it, enjoy it, collect it, whatever
What is
makes
that?
you happy. But you know,
What is that, Eric?
it's 78 Superman. Now, this was like the 3rd movie I ever saw in my life as a kid. Star Wars being my first movie I ever
Really
saw.
cool.
Superman never
This
made
brings back a lot
anybody.
of memories. I remember who I went.
That
to
would have
see
made better.
with.
That would have improved the soundtrack. I would have enjoyed that.
That would have been good, right?
Yep.
So, you know, I collect Superman cards, non-sports. I enjoy it. It makes me happy. It brings me back to my childhood, going to that movie with my friends at a young age, and it was a big deal.
Yeah.
Saving the world from Solomon Grundy. What are you going to do?
Facts.
It was
The other
Lex
thing-
Luthor.
Yeah. That's from the song, Eric. It's from the song. The reality though is like I said, I joked about it, and one of the last times Bob was on, we did the opening, the Blasters, the AEW. I consider wrestling to be non-sport. So I'd be a hypocrite if I critiqued it in that way. It's like,
Not a
no,
sport.
I enjoy it. Like
Technically, it is, yeah.
yeah,
It's
it's like
almost,
it's a predetermined outcome. It's a predetermined outcome. Like, I would not call it a sport in the traditional sense
Very
because
athletic, not a sport.
yeah, there are a lot of things you can do that would be very athletic that I wouldn't consider a sport. Yeah, so
Chess.
Novi friends have, if I had 2,000 to spend on 10 cards, it'd be elsewhere. Yeah, like I said, and somebody did well with the speculation of it. At least a couple of people have already. Collector Many and Master of None. Yep, absolutely. The Tao of Eric. Facts. Oh, and one more thing. If they were ever to do a Zerocool, though, I'm gonna give this one to Josh Luber for free, and this will be part of my retainer when we sell out to the Fanatics Overlords. So this one's a free one for you. If you're gonna have sketch drawings of some random shit, Trogdor the Burninator. If you know, you know. Just trust me on this. Strong Bad emails. Homestar Runner, if any of you in the early 2000s were around when they were doing this cartoon, this is something that you could get the kids to buy. And by the kids, I mean everyone around my age that was watching Homestar Runner at the time. Trogdor the Burninator.
No. Well beyond my time.
Everything is well beyond your time, Bobby. The fuel combustion engine is beyond your time. Even with the tops runs, I don't see the value in hitting a card artist autograph on a card or player. I'd rather have the player's autograph. Yeah, that's fine. It's what your preference is. It doesn't make a difference. Zerocool isn't for sports. I can understand how to make people worry about Fanatics will bring. Yep. Gary Vee could sell a pen. He basically has already.
I
Go
mean,
ahead, Bob.
are there people that are showing, like, I would just want to hear somebody that did buy it and appreciates it for whatever reason they do. Like and then, like, what's the backstory behind it? Like, are people supposed to know who Positive Porcupine is?
Oh, so it's Gary Vee. It's based on Gary Vee's a series of NFTs he created. They're characters he has created. So basically what they're selling it to is 2 groups, really. Group number 1 is the speculators who are going to buy it because it's the first edition of this from Zerocool. That's one. You're going to have that category. Then there are going to be the people who actually want it because they either already have the NFT, so they want something equivalent to it, or 2, they're followers of Gary Vee who want to get in on this product because it's the first one that Zerocool is doing. From Zerocool's perspective, rather than try to find some random thing, and Josh Luber's already alluded to, his next thing for Zerocool is going to be based on a celebrity that'll actually be cards based on that. So it'll be their variant of like the weekend cards that Carvin does, like the Infinite. It'll be some kind of a celebrity tie-in, a celebrity you'll know, and that'll be the second thing that they're going to do. So this is a Gary Vee specific thing. If you're in his ecosystem and you know what Positive Porcupine is, then you know. If you don't, then it's not for you. You can watch it from a distance.
And Bob, I kid you not, this is not a joke or sarcasm. Josh Luber and Gary V are both saying in separate areas, and Luber said this on Jeremy's show, that they honestly believe that these characters will soon become possibly animated, start a cartoon, okay, that's going to blow up in popularity, and I quote, to the size of Star Wars or Disney.
Okay.
How much crack is being smoked over at Fanatics?
I mean, listen, I got an 11-year-old daughter. When I ask her what she wants to do, she wants to be an influencer, a YouTuber. Like that's their market. I mean, I guarantee you they're not buying $1,000 stuff, but like these kids that are growing up now, like on the internet, like that's the future markets that they're going to. So like I understand it, but I don't.
It's
I think
sheeple is what it is.
I get
That's all. Everybody wants to follow whatever and trends that are going on, as we did when we were kids.
Yeah, isn't that every year? I never skated a day in my life, but I bought skate shoes and wore baggy pants, and I mean it's just part of growing up, I guess. I don't know.
I thought you liked hockey.
Facts. So will eBay put ComC out of business? We'll touch on that in a minute. So I want to finish up with this one,
No.
and then we'll get into the eBay thing.
Come on.
The eBay one is my favorite because there are a lot of angles to take. So once I set it up, it'll be like we can go in whatever direction you guys want to go with it, because there's actually a lot of areas they decided to touch on all at once. What about Garbage Pail Kids, Horrors of War? Yep. I think Pop Century. Pop Century is the comparable that I use, just because Leaf has their celebrity-based product. Don't be shocked if Zerocool does a similar kind of thing. They do their version of Pop Century.
Well, the other ones are kind of Garbage Pail Kids, Horrors of War, and what have you. Those are errors that came in, and they represent something a little different.
Yeah.
Going forward, you're in that, there's no nostalgia in the present kind of thing. So I think it's a little different going forward with this, opposed to reference to the other older ones. Rat Fink, like that's kind of fall from grace anyways. A lot of those guys are out of that stuff, but there's a slight following now still.
I think the latter two are going to be the key ones: Pop Century and Allen Ginter, because they're it's comparable. It's designed.
Well, that sandwich, I got to get that sandwich. I'm hungry right now, so like.
But the thing is, they got a whole insert set of them. So I'm curious what the other ones in the sandwich are, because now
you don't know. You don't need to know.
Oh, I need to know.
It's a brain space that you just don't need that segment taken up by.
I just need to ask Dave. He'll know.
Oh,
when the moment is right, I'll be like, Dave, so what's in there? Is it he just reads them off to me real quick? It's like, you memorized that, didn't you? You know that. Yeah, remember Star Wars? Yes, absolutely.
Well, can we?
This is Eric's mother. Good evening, Eric's mother.
This is my mom. Mom, hello. Thanks for tuning in. I love you.
So you're saying we should be nicer to you for like the next however long she's here?
Yeah. It's past her bedtime. She usually goes to bed around 7. So I appreciate her being up this late and supporting me. So yes, everyone say hello, and then you need to run off to bed now.
Hello, Eric's mom.
Absolutely.
No, I'm just kidding. My mom's great, and she goes to bed around 2 a.m. every night. So, mom's awesome. Thanks, Mom.
There you go. That's why here, not just for hyperbolic spouting, some harsh takes at times, but all true love of collecting. Yep. And Cardacy knows the Homestar Runner one. There was a stretch of time where I remember watching a lot of that, because I think it was around the time I was in university. They were one of the early ones to do Flash animation, because in their website they would actually do these cartoons that were all in Flash. Which was the program they had at the time. And they came up with a whole cast. Funny enough, they were too far in advance, because what Gary Vee wants to do with his V-Friends, they came up with a whole little universe of the Homestar universe with a bunch of characters, but the characters were much more fleshed out. That one I showed you was actually a joke in one of the cartoons, where the character intentionally drew a crappy drawing. But I go, well, if V-Friends is a thing, I want Trogdor the Burninator. And they actually made Flash games and everything. They even made a Trogdor game that was like an 8-bit game in Flash that you could play. And I thought, creative. I'll give you that. It was creative. He had a song and everything. The song eventually got put into Guitar Hero because people liked the song so much. So Trogdor the Burninator had a lot more resonance than V-Friends so far. It's like, V-Friends, you wish you were Trogdor. You got a long ways to go, my friends, before you get a song on the Guitar Hero.
Is that just a Canadian thing? I never heard of it.
They're in America, so I don't think it's a Canadian.
I never heard of it. I don't know.
No, we only did Rocket Robin Hood. That's it.
Yeah, Rocket Robin Hood, we got you. Yep. Do you think people are putting new money in these projects, taking away from cards? This has always been the argument. I don't think so. I think a lot of the folks that are doing into would have bought it anyway. I don't think they're like, oh man, if I don't buy this NFT, I'm going to buy this 52 tops mantle. I don't think that's the decision being made. I don't know. Do you guys have a different angle on it? Do you actually think that they're like choosing? Do I put money into these projects or do I buy the sports card? Are those the options?
I think that's an investing question more than it is a collecting question. I think the passion is gone when you are investment based buying. Somebody dying in the background? No.
Yeah, Nick, stop murdering people in the background.
Yeah, I guess it's my wife downstairs. Hang on.
We give you a week off. We give you a week off, and they start murdering people over there.
It's like ah.
They ran out of poutine.
Oh no! Yeah, that's it.
That would be legit. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's where I see a lot of this going. Is getting back to what I was saying. Everything is investment first before they purchase. The sense of passion is gone, and there's no tie-in. So it's less emotional, and it's more just everybody wants to make money and flip and make money and look what I did, and I get it. I think that the real like stuff that's really nice or really good artwork, which there is quite a few cards that are really nice out there. Most of them I don't really care for so much, but there are. So Carlos, you show your stuff, and every once in a while there's a new card that I see that I said that looks kind of cool. Most I don't give a care about, but there is that. So that sense of art is kind of appreciative to me, opposed to the money wise. I don't care, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
so everybody has a different feeling. So
yep. Anybody else want to take a stab at that one? Do you see it as being a zero-sum game? Do you see people actually choosing between one and the other for whatever reason, for investment or whatever? Because that's what some folks seem to be fixated on. For me though, if it is the investment thing, then it makes no difference. Who cares? If the theory is like, oh well, if the collectors are spending money on this, it's like they're not collecting it though. I would think it would only be if you're choosing between those two things, it is for investing purposes. If you want to participate in it, it is likely in addition to, oh, I'm collecting this stuff here, but okay, I'll check this thing out. I'll buy this NFT. I don't think one is taking money away from the other. Two separate budgets, basically.
From the people that I know, and most of it, you guys or few around me anyway, wouldn't collect NFTs. So nothing against it, not my thing. But does it take money from the cards? I wouldn't think so. I don't think the same people that come in looking for an NFT.
I think there's a percentage point, but it'd be small.
Card before, I'm not sure, but I don't think it's the same crowd anyway.
I think it would be statistically insignificant. It would be really, really tiny, even if there was, and not enough to affect anything.
NFTs will be a new generation thing. It's a thing now, but maybe it will be a thing more when we'll probably be gone, I guess. I don't know. Who knows, right? It's like a crystal ball thing.
I think it's a fad. I think it's a fad that's going to be around for a couple of years. It's like Beanie Babies. Or
just to give you an idea of what
you got to remember. You got to remember, Eric, when you're talking about NFTs, you're thinking about VFriends and this stuff. NFT is the technology.
Yeah,
it's not. It's a way of using the technology, but you can use it for other stuff. You can use an NFT to have the deed to your house.
Yeah,
it's a different application, but it's the underlying tech. It's like saying, "Oh, the internet's a fad." By the way, I may have a member of my family who made this argument, and I mocked him mercilessly back in '94.
Mm-hmm.
Who's on the internet all the time?
I'll never pay a bill on the internet ever.
Yeah, so it's like, so to me, the technology is the technology. The NFT has become the fill-in for like, so they're looking at VFriends and thinking that is an NFT, but that is not what an NFT is. It's one way of using it. If you wanted to use it that way, well, then use it that way. But you could use it for other stuff.
Every 20 years, a new trend starts, and we're in that 20th. We're in that 20th year. Actually, going back 2 years, we're in that 20th year. So,
I understand what you're saying. Just the idea of the digital asset doesn't resonate with me at all, especially when there is a physical one that has, I've grown 30 years with. So there's no like crossing over. I have no fear of missing out on NFTs in any form, just because I don't know. I don't deal well with like high risk stuff. and yeah, we'll probably be here 20 years later thinking, remember when we were doing those live streams and bashing this or that, and now there's people like sitting on all that stuff that's for whatever reason people want it and will spend money on. I don't know.
That's still a money equation there, Bob. At the end of the day, it's all about money at the end. There's nothing about the passion behind it. There's nothing there. There's nothing tangible in an emotional sense to it. It's just a money thing. Oh, if I would have got into NFTs, if I would have, well, whatever.
Right.
I got into Pro Set. Look at it. I got all these cards.
If you had sold a Tom Brady for a boatload of cash.
Yeah,
right.
It's all about boatloads of cash. And Cardi C says it right there. He goes, well, he'll be lasting with millions of dollars. Well, that's not the hobby. That's an investor. That's
people don't buy stocks
totally
because
different.
they value the mission statement of the company.
Look at the stock.
We can love the mission statement of Apple, Bob. It's like
shops.
We're watching you.
It's like, oh, people have rights to iPhones and iMacs as I hold an iPhone and record this on an iMac.
And ever since 2000, that's all we talk about is money before cards. And it's cards before money or collectibles before money. You have to have that physical part of it to really be in a hobby of collectors. Otherwise, you're an investor hobbyist, and you have to put a slash in there. Am I into it for the money? For the stuff I personally collect? No. In the other sense of selling stuff to pay for the stuff that I want? Yeah.
Well, I think that's always been kind of the balancing of it. That's the reason why I try to be very abundantly clear on the channel when I'm making the video. There is a video that I do every single week where I put the pickups. 99% of that is going into the vault, and it just gets put into the boxes, put into things.
The eBay vault? Sorry.
Maybe in the future, soon.
Maybe.
But the majority of it goes into those boxes. They've got their place. But do I buy certain things with the understanding that, okay, if this appreciates to a point where I would rather have the money than the card, there is a threshold at which that could occur.
Sure.
Then it's like, okay, well, yeah, okay, then that frees me up to do something else. Like it opens up my options, which is fine. But the other stuff just sits. The other stuff will stay, and it's just there because, well, I think it's cool. So I grab that.
That's it.
Yeah. Rocker the Lake card, Lake Ontario card, yes, with the sewage and everything. Hockey said hi to Eric's mom, absolutely. Flash was the future of animation and games, yes, I remember them good times. Love me some Rocket Robin Hood, yep, Paul. So not much YouTube sports card drama as of late. I think they ran its course. There's only so much versions you can do of the same stuff. After a while, it's like, okay, if you guys want to keep beefing, no one cares anymore. We already did it.
They keep doing it because they're looking for clicks, right?
Yeah, but it also loses the impact if you get the same kind of like controversy or beef again. It's like, yeah, we did that last week. You got anything else?
I know.
Anything else?
Yannick, do you want to start a fight with me and we'll cause some hobby drama?
I thought we do that like every show.
Really?
And we've got our long-standing feud of you and Beckett. Like, none of us can touch that feud. That's
That's
on
Eric
Zoom.
and Beckett in one sentence, please.
Yeah.
Did you watch the 60-second clip?
I did scan through it. Yeah, I was trying to run through a couple of stuff today.
It was 60 seconds.
Yeah.
Of
Betamax
horror.
was the technology. Yep. Carlos Senior did have the Betamax, so we had that for years. It's probably honestly still in one of the closets. I would wager it's still there. I don't think he ever got rid of it. Do they have an NBA Top Shot style hockey? Not to my awareness. Upper Deck e-cards that can be redeemed. Actually, that does remind me of one thing. I'll touch on it quickly. I'll just get caught up on these. The real money is in meta world real estate now. We're already past NFTs. Yep.
Yeah,
Top
true.
Skate was the NHL e-card. I'm not sure if they're NFT. Top Skate. I feel like that's just an app-based thing, though. Like, Topps has been doing that kind of thing in an app for a while. I don't know if those are the same. This e-card mentioned, though, that did remind me of something. Billy will be very proud of me. I actually set up the stupid e-pack account because there is stuff on there you can get from time to time. So I go, okay, so let me set this up. And what they did is they released an AEW set that's an e-pack exclusive. And what they do is they'll do them for a week, and they're doing it just for the pay-per-views. So it runs for a week, whatever sells, but these are tied to physical cards. So what happens is you can open these packs, and then you just hang on to them for a period of time. You can trade them and do that all on the platform. But then later on, once, basically I think it's about 2 or 3 months, they'll create physical cards for them, and you can redeem the digital card for their physical counterpart.
So it's sort of a pseudo NFT at that point when it first came in, those digital things. And it was kind of like cool, but you knew you could get them later. If you didn't get them later, would you still do it?
Well, without the physical one, if it's
Then,
free,
then we're
like
then we're NFTs right there
yeah,
at that point.
they have like a free pack they'll do every day, and those ones I
Yeah.
don't free. It's just for fun. I'll click on it and see what comes out of it.
It's kind
But
of fun. Yeah.
this one, I bought 10 of the little packs, and because I say okay, I'll do the set because I watched that pay-per-view. Like okay, cool. So you got a 4-card set. They do have inserts and stuff, but again, they have physical copies of all of these. So if you are able to pull one of them, you can redeem it. If you are able to complete either the silver or gold version of the set, you can also earn a bonus card that's only available if you complete it. And if you get that, you can get a physical version of that card too.
That's
So
cool.
that will have a lesser print run comparatively
that's-
because you actually have to do something to get it.
Yeah, I did that with the Tim Hortons cards where that was totally
Yeah.
virtual. You didn't get any, and then you collect, and then you could send away. So once you got a full set, you send it in, and then you start again collecting. Every time you send in, you can get a trip to the hockey game or something, something like
Yeah.
that. So it's a grand prize and what have you. But that NFT, that's basically an NFT at that point. Was it fun? Yeah, it was enjoyable, but it was temporary. It wasn't, investment. It was, you could win a prize. I get it. It was fun, but really, there's no emotional grab there. It was more thrilling to win something.
Yeah. I think what's going to be interesting, and I'll play around with it probably over the coming days. I would like to get a couple of the silver or the gold version. I'm not going to necessarily hang in there long enough to get like a full set of them. But if you can get the physical copy of the gold and silver, which I think you can, I wouldn't mind getting the physical card because then you can have it sent to ComC and then ship it to yourself from there. Or you can have them physically shipped to you because you can put your address in there and go send it to me. So it's like, okay, well, if I can get a real card of the deal, then that's fine. I'm okay with that.
Everyone likes stuff for free.
Yeah,
Technically not free, but I mean,
yeah, well, I was
free.
gonna say those ones you actually do have to buy. So you are. It's important that you are getting a physical card because you are paying, as far as I'm concerned, for a physical card. So provide me the card, and that's fine. Then that's perfectly fine. I'm not gonna pay for a digital only card because that's not
That's
much
an
value to me.
NFT.
Yeah.
Really.
Okay. All right.
So we're really in the NFT world at this point. It's not going anywhere. It's going forward, obviously. But I
No,
mean,
yeah, like that's why I used a very practical example. The underlying technology will eventually be used to tie electronically to something like a house deed. Certain contracts will be available in that digital format, but they'll tie it in because the NFT has a code encryption that allows it to be immutable. So then you can track it if somebody
Yeah.
messes with it. That's what it's for.
Exactly.
It's encryption. It's a technology. It serves a useful purpose if it's used that way. It's not just for dumb pictures.
yeah.
But that's what it's being used for now.
I understand, but let them. That's okay.
Keep it going.
Yeah. The point is that if they want to use it for that and someone wants to pay for it, that's their money, not mine. I don't care.
And I think that's where people get on. Well, look at all the money you missed out on, or you could have done that, or just like do I really care? If everything revolves around money, then you're losing something in your life, obviously.
Yeah.
But I see these kids going forward. They look at, they don't want to work a place for 30 years because you don't do that anymore, and they don't want to jump around jobs. If they can make some money doing buying, selling, doing whatever, they're going to do it. So the path of least resistance for them is actually a way of them gaining extra income, or even maybe full-time income. We don't know. So we can't really write it off. But I take it away from not being a collectible. It's more of a sense of a investment or even a job, I guess.
Yep. Good evening, Bob. I definitely think you should make an NFT of that. It was a classic moment, and I think the opportunity is there.
Yeah.
I think that's the right thing to do, Bob. You're thinking right. You're thinking right.
He's on it.
All right.
Shut up, Bob.
So now the time that I have been waiting for. I wanted to get through this other stuff. There was some material there, but now it's time for the real stuff. It's time for the meat and potatoes.
There we go.
eBay did a thing, and eBay's thing, they kind of snuck it in there. I like that. They did it like in an investor day. Really didn't come across too much, and then Neo kind of mentioned it, threw a link in there. I went looking into it, and as I watched, I was like, "You have my attention. Please go on." So eBay has announced, amongst other things, that it is going to initiate a vaulting service. Now, details are still sparse. I did outline some basics in the video of what they have said so far. The big thing is the implications and the possibilities this opens up. I'm not sure if eBay's thought this far ahead, but they have opened quite a potential Pandora's box with a lot of directions they could go. And there are some things they have committed to. So let me give you guys high level, a couple of different threads, because we can pull on any of these threads and they're all a good discussion. Any of them that you want.
Oh, yeah.
The obvious one is the vault, obviously. the vault and the ability of you then to be able to send something into eBay. It's been vaulted. It gets authenticated on the way in, classified and categorized. Allows you then with simplicity to be able to instantaneously create eBay auctions and things. So utilize the marketplace, utilize the search engine, utilize all of this. By doing that, you've effectively shot across the bow at COMC. That was why I saw the comment. It's like, we'll get there. Just let us get to this piece. COMC is effectively that. It's a vaulting service with the ability to go in and be able to also be able to flip the switch and make it into an eBay auction. Well, if eBay does this themselves, that doesn't mean COMC is necessarily out of the game. But what's eBay's threshold? How high or low are they willing to go? Because depending on the answer to that, COMC becomes a bit redundant. They've got their own thing going on, but eBay could potentially be a platform for flipping simply between people.
How high is the tier that we're going to with eBay? Have they mentioned?
So right now,
level?
if they follow the authentication piece, because that was like the precursor to this.
Yeah. Okay.
If they follow the authentication piece, they are shooting for 250 and above.
Oh,
but the truth is,
wasn't it 750 when it started?
They said in their projection they want to drop it down to 250. So they're working their way down to that number. So if they use that as the starting point, okay, fine. That still leaves room for COMC to operate underneath that. However, if they eventually go down to $100, it opens it up.
Too much labor.
eBay is a $60 billion company. They could buy 10 COMCs.
But then they want to run 10 COMCs.
I don't know the answer to that. But that's why I'm saying that right now, what they have, even with their baseline proposal, without details, that threshold is going to be crucially important. It's going to be the answer to that question. I don't know the answer yet. But their target for the authentication piece is 250. That doesn't mean they can't go lower if they want to. Beyond that, they've also spoken of, in their little posting, their little ad, also potential grading add-on. So now you're adding a grading piece to it. Here's another thread for you. So COMC is somebody that has to be paying attention to this and going on notice. Like, okay, so what exactly are you planning? The grading component of it, they've already got that little mini integration with CSG. That could be a thing. Yeah. Or you could open it up to the other ones and then be like a little bit more available. So we'll have to see what they do with that. Third piece, they promoted the possibility of live options. Well, Whatnot shot across the bow. You got Sasha T. We've got the eBay platform and a large user base. It's like game, set, match. Now, one more thing. Because it's a vault, if you utilize the vault, and that also obviously takes on PWCC's vault, and Golden has its vault, and Alt has its vault, so there's a lot of that. But the other thing is, if, again, details are sparse, but if you're eBay and you have the resources and you decide you're going to leverage it to really go in on this vault, and that's what you decide to do, what would prevent you from having a service where you could allow people to exchange cards inside of the platform? Because you're moving it from one box to another inside of the vault facility. It's what PWCC can do today. It's what COMC doesn't quite have it that way, but they could if they wanted to, because they have the ability as long as they can organize everything properly. If eBay sets itself up accordingly, then they could be your escrow service. That could be a shot across the vault at some other attempts at escrow services.
So is eBay only short of a building that you can see from space? And
well, they're good. They're going for 31,000 square feet to start. So, it's the first step. It's the first step. So you've got this gigantic facility, this gigantic building, and all this stuff. Again, I'm not saying they've thought this all through, but they opened the live streaming thing. They're talking about the integration with the auctions and with the buy it nows and all that through the thing.
NFTs.
Well, yeah, and NFT and fractionalization. So bringing in another thread, what if you can sell it through eBay's own platform? Here's a shot across the vault to the fractional guys.
Yeah, that little commercial or little thing they did was a little bit simple and stupid, but I mean, they got the point across. Yeah. I guess.
But it was
very puerile. It was very simple.
It was for investors. It wasn't meant to go
even done well for.
You're much kinder than me about that.
I thought it was for kids more than anything else.
Have you been in an investor meeting? They're barely kids. That was actually too complicated for some of them. I'm sure some of them needed questions after that.
Really?
I guarantee it. I bet you anything you want.
The only thing I really like about all of that's going on with eBay, and I think that's something that they should go forward with, is that you have an eBay wallet. So if you
that's the other one, yes,
funds in there, I think it's great. Like, don't do the payout, but I want to buy something else. Because especially for anybody who's out of country, we have to get it exchanged in and then exchanged back out every time you buy something.
That's right.
There's no more PayPal. There's no more third party holding your money for you. So if we can do that, and that'll eliminate a lot of things for a lot of guys. Guys that sell stuff, they don't have money coming in. Their wife doesn't go, "Hey, why don't you? What are we doing? Where's that money come from?" You know, it's there, and you can leave it there. Sell a few things, buy something. I think that's going forward is probably one of their biggest, best moves that they can do.
Yeah.
It's keeping the money on the table constantly. It's actually good for them.
That's what I mean. So they actually decided to go in. That's why I say, just out of that one simple video, and that one basically community post, they opened about 5 lanes in different directions that they can touch on. If you are in the eBay wallet and they offer any advantage to being in the eBay wallet to make it more, what if as a seller you get a preferential rate if you use the eBay wallet as the depository for the sales?
Yeah.
Give them a preferential rate. We hate the fees, right? Well, how about if I give you a lower fee if you use the eBay wallet? Okay,
Perfect.
maybe that's a little more interesting.
Incentive, right?
And part of the deal is you use the money inside of the platform. Okay, you want to get it out? Fine, that's a fee on top of that.
You keep the money there, people will spend it there.
Correct.
Yes.
So there's a big advantage to them to leverage all these categories that suddenly they're touching on. Basically, that one thing opens up the room for them to be able to have a lot of little businesses inside of it, pulling fees left, right, and center from all kinds of transactions, and keep them in the eBay ecosystem. So they had potentially leveraged all this market share, and all of a sudden they have something that they can use to reclaim some of it, and also kind of threaten the other platforms a fair bit.
Yeah, their biggest part is retention. They want to retain customers. They want to retain your money. They want to retain everything, and that's smart for them to do that. Going forward, I think it's smart for me to have a wallet.
Well, they have
There.
already all the people. Now they're basically seeing all these other places going like, oh, I'm starting my own vault. I'm going to do my own thing. Then eBay's like, wait a sec. We already have these people. Let's just keep them here, right? So
Yeah.
hopefully.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
that's
know.
the reason. That's the reason why I look at it from the perspective of, and Bobby touched on one of the other pieces. If you can use the vault as a means to consolidate eBay purchases until you're ready to send one consolidated thing, that's a shot across the bow. Ship my cards. There's a lot of shot across the bows,
Yeah.
because even if it's like a flat rate, even if it's not the greatest, but if I can do it all in one shot, that's what I'm doing with PWCC Vault right now. When I've bought a couple of things, I'm letting it stack until I'm prepared to actually ship it out. I'm not going to ship out one card at the rate they're going to charge me.
Have you used Carlos ship my cards for other than cards? I did. It was well taken care of. Really.
I haven't, but I know that they definitely have quite openings for service and different things you can do.
You can buy pretty much anything. They'll just wrap it for you, weigh it, package it, send it. You know, they have like kind of tiers and stuff. But
Yeah.
I just like smaller collectible comic book stuff like that, and everything. And it was pretty decent on the price. Same service with everything.
Yannick had a Mini Cooper sent to him.
I think it's reasonable. And did you have it sent express?
I did.
It's good. It's good.
FedEx it.
Big takeaway: NFTs not just dumb pictures. Yep. Yeah, dumb pictures of money laundering. I love money laundering. Allegedly. We'll talk about it later. Not yet. Can't wait for people to vault their 9091 Pro set. Dare I live the dream. Blockchain NFT being utility-driven contracts. It makes super complicated contracts pay off for transfer when stipulations are met. Yeah, I'm looking at it mainly from the utility perspective. Again, people keep linking the NFT technology to what it's being used for. It's not the same thing. 99-cent auctions aren't going to be able to be vaulted yet. Gonna have to make time to more ComC to do small-time purchases. That's why I'm curious what the threshold will end up being. Like, once they get the building in there, that's going to make a big difference. What they actually decide to do as the threshold is going to matter, because
They're going to keep it high for at least to start.
Yeah. So where's the Vault, California? That's another piece. We don't know yet. eBay is based out of California, but there's a lot of taxes there. It would make more sense for them to use a tax state. PWCC uses Oregon because it's the tax situation.
Yeah.
So that it makes sense for them to stick to a tax-free state or minimal tax state or whatever the case may be.
Everybody's moving to Texas and Florida.
There you go.
Yep.
Another thing about that is their international shipping program that they have. See, everything you buy that is from the U.S., if they have you on the international shipping program, they send it to Chicago. It's $3 for them to send it. They don't really care about what the charge is because the card.
Unless it's changed, it was Kentucky before. Did they use a different one?
Kentucky or Chicago, one of the two.
Yeah, Kentucky is the one I remember. I don't know if they have a different one.
It used to be Chicago before. Maybe it went to Kentucky.
Okay.
I have no
Sure.
idea. Either way, I know one's FedEx and one is FedEx is Kentucky. Kentucky, yeah. Anyways,
Okay.
doesn't matter. Regardless, so if we can bridge that gap there, where you don't have to go through that program and it goes to the vault directly,
Yeah.
because honestly, it's $20-something plus duty. If you can avoid all that,
Mhm.
and we can get things shipped there and just leave it at the eBay wherever, I think that's a great savings for a lot of people. And then ship your cards is really out of business, right, Carlos?
Yeah, and the other piece as well that plays into this, and this is again hypothetical scenario. It's all speculation right now. That's all speculation. But you buy an item that's in the vault. You tell them, okay, put it in the vault for me. I sit back. So the guy takes off, has like an amazing run of games. I've still got it in the vault sitting there. What's to stop me from hitting the button and putting it back up for auction?
Done.
The second
2
person buys it.
seconds.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
second person buys it, and they bought it for more. So I made money. I never had to physically touch the card. It just moved from one set of hands to another. It's the COMC model, right? It's the flip inside of the avenue. If I want to get it sent to me, of course I can. I can request it. But if my intention is potentially just to move it, then it would behoove me to just leave it in there, because then you don't have to redo the authentication. It's already been done. You're just moving from box to box, and just whoever's at the end of the transaction who wants to get it sent, they push the button and get it shipped out with some other stuff potentially.
So I have an addendum of what Carlos is talking about, and this is really about Canada Post. We figured out what is going on is really they're stopping most parcels that have anything plastic like a graded card or anything. They're treating letter mail to the letter. So you can only use, yes, thank you. You can only use paper in a shipment. So regardless of the thickness, like in the fine line printing, that's exactly what it is. So they're stopping and sending graded cards back like galore to everybody. To this week, to this day.
Yep.
Everybody's telling me they're getting stuff back. And, going forward, everything you ship that isn't, an ungraded card or something like that, or not in a top loader, not even a top loader, is going to cost you, what, $8, $9? That changed. There's one guy who has, I don't know, he has 20,000 things on. He had to go in and take them all down and redo the whole shipping.
Yep.
So going forward, you want to ship a pin back button to somebody, like what's it got, $9? It's
Consolidated shipping can be a game changer for folks that buy stuff regularly, because even if they did do the cheap shipping, it adds up. If you're regularly buying stuff all the time, it's $3 or $4, but I'm buying like 40 things. That's $120. Like at $3 or $4, like it adds up very quickly. If you're buying a lot of small things, those little fees, it's like at that point, it's like, no, please consolidate it do one shipment. Just put it all in one box, and comparatively, it's less.
Well, I tell people when they come to the show and they say something on my table, they go, "You want $5?" They go on eBay for like $2. Why do you got $5 on it? I said, it goes for $2 on eBay. How much is shipping?
Yeah,
Well, that
14.
shouldn't really count.
That's it counts. It's part of the cost.
Here.
It's part of the cost.
Definitely counts.
Yeah,
And
it's part of the
they're
cost.
trying to get away from it, saying, oh, hey, it's only 50 cents. What are you gonna, but yeah, it costs you $2 to ship it, so it's $2.50. It's $2 here. Get it now or get it shipped.
That is right. I agree with that. But that's just the thing. You gotta bear it in mind. It's part of the conversation. We don't know what they're going to end up. And by the way, eBay kind of botched the authentication. They could very well botch the vault thing too. The point isn't whether the point goes into the theme that I said of tonight. It's about what they've opened up, all the possibilities that they've opened up. Because live stream auctions can be a disaster, but the fact they're even going to attempt it is interesting. The content gods have spoken. Like, this is the gift that keeps on giving for the content gods, because as more information rolls out and we get a clearer picture of what these components are going to look like, that is a very interesting way of doing it. Again, most people aren't going to use live auctions, but they already have the ability to do video in eBay auctions. You can do video now. That's available today. They had the authentication thing already. So now you're stacking a thing on top of it. Well, now if the authentication is to lead you into the vault, you can be just transactions inside the vault. Like I said, if you allow us to go peer-to-peer, if I've got a card on there and Eric wants it, rather than me get it from the vault and then ship it over to Eric, if I can be like, well, can I just send it to Eric's vault? Here's the address. If that's available for a nominal fee, that's a heck of a lot easier for us to make that arrangement. And then Eric can then choose at a time of his choosing to then ship it out with other stuff. There are folks that would appreciate that option if you give it to them.
Oh, yeah.
It could be a useful service. We'll see how their execution is. That's different. But the
Yeah.
possibility is quite interesting.
And
And we haven't even touched on that fractional thing, which I'm leaving alone for now because I need more information. But the fact that they're even considering that means eBay is making a play for the high end because you're not going to fractionalize the $100 card. eBay wants to get back that high end that Golden took from them and the PWCC took from them. Doing this is a way of them trying to get that market back.
Exactly. That sums it right up because that's what this is all about. And I think I said this to you yesterday, Carlos, when we were talking that, eBay's been the king for so long, and they started to lose their grasp on the kingdom. PWCC's doing their thing, ComC's doing their thing, Golden's off doing this. You have we already talked about it. The
Facebook high bid, keep
right,
going.
yeah, Instagram. You can sell all that,
TikTok,
and
whatever.
the selling platform that just went to raw cards that was just slabs before.
My Slabs.
Now it's My Slabs. All these, whatnot. I mean, whatever. All these different things started taking a piece of their pie, and I think the king is getting nervous, and this is about regaining a grasp of the kingdom and reclaiming the throne, so to speak. And they are going to get,
Sure.
and they are going to get involved in everything because, again, what Carlos said earlier was about how much money they're worth, and they could buy. What'd you say? You could buy 5 ComCs.
They have a $60 billion valuation. eBay.
Yeah.
Does.
So
just think of the size of that in comparison to the. Remember, they're not only cards. eBay sells everything. Like you can buy everything under the sun. And Amazon is the only one who literally looks at them as a peer. They look down upon the hobby peasants.
And
eBay's a lot bigger than that.
And they have the website. They have the auction platform. They have the technology. Listen, I'm not against PWCC. I think it's great to have competition. But have they had one auction that ran smoothly with their platform? Not shutting down or glitching or screwing people over in some way. eBay's not going to have that issue.
They'll have other issues, but they are
running for 30 years.
Yeah, they are in relative terms. They are a stable platform. Most auctions go off without a hitch. Most buy it nows and things operate. If the seller is being a goofball or if the buyer is being a those are individuals. The platform, though, as an operation from front to back, generally, most transactions go off. You buy the thing, you pay, the person ships you the thing, you give the feedback, we're done. That's like 99.9% of transactions.
But PWCC can't even keep their platform working correctly. So, I mean, eBay can I think, for the next many, many years, really get a grip of the kingdom and have a tight grip on it for a long time if they just take over everything.
Well, they've been the sitting duck. They've been the big henpecked business. That's always been it. It's all around eBay. Everyone's taking little pieces of eBay away, and they're sitting there going, "Okay, we got to do something here." And they finally, it looks like they did something finally.
Yeah, they decided. It's been funny though because this is what amuses me about it. In some ways, not to the same degree, obviously. We'll talk about them more in future days, but in some ways, they were for a while there. They were kind of almost taking the Beckett approach where they would just sit back and wait and wait and wait. But the difference is they're holding all the chips. They're holding so many chips in front of them. It's like if you guys ever play poker, it's a very comfortable place to be if you're the chip leader. You can bully everybody else if you want to. I can bankrupt you. I have so much money in front of me that I can just crush you. I can make you go all in every single time, and you have to win every single coin toss or you lose. And I can keep playing. And then I can reach back and grab more chips if you get lucky. And then I can still bankrupt you. You can still lose. Now all of a sudden eBay woke up and they're like, oh, actually, we do have enough chips to bully everybody else. We can just do this if we want to. Good idea.
I think they have to grab the market share while they can, or keep the market share. Sorry.
Yeah.
I think going forward, shows will be doing so much better. I think a lot of people will be doing deals at shows, especially you guys in the U.S. You got to document everything that's $600, and you're doing cash deals. It's like, hey, you don't have to really worry about that. So eBay shows all where this shows and doing side deals and Facebook or Instagram, wherever. Those things are kind of working out better for a lot of people, I think. And I see the growth in shows. I think shows will be will grow and keep growing and stabilize, because I think a lot of people are getting away from the online things, especially in the U.S.
Bobby, there is multiple shows in driving distance from my house every weekend. Every weekend, I have to. You have to pick. Am I going to drive to here or drive to there or try to hit them both, or am I going to go Saturday and Sunday to different ones? I can't begin to tell you how many shows are around here. It's just it's killing
good.
my wallet.
It's like the 90s are coming back, right?
Yeah, it's killing my wallet, man.
I'm looking forward to the show vlogs though, when folks try to like skirt the whole pricing thing, and you just see a guy walk out of the show looking like the Michelin Man, and it's like, what do you have under those sleeves? Are those $100 bills taped to your arms? No, I'm working out. It's like, really? You skipped leg day, did you? It's like you just look at they got big beefy arms. It's like it's just stacks of cash taped to their arm, trying to walk out with it.
Yeah, no doubt. Stuff like that's gonna. Hey, that's the thing, right?
Just saying. It's like cash only, bros. Cash only. It's like, oh man, the show was terrible. Why do you look like you're 30 pounds heavier than when you walked in? No idea. See you later.
Because cash is king.
That's right.
Speaking of shows, I'm going to one tomorrow morning, and I've been to 3. Same like Eric says in the last month.
Right.
And, tomorrow, it's not actually a sports card one; it's more a collectible.
That's even better.
There's
Because
a
that's
little
where the
bit of
deals are.
everything.
That's where the deals are. Yeah.
Yeah,
Trust me.
I'm spending the day with Scott tomorrow, basically.
All right. So that's right.
Got coats. Yep.
Yeah.
So let me grab a couple of these here. So I like this comment from Rick. And are NFTs in the hobby, Rick? The first sentence is, I'm like, are NFTs in the hobby? In order to be the biggest scam in the hobby, NFTs have to be in the hobby.
Yeah.
That's like saying toasters are the biggest scam in the hobby. It's a technology thing. It's not the two aren't connected. Are you collecting NFTs? So how can they be the biggest scam in the hobby?
Yeah.
If they're not actually tied to the hobby, they can't be in the hobby. I understand Rick's point, but it's like that's apples to orange. That's like metaverse is the biggest scam in the hobby. It's like, what does that have to do with cards?
Rick, we're just old guys. We'll stay in the past.
There you go. So I think when eBay moves big, they'll drive a significant number of business into the ground. That's kind of the underlying point, is that they're going to touch, if they legitimately commit. We offered a whole bunch of possibilities just with the vaulting thing. If they legitimately commit, a lot of these other things become very redundant very quickly because eBay has the capacity to do it 10 times better, 10 times faster, 10 times bigger.
Yeah. So that can hurt other businesses a lot, like some new businesses.
They can very quick. That I made abundantly clear. The vaulting helps them with certain specific things, but like I said, if with the push of a button, I can take my stuff in the vault and transfer it to somebody else in the vault, even if you want to charge me a nominal fee.
Still much better than listing it, and yeah,
it makes life easier. And if you want to do flipping and you're already inside of the environment, you buy a card and then you leave it there. And all right, I'll wait. Oh, now is a good time to sell it. Well, it's already there. Push a button. Sale within 60 seconds. We can have a listing ready to go.
Yeah, if they can speed up their money transfer in, that'll be even better.
And maybe that's where the wallet comes in. But that's, I mean, like, it all can potentially.
No, I meant it into our banks and stuff like that.
No, but here's the thing. If you're in the vault, then you could potentially, and combine it with the wallet thing, you could move it to the bank quicker, because then you don't have to worry about the normal transfer of a lot of these. It can be instantaneous because you already know the item reaches destination. It's already there. Transaction over. Send the money.
I guess there's some delay there. I guess they waited.
It would only be the banking system. That would be the only possible delay in there would be the banking system. But outside of that, what I'm saying is that as opposed to normally you complete the auction, maybe it takes a day for somebody to pay for it, and then the transfer and whatever. But in this case, you do it. If you combine it so that if you're in the vault system, well, it's already in there. The second you win the auction, take the money out, boom, it's already there. Or if it's in the eBay wallet, instantaneous transfer.
That would be best. I'd like that.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, again, it's a possibility. I don't know if that's what they're offering, but they could.
It is a hold. It's 3 days. So Sunday, I get paid usually Wednesday.
Yeah.
If I sell something on Sunday.
Yeah.
If I had PayPal, they would pay me PayPal, and I'd transfer it, be there the next day.
That's what I mean. So if they incorporate that
Catch
wallet
up.
piece and do that, basically, it's like, well, that makes the wallet a little more appealing, doesn't it?
Uh-huh.
Just another element to it. And then you don't have to worry about returns because it was inside the vault. You already authenticated. You already confirmed the item was right. It's like, oh, but it was the wrong. Nope. It is 100% what he said it was. That's it. It's already in the vault. The scans are already taken. You already bought it. Goodbye.
A lot of the sales that I do now, I want them to give me PayPal money, so I'll just leave it in my PayPal account.
Yeah.
I can pay anybody, or I can pay eBay, I can pay whoever with that, which is a lot better for me rather than in and out. It's too much.
That's right.
I don't even care about the conversion one time because I'm not getting it twice.
Yep. So Dustin here saying, can't wait to join the Fanatics content team. No one's kidding, Dustin. We're all ready to sell out. You know this. You know this. And here, don't encourage him. Nobody needs more dad jokes. The thumbnails are bad enough. We don't need to encourage this man. It was good for the hobby and eBay for other platforms to help attract new customers, but they will own this. Yeah, we had an awesome 110 table show here in Syracuse with 800 attendance. Only show of 2022. Fair enough.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
It's good. Come and go with eBay because, like you're saying, it's shipping taxes that adds up quickly. Yep, absolutely. Drive by Sir Rick is over in California. He drives by the eBay Sports every day. One of the vaults going to be California. I would bet against it, just for the reason we talked about the tax thing, because it eliminates a lot of the advantages. Like if, in theory, eBay could buy a piece of property to do this anywhere in the world if they wanted to. So for simplicity, though, having it in a state that has the tax issue, again, PWCC didn't move to Oregon because, oh man, we really love Nike. No, they moved to Oregon because it's like, oh, tax implications, tax advantages. And even Ship My Cards has an office in Oregon. They have a mailbox over there. And then they transfer it from there. But why would you have a mailbox in Oregon? Funny story that. Taxes.
I think they'd keep it central.
Yeah. It would be like just
for
moved up to
easy,
make it
quick
easy.
shipping, which way.
When I use Ship My Card, I'll send anything over $50 to Oregon.
Yeah.
Oregon, just to save the taxes. They charge you a little bit on the handling there,
Yes.
but
For the
sometimes
transfer.
it's worth the. Like I bought last week from PWCC there. I sent no tax whatsoever. It stays in Oregon until it goes back to Arizona and then my mailbox.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah. And on a higher ticket item, it quickly adds up. All you have to do is do a little bit of math. It's like if you've got a couple $100 or $1,000 item, it's like even 5, 6, or 7%. It's like actually that adds up quite a bit. And the transfer fee I think is like $5. So it's like, okay, so $70 or $5. Okay then. Yeah. It's like it adds up quickly and you save a lot of money.
Oregon shipment. I bought actually a nice thing on the Sunday night. I bought my first Hank Aaron.
Oh, your first Hank Aaron? Okay. What'd you get?
69 Opeachy at 1.5
Nice.
SBC, but it's beautiful.
There you go.
Where is it?
Pinhole?
Pardon?
Is a pinhole in it or?
I have no idea. I can't. I try to look as far as
Paper.
Yeah, and
Locker.
it helps if you look at the card. You have to look at the
Yeah.
card.
Do you
Yeah,
have it yet?
I know, but like even like maybe like a slight hair crease or something, or
Where did you buy it?
1.5?
Sorry,
No.
where did you say you bought it?
PWCC.
Oh, you won it in one of the auctions.
Yeah,
Okay,
one of
gotcha.
the auction, and it's in an SGC 1.5.
So 1.5 is paper loss or pinhole.
Yeah, I know usually, but I can't see it. Nothing, zero. Like, so anyway, I guess I can't see it on a high scan resolution.
Well,
So
they
you
have
don't
nice
have
scan-
it yet.
No,
No.
it's that ship my card right now. I'm gonna hit the send button this week.
Okay. Well, I hope to see it next week.
Yeah,
Yeah.
hopefully.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Opeachy's
Perfect.
good.
69 OPG Hank Aaron and a 69 Joe Morgan.
And Joe Morgan's another good one. I got a nice Joe Morgan too somewhere. 60, no, earlier.
Right.
I
I
got
got a
some-
69, Dennis DeJordy.
Oh God,
I was gonna say it's like do you have a different year?
really? They're all vending. They're all vending,
Let's go 50s. Let's go 50s.
I got a Gary Suitcase Smith, 1970.
I like that. That's a nice golden card. That's actually a poster child kind of card for the 70 set.
I agree with that.
Is Eddie Giacomin?
Another nice card. See, actually, this is the first cards I opened 69, 70, but 70, 71, I really remember opening the packs. And I love the cards. I love the backgrounds were really colorful. Because 69 wasn't so colorful. And I don't remember any of the ones prior to that. So there you go.
There you go. So I wonder if personal property taxes would apply to items owned by people in the vault. That you
Ooh.
still get charged taxes if you buy the stuff because you get applied sales tax.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why. That's the reason for the Oregon and that's the reason why you put the vault in Oregon, stuff like that, because it's like when I go to purchase it, I use the Ship My Cards thing. They're in Arizona. Arizona has its state sales tax. It's still cheaper, obviously, for me. It still works out well. I could use the Oregon option, which would knock the sales tax off. I would incur the other fee, and it would be a little delay, which is fine if you choose to do it that way. So you have the option.
5.
Yeah, exactly. But otherwise, like if I'm just generally, I'll be like, nope, send it to the Arizona one, because even with the sales tax, it's still like it'd be cost me $30 to send it straight to Canada, like for the shipping they would charge me. So it's like, all right, $6 or $30. So it still works out in my favor.
And it goes up on the value because of the declared value.
You got it.
Then, if it's a $2,000 card, you're paying.
That's right. If you decide to go any of the bigger cards, you're going to pay that extra, and it gets very expensive very quickly.
Then you go to Oregon.
Okay, so let's see here. I wonder. So let me read this again. I wonder if personal property tax would apply to items owned by people in the vault. Personal property taxes. States charge these taxes for certain assets held around. That'd have to be a state-by-state basis. You do own, so this is kind of what he's referring to. Personal property tax is different than sales taxes. Yeah, no, I got you. Most states charge a tax on their cars each year, separate tax from other taxes. I think you'd have to declare it. But like realistically, if you don't declare it, how are they going to know what it's worth? Like it's sitting in the vault, yes, and you bought it, yes. So the trail is you buying something. Yeah, it's not. But as a purchaser, but I'm saying as a purchaser, yes, I bought a thing.
Yeah.
How much is it worth? Nothing. I lost money.
There you go.
No, but that's like you could buy something. It's like if I buy a really expensive ice cream bar and I ate it, it's done. Like that's not property anymore. It's done.
Well, it's still property. It's just not.
Yeah, so you're not going to get back. You're not going to get back, and we can't.
It'll be in a different form.
Yeah, and the value is a lot lower than when we started. It got depreciated substantially.
Zero. Yes, but yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things though, where it's like, because let's say you buy an item and you got a steal on it. So let's say you did want to try to figure out what the value is. So what's the value? What the going rate is? What you paid for it? What you should have paid for it?
Well, it's sort of like the Chamberlain card I had. When they graded it, how much was the value? Well, I bought it for 100. What did it sell for?
Yeah.
Yeah, big difference.
Yes. Eric should start a grading company, puts a step at the bottom instead of the top.
Yeah.
Now, see, again,
You could be like there are people that are like picture adjusters.
Yeah.
You could be like the slab adjuster, just walk by and put all the slabs upside down.
So I had this one specially made, and again, they screwed it up and put the card in upside down. But the problem is, Tim won't make me slab strongs to fit them.
Awful.
Yeah.
Upside down.
That's very inconsiderate of him.
Yeah, he's a jerk.
Tim always gets a promo on the card.
I'm gonna be spending most of the day with him tomorrow. He's coming up to the shop and setting up at kind of the end of the counter, and to
sell
meet
his product.
Yeah, kind of introduce himself to customers, and he came up last weekend.
How many people go through there on a Saturday, Eric? Quick.
Several hundred.
That many, eh?
Yeah,
That's amazing. I wish we had a card shop like that up in Toronto. We could, but that's just
a few hundred. I wouldn't.
The cost of the real estate would make it. You'd have to have hundreds of people come by just to make it worth to keep the lights on.
Legends did for that place.
At their heyday, yeah, it was a tourist trap. They had tons of people going through there, and people would buy. And they did a good job selling a lot of like miscellaneous crap. It was like the tourist. It's like, oh, you got like these helmets and these pants and these. You sell a lot of miscellaneous sports stuff.
Well, it was actually probably one of their main sources of their business. Actually,
yeah,
back then.
Absolutely.
Their cards were very much secondary because they were everywhere.
Yeah,
right?
you could get the card. Like the people who wanted to buy the cards would come in for that, but a lot of people are like, oh, there's like a sports thing here.
Pennants, there was everything. Yeah, they had people signing there. I remember.
That is true.
Which one was the place if you were heading down Yonge Street towards Maple Leaf Gardens, and as you got closer to Maple Leaf Gardens, it was kind of like on you. There was a large shop on the left side of Yonge Street. That was. I'm trying to remember from 1999. But
99, a sports card shop.
It was really big.
Steve Pannett was there, but that was north of the up more Yonge Street. Boy, I don't know.
The only one I remember in Yonge Street was 401. But they weren't a card shop. They were a game shop that sold cards and sold boxes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They were around in 99.
Maybe I'm misremembering the exact location.
Yeah,
I could have sworn it was on you because Maple Leaf Gardens is down the end of Yonge Street, right?
No.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Like Yonge Street and Maple Leaf Gardens, like I'm like, okay, ish.
Ish. All right. Now again, 1999. I walked up and down that whole area.
Okay, yeah, right at Maitland and Young, there was a card shop. It was called Steve Panet had it, and he was right there at the corner, across from a bank or something. And that's the only guy I know that was there in '99. He had a pretty big, long sports card shop.
Was there any other shops there back then?
No, see,
Not a ton. 401 Games I know
Not
was already
99.
there. They were doing their thing.
I spent a great deal of time at least two. One particular, this one that I'm thinking of.
what's it called?
And-
Fastball?
Oh, I remember Fastball. Yeah.
Maybe
He's on Young and Maitland there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So Fastball would make sense to me. That one.
It was good size with lots of cards and lots of products, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was fairly decent size. It was probably at least 3,000 square feet.
Yeah.
And
All right.
it was long and narrow.
Yep.
They had
All
a
right,
lot of brewing stuff at the back there.
that's the one I was at.
Yeah, that's Steve Panet, my friend. Yeah.
There you go. So here, what Baz was referring to, I'm still on the like. I understand his idea here, Baz, but my thing is like, if you buy it, the vault has no obligation. They're housing stuff for you. They didn't sell it to you. They would have no obligation to give tax information, because they also, by the way, if you're sending it to the vault, they don't know what you bought it for. Now, eBay, if eBay's vault, they would know what you bought it for, but they already collected taxes on the front end for the sales tax. As far as property tax, I don't know if they would even bother with it, if it would behoove them to do that. Maybe you could get the answer to this question. Probably, does PWCC offer that information? Because they're a vaulting service. If somebody buys the stuff on PWCC, leaves it in the vault, do they declare what you've purchased? That would be the answer to that question.
That would be. Oh, Eric, you got to finish. So there was a couple thousand people that ran through that place on a Saturday.
So Yannick,
no,
I think is going
I
to take
would
off.
say-
So Yannick, have yourself a good evening. Take it easy, buddy.
Hey,
Thanks,
see you
guys.
later, buddy. Keep
I'll
up
be-
the good work with school. Proud of you.
Thanks, buddy. I'll talk to you tomorrow, Bobby.
Thanks,
I'll
Dad.
open for boxes.
There you go.
See
Take it
you
easy.
guys.
Okay.
Hey, listen, there's no way I could go back to school right now and go full time and be on that kind of schedule and
He's
studying
having
for
too much fun at
tests
home.
and writing papers. I'm done. There's no way I could do that. So no, I'm impressed. He
My
impresses
last
me.
time, but I appreciate it. But I
No,
can
you impressed
tell
the
you,
hell out of me.
I just turned 42, and it's my last time with school. I'm done after that. No more.
I had a small window right after university ended where I had the chance to go back one more time. If I had done it at that time, I could have. But as soon as I was done from that, like a year or two removed, I was like, I can't get my mind in that set up
Hard.
again.
No way.
It's-
If you're in it and you're not that far removed from it, you can get yourself back there. But I can't go back to that sequence.
It's
Doesn't
my
work out.
fourth time considering like getting a diploma, going back to school, and I can
Yeah.
definitely say this is my last time. As in, that was over a decade last time that I've been to a school, and right now even the learning is not even remotely the way we all learn. Like everything is this digital now, so fast, and everything. Even when you ask a teacher to explain you something, mostly it's being referred to YouTube tutorial. You know, companies are just making everything now that is digital. So, you know, if you're used to chalk and a green chalkboard, and there's a big learning curve too on the computer side of things. So
I bet.
my skills were like not even to par. Not even.
Yannick, I don't know what to do with you at that point, buddy. You're not that much older than I am, and by the time I was finishing up high school, they already passed the chalkboard. They were on the whiteboard.
Yeah, the
they had
triangle.
already incorporated the whiteboard by that
Graduated in
point.
'97, man, and I was in Afghanistan in 2002. So just give you the idea.
There you go. All right, fair enough. So I guess they can still use some chalk there.
They had
Yeah.
chalk there, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you keep chalk on your desk just to be like, I just need this to feel alive?
Yeah, I guess it was like, not like it's not that old, but like it's just like a different rhythm, different. So anyway,
Yeah, I
I'm
got
used to it now. I had a big headache for the first 4 weeks. Now I'm okay.
Good.
All right, sounds good. Well, get yourself enjoy your week off. We'll chat a little bit later.
Definitely.
Yannick, you're not in Afghanistan anymore, buddy. Shave the beard. You don't have to fit in.
Ah, it's all good, man.
He wants to be Sasha T's doppelganger. Sasha T needs the week off and whatnot. Yannick can take
Sasha
over.
T wish had a freaking beard like mine, buddy.
Yeah, got it. Yeah, I
There you
know.
go.
I
Take it
got
easy, buddy.
brown. Mine's white. I wish I had a brown beard. That'd be great.
You're old.
I
Yeah.
am old.
Take it easy. Have a good one.
Yeah.
All right.
Bobby knows. Me and him.
But nothing there though. It's all.
Yeah, mine's not bad. It's getting,
I
it's
don't
getting
know.
a bit over here. But
It catches up with some people, not everybody.
yeah,
so.
but this is just Santa Claus. I don't
Yeah.
know what happened.
Shit happens. Here's my pickup of the week.
Oh, what do we got?
So long live the king.
Here's Eric. Here.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Great.
there it is.
Oh, perfect. Oh, yeah, I love it.
There you go.
Is that King
Santa
Clancy?
Claus. It is actually, yeah. Along with it, well, King, yeah.
Oh,
So
look
this
at
was
that.
there was King Clancy Day in 1934. They had King Clancy Day, so they all dressed up, and King Clancy had a jersey. I actually got to touch the jersey. It was small. It was green, and it had a clover on the back, and then the leaf on the front, and it was a green jersey. And it was just about the Irish. Here's a guy who ran on his skates, has no stats whatsoever. Hall of Fame, top-rated guy because of his Irish vigor. He was just an influencer. That's how important he was, and that's the only reason. He has no stats. Like, he scored next to no goals. He just fought with people, and he was a small guy, and he was just the angry little Irishman. And
So he's literally the fighting Irish.
he is actually he's that guy who's
He's just really
Notre
mad.
Dame,
Really mad that way.
Notre Dame, and you put Clancy's face on that guy. Yeah, it's
There you
It's
go.
like Pie McKenzie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like Pie Face. Yeah.
But isn't it amazing how somebody could be such a huge star without having any stats? Like, his WAR is 0.
Outrageous.
In a comparative sense, right?
Well, I think you can be a star. So star and stats are two different things. Stats can be representative of you being dominant in one area of the game. But if you dominate the game, if you basically create havoc, you cause problems for the other team, you can still be the star. You can still be a star because, well, you're there for a reason. Why are you there? Because you disrupt, because they have to think about you. You cause problems. And I was watching earlier today, a guy on YouTube did a documentary on Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson has great stats. He was a great player. He's a Hall of Fame player. But in the documentary, he did a very good job. He went season by season and talked about all his seasons and compared him to his contemporaries and everything. And it's almost underplayed how disruptive he was in his playing style. Yes, he stole bases, but part of what the stealing bases thing did is he was also very successful at stealing bases. It's not just stealing bases. It's like you're very successful even with considering the amount of attempts you did. It messed with pitchers. He would disrupt their rhythm. They'd be thinking about him when they should be focusing on what they're doing. And as a result, he would get extra bases and then turn a single into a double. All of a sudden, he'd be on third base. And then the guy just taps the ball somewhere, he scores. So it's like you created a run, you manufactured a run out of nothing. So, but if you do that consistently, it's like the other guy, like if he lets you on base and he was willing to take walks, which isn't very exciting, but it's like as soon as he gets on first base, now he's a problem. Now you got to worry about him every single pitch.
Yeah.
And that it cannot be understated.
You pitching to the batter at that time.
Yeah.
Too.
And it can't be understated how many problems that causes. But then all of a sudden it's like, that'll come up on the stat sheet only a little bit, but not as much as you'd think. But it's like, so what did Ricky Henderson do? He completely messed with this guy to the point that he wasn't able to focus on the matter at hand. Suddenly they started hitting him like crazy all over the park. Just because he was thinking about Ricky Henderson when he should have been thinking about the batter.
Yeah, and it's funny when we look back at like looking back at this one, it's hard to believe. Like a lot of people say, "Oh, King Clancy was such a what? Tell me, goal scorer? No,
No.
yeah, just a rebel rouser. That's all he was, and it worked for that time period. And honestly, 5'0", like weighs 100 nothing, and one of the most dominating forces. They paid a lot of money getting him from Ottawa. What was it, $50,000 at the time? I think.
Oh
in
my
1931.
God.
Yeah, it was a lot of money back then. It was a huge trade, and it's like I didn't do much in Ottawa, but he got things going. It's a lot to be said. I think it reminds me of that commercial with Don Cherry and Ty Domi, and I don't know. Domi was doing something. He goes, "Oh, Domi, I guess you're turning into a finesse player now, right?" It's like, yeah, something went off his leg or something, and then that.
There you
Anyways, so.
So,
There you
Rick, I'm not going to National. Atlantic City is a no-go. I appreciate the offer, though. Atlantic City, though, no, couldn't be less interested.
Oh.
I would pay to avoid Atlantic City.
There is a casino there, but even still.
No. It's a pathetic attempt. Atlantic City should just sink into the ocean. Just be done with it.
It is. It just came up. It pops.
Put it back. Put it back. Just put it back.
So bad.
Haven't been joined us since like 2005 Baseball Classic. Yep. The Hockey Hall of Fame, Raptors game, Brass Pole, and Hemp Cup. Yep. Yeah.
Brass pole.
Yeah. There you
Brass
go.
rail, maybe, right?
Probably, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's a little hazy on the details, so maybe that's part of the haziness.
Because it was the brass pole he was doing at the brass rail.
Yeah,
There
he
you
was
go.
on Young Street too.
There
That's
you go.
Young Street. You got it.
Yep.
How do you know that, Eric?
I had to walk past those.
Yeah,
things to get
walking.
to the-
Uh-huh.
I had to walk past those things to get to the card shop.
I'm sure you did. Mm.
They're advertised in the 50s Toronto Maple Leaf magazines, Brass Rail, and all these other
Oh,
places.
okay. That does not shock me. That would not
That's
shock me.
No, they were nice establishment. Come in for a nice lunch, and it was just different back then. It changed in the 70s, probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here you're talking about. I'll leave it after these comments here, Baz. But now you're talking about being selling. The original question was about the vaulting. If you're just living in a vault, you're not selling it again. Because if you buy something, it's in the vault. You haven't sold it. So I understand after that, but it's like if you're not actually selling it, then you're talking about a different thing.
Yeah, but it's a capital gain, he's saying, right?
Yeah. And it's just a
You
matter
have to
of
file your capital gains in the U.S. Do you not here? We're different here, but see, collectibles, we can buy collectibles or sell collectibles up to a certain amount. Like I think I don't know how much it is collectively. I think it's $32,000.
yeah, there's some
As
number
long as you don't make other money doing other things.
Yeah.
So
For the most part, Revenue Canada predominantly cares about how much money you actually made. Because if you sold a bunch of stuff and suddenly you're sitting on a bunch of cash, you're like, so where'd the cash come from?
yeah,
What you doing?
And why aren't we getting some of it?
That's right.
oh, they got enough. Don't worry.
Yeah. Well, it's always been my favorite thing because a lot of times we could very easily move to one of the systems that some of the European countries have because for most people, if you're not doing extra transaction, doing whatever, you have a T4 for your salary. And you have, if you do any contributions to the tax sheltered accounts, you have paperwork for that. But Revenue Canada has all that information.
Mhm.
Unless you're doing something else, you've got a secondary business or something you're doing. If you literally just go to work and then put some money aside in a tax sheltered account, they could tell me to the penny what my refund should be or how much money I owe.
They should
So they're like, so
automatically
what do you
send
need
that
me
out.
to fill it out for? You already know the answer to this. Basically, what they want you to do is they want you to do it. So
want
then
you
they're
to
like, so
screw
you're
up.
lying to us. It's
They
like,
want you to screw up.
yeah, it's
Oh,
like, yeah. But if they owe you money, they're like, yes, you're paid up. It's zero. It's
Yes.
like, no, you owe me money. Are you sure? You know exactly what it is.
they'll play with you.
Yeah, because there are some European countries where they'll just do it automatically. And they'll basically only ask you to file something if you maybe did a transaction or something. Say, actually, I should have one more deduction because of XYZ, or I sold this thing and then I put it into this. I need that included. And then they'll make the adjustment. But otherwise, like, yeah, you're in this amount. These are your deductions. This is your total for the year. They just do it automatically.
Yep. Different systems everywhere.
Yeah. Black chalkboards. Yep. So
Yes,
move on
Bob,
from
they-
that one.
They don't have them anymore.
Sean
Yeah, he
Avery.
didn't
Yep.
last long. Oh my god. Avery
Yeah, but he was
lasted
annoying while he
a
did.
day.
Yeah.
He but this comeback of his, he lasted one game. I'm not a game. He lasted one day.
One day.
Yep.
Who did he
Didn't
play
even
for?
a game.
Who did he try to play for?
A minor team. Not like AHL, like below that.
So like
IHL?
beer league?
Pretty
Almost.
much above that, yeah. He
House
tried to
league?
make a comeback. He tried to make a comeback, signed, lasted a day, and they cut him. And
What?
all these former pros who played with Avery back in the day, some of them were like George Larocque and a few others were saying, just any team in the league, sign me for one game, the game that you play Avery, so I can beat the bejesus out of him. They were asking this. LaRocque's like, I will get in shape to play one game so I get my hands on him.
We'll call King Clancy and then see what he has to say.
I'd watch George LaRock beat up Sean Avery. That'd be kind of fun.
It's funny how you hate somebody, and if you go after them and beat the hell out of them on the ice during a game, that's completely okay. But if you get them in the parking lot, you go to jail.
Who's Nationals? What's Nationals?
I don't know. That's why I kind of leave it open as a question. I have no idea what I was referring to. I also don't live in Toronto.
He lives in the surrounding areas around Toronto.
Yeah, we all get sucked into the greater Toronto area, but it's the burbs.
Yeah,
It's the
I'm in
burbs.
Scarborough. And it's not the Nationals, it's the National, and we don't have a National, it's the Expo, if anything.
Yeah, that's twice a year, and that one I go to. But the one Rick's referring to is the National, which they're doing in
And
Atlantic City.
in
This next one.
the United States of America.
Correct.
Yeah. When is that? We know when the National is.
Is it in July? Is it at the beginning of July?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on.
It's like a
NSCC.
It's probably
like a-
July 28th or something.
It's
or
like a
20
5-hour
Yeah.
drive.
Third.
But I
Yeah.
still
Third,
don't want to
28th.
go.
What is it this year? Let's see what it looks like.
was the end of
National
July.
Sports Collectors Convention. Okay, so it's late July. July 27th to 31st this year.
Okay, yeah.
So Atlantic City, New Jersey, July 27th to 31st.
Yeah, it's there's nothing there I'm interested in.
It's Jersey.
Jersey.
I don't want to go.
No one does.
See
Other than-
Jersey Shores. No.
Yeah. So, as the resident Marcel Dion expert, this is your opportunity, Eric. Like, look, you were put on this earth for this moment. This is your opportunity. I'm going to get a refill of my drink. I am giving you a chance.
Don't blow it.
He's like, be careful. The restraining order's in effect, so be very careful with your next several words.
You have to turn it around. We can't see the number in the back. There we go. Number 16. Why don't you have him with Detroit?
Because this is the what I found at the show the other day.
Oh,
That's autographed. That's why. And I don't even know if they made one yet from his in Detroit. I have no idea.
I got to pick up. I got a custom done of Eddie Shack. The base was signed, which I wanted, and it's Eddie Shack, but he's got a cowboy hat on because Eddie Shack, if you ever saw him off the ice, he'd always have a cowboy hat and a long jacket. He almost looked like a cowboy himself. Well, his place was called Cowboy Bill's, or his restaurant that he had. So I got to pick that up sometime, maybe Saturday or Sunday. But I got to figure that out.
So what uniform is he in?
He'll be in the Leafs, obviously.
Okay, he played for a lot of teams, including the Bruins.
Yeah, well, I'm in Toronto.
I understand that.
I'm
But-
a Leaf fan.
I understand that, but I was just curious. Maybe you thought it would be interesting to see him in a different uniform.
Well, who did he
I
play
don't know.
for? Boston, obviously. Toronto. He went to Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yep.
Where did he go after that? Jeez.
He might have even played in
Detroit.
California.
No, he didn't go to the Seals.
No. I mean, he went to a
Buffalo.
lot.
Buffalo.
Yeah. Okay, that sounds
Um,
familiar.
Boy, that's a tough call, isn't it?
I'm gonna look at. He moved around.
Yeah, I think that's about it. About 4-5 teams, maybe. There's another one I'm forgetting in the U.S.
Rangers,
Rangers.
Maple Leafs, Bruins, Kings, Sabres, and Penguins.
Kings. That's the other one I forgot. I should have known the Kings, of course. Yeah. Your Marcel Dion threw me off.
There you go.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams.
He moved around.
He was an
And-
entertainer.
That was his nickname, right?
He was. He's fun to listen to.
I've heard a lot of people tell a lot of great stories about him and what a great job. Yeah, what a great guy he was. I never had the opportunity to meet him or anything, but I wish I had.
Yeah, you can't get to meet everybody, but I got to meet him a couple times. I listened to him. Like, we have this luncheon, alumni hockey luncheon, where all the old stars come in, other people who are important in the NHL and stuff like that. We had that once a month on a Monday. And he used to come and tell stories, and man, I'll tell you, there's not a serious bone in this guy's body because he's just always about the fun stories, right? So,
Yeah.
anyways, getting back to what's up, Carlos? What are we looking at? What are we doing? we're moving on.
Refilling.
We ended up.
I was
talking
giving
about
I was giving him his Marcel talk, and you guys.
Well,
and
we
there's a
were
list
in
of
the-
short NHL players as well.
Yeah, we ended up with Eddie Shack, but
right. All
but
right.
yeah, Marcel is, it's probably like 5'8", same height as me,
All right.
but as he was playing against people that were 6 feet and above, I think a lot of times short players have an advantage. They faster than the bigger players. They can get underneath them a lot of times. They have, they can, because they have a low center of gravity, it's harder to knock them down at times. And I've seen a lot of shorter players, Theo Fleury, Martin St. Louis. I mean,
Bugsy Moog.
Yeah, right.
Muggsy Bogues. Muggsy
yeah,
Bogues.
yeah, got that back.
Is it Muggsy Bogues?
Muggsy
yeah.
Bogues. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Spud Webb would have been a good one too.
Spud is the other one, yeah.
Spud Webb would have been a really good choice. As
Yeah.
well.
So I mean, I've seen smaller players succeed really well in professional sports because they're faster, the lower center of gravity.
Well, I think also in hockey, you have to have a little bit of a chip on your shoulder if you are a smaller guy, because
Yeah.
you are in a physical sport where you'll get pushed around if you play small. You actually have to play big, just instinctively, if you wish to survive. A lot of those guys, it's like, it means you have to be willing to do some physicality. You have to be willing to do that if you wish to hang. I actually like this question, DR, so I'm going to come back to it in 2 seconds, but I actually think this is a really good question.
And you just explained Brad Marchand, and
Yeah.
that you just nailed
The
it.
chippiness is built into it.
Yeah.
Theo Fleury was mentioned as well. Like he was willing to be chippy. It was but it was required. It was part of what he needed to do.
Yeah,
So
there's more story behind that, but yeah, of course.
No, for sure. But it all plays into part of it. It all plays
Sure
into part
does. Oh yeah, I think it really did on that
of it.
part.
Oh, yeah. So David G, good evening. Like the disruption comment reminds me of Scott Stevens. Scott Stevens disrupted lives.
Oh, my.
Not a big stats player.
It's official. He killed Paul Correa. That guy was legally dead for at least 20 seconds. He was legally dead.
That's what happened.
Well, soul left his body.
Did you guys know exactly what I'm talking about, right? In the video, and all of a sudden that puff of breath comes up on his visor. The man wasn't breathing.
Well, he was on cold ice, which helped.
Yeah. TSN did a little look back actually on it, because they caught up with Paul Correa later on in post-playing career. He's actually doing pretty well, all things considered. He's surfing and enjoying his retirement and relaxing, but he's separated himself from hockey in a lot of ways. Usually the hockey guys are in the fraternity and stuff, but he's kind of been away for a while. Part of it is that he has had long-term issues from that concussion and the viciousness of it, and other issues going forward. So it took him a long time to get it healthy, so that he felt like, but he still doesn't remember that entire episode. Like everything related to it, like he can look back on the tape, like, because he came back in the game and scored.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. So it's like, but he doesn't remember a single second of any of that.
Of course
So
not.
It's always that half a second, that blackout, and then you're back. And then
No, he doesn't remember the entire rest of the day. He doesn't
really?
remember anything going into the next day. Like it's gone. It's like a black zone in his memory for all of it. It's like, I remember getting ready to go to the arena, and then nothing until the next day.
Huh. So
it's like, and that's why I think it stuck with him, because like it basically messed up his head after that, because he was never the same player after that. He took that hit and it was just done.
Well,
And
look at
Steven can level guys.
Matt Cook, what he did to Mark Savard. Mark Savard played only a few games after that Matt Cook hit, and this guy was one of the stars of the league. He was in the top 5 in points, for a few years in a row, and he got that cheap shot by Matt Cook and really never played again.
Yep, that's a good analogy right there.
Yep. Okay, so let's do this one here. Is there a national premium applied to cards at the show? For some dealers, yes. Are cards more expensive than it was a local show? It very much depends on the item, because there are dealers who have enough inventory that actually want to sell. Are there other dealers though that like legitimately are like, oh man, the tables are really expensive, I got to get my money back, and therefore, yeah. But there's plenty of stuff, I assure you, at the national. Again, some dealers are going to be crazy, but that's at every show. That when we go to the expo, there's some dealers who like have a disconnect from reality. It doesn't matter what it is. Like it's $100 card. You have a $500 sticker on it. You're not getting $500.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even
Yeah.
meeting you halfway. Like this ain't happening. Like this golf will not be eclipsed. And then you'll go down the table, some table, and the guy will have it for $85. Sure, great, sounds good.
Yeah, that's the problem with the expo is everybody spends their money in the first 2 rows, and then after that, it's like, oh, I could have got that cheaper over there.
Yeah, you have to be willing. You have to be willing to take the chance, because now if it's a rarer piece or it's something that's
Yeah.
tougher to come by, like you have to make a decision. You have to really think about it. Most stuff though is available. Most stuff, like, you'll find it on a couple of tables. It's not a big deal. Just pick your spots and walk around.
When you get into the vintage collectibles, it's a little bit different. Even vintage cards, it's the availability that you're really running into.
I went up there with a list, and as soon as I saw these things that that was on the list that were in good condition, I'm like, I'm that's it. I got it. I've been searching for this. That Bobby Orr decal. I searched for that for years on eBay, locally, nothing. Well, the first one I saw, I gave the guy $100 for it.
Yeah.
See,
there you go.
And then I ended up trading it to your friend Bobby for even a better one, plus a couple of extra bucks.
Yeah, that worked out.
Yeah, it worked out great because I gave him that card and plus gave him like $20 or something, and I got even a better one.
Sure. Yeah, it worked out well.
He's a great guy. I like him. I forgetting his name at the moment, but he's a great guy.
Bill Forget.
Yeah, super nice guy.
He's from
I'm
Nova
glad
Scotia.
I gave him a bunch of money, and I was happy to do so.
You did buy a bit from him, yes, true enough.
Yep, happy to do it. He's a super nice guy.
Those
There
are
you
kind
go.
of fun deals that the show is really good for. And some guys are willing to deal like that. Upgrade, downgrade, whatever, just to offset. Sure.
I think in that situation with him being friends with you helped me out a ton. So that was very that was a bonus.
I'll get my
There you
kickback one day, I know.
You got a hearty thank you.
Oh, that's it. I forgot. Yeah.
Well, if he had said a hearty handshake and a pat on the back, then you would have sold it. But you got to upgrade from a hearty thank you.
Yeah.
Marcel Deano's like the French Pete Rose of hockey. They look like brothers. I don't really think they look alike.
They have that short. Yeah, they do. I think so.
I don't think in the face. Like I seen Pete, like some of the images. Like Pete looks very different.
They have both of them
Eric,
have
as the
interesting
local
hair.
expert on it, you got to put a little side by side. I need a side by side shot of Pete Rose and Marcel Deano.
They both have very interesting haircuts. Let's just
That's another
one
thing.
That's a different thing. Yeah. So I'll include it here. Justin seems hell bent on coming on. I don't know what he wants to add. I need a thesis, Justin. I need to know what you have in mind, which section you want to try to contribute on. I'll think about it. But
The stock market.
Yeah, exactly. It's like you can't just keep asking and expect me to change my mind on that. Found a Rick Martin and Scotty Bowman on a Little Caesars promotional mini poster for $12 combined. Cool, very nice.
Oh,
But no
nice.
COA. Well, yeah, you're taking your chances for $12 though. You could do worse.
Oh, for $12, you grab it and you just enjoy it.
Yep. Is Canadian bacon real bacon? Yes. Now, mind you, in fairness, I just eat bacon. Mind you, most of the time I'll just eat bacon. But
I don't
Canadian
like
bacon is real bacon.
American bacon, Canadian bacon. I don't like it, so I don't care what it is or what you call it.
No bacon? There you go. There's one player who's famous because he was so small, his strikes was tiny, set records for walks at the time. Are you sure it wasn't that kid that was there? Was a gimmick? Because there was the famous picture with the one time that it was just a little promotional thing. It wasn't like a real thing. Yeah. So are you sure that's not the one you're talking about? Because that's a different thing.
They brought a little person on, and they pitched, and obviously they couldn't find the strike zone because he was 3 feet tall.
Yeah, and it was because he was a showman. He understood like this is a show, because it wasn't like it wasn't meant to be taken seriously. It's like, no, we're being ridiculous on purpose. That's part of this.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little diffuse axonal injury, no big deal. Facts. Thank you, Will. The hit was so dirty. It was. It was a little bit much. Matt Cook, yeah, absolutely. Concussion CTE changed people. Yeah. Like I said, career was never the same. Eddie Goodell. Thank you for that, Rick. That's who I was thinking of. Concussion CTE changed people for sure. Career was small, one of the few Asian players ever to star in the NHL. And Paul Career was a star. Like for a stretch of time there, he was a star, like a real star.
Oh God, yes.
Yes.
He was a star in college. I saw him play in the final, the Frozen Four, as they call it. When he was with UMaine. and he dominated that, and they won the national championship that year because it was a man playing with boys. I mean, it was just so easy for him. The college
And it
level.
was impressive also because when he did score 50 goals in the NHL, he was also a flashy player, like a high skill player, super high skill. And there was a moment in time where he was one of the biggest stars in the league.
Yep.
He was a hit. If you pulled a great Paul Correa insert at that time period, that was a hit and a big one. And it's just a shame. Like I said, they never got a chance to really finish it because imagine if he and Timu had been able to continue to be healthy and both continue playing for a while longer. Timu had a good full career, but Paul Correa never was. Like I said, he played, and he was still okay, but it wasn't the same.
I wish he didn't get stuck in Anaheim. I think he, if he played for an original six team or a big market team, that would have been great. But to throw a talent like that, him and Timo in Anaheim, and you have to understand back then Anaheim, they still had those ridiculous uniforms from the
Not a Mighty Ducks fan.
Yeah, the Disney version. I mean, it was
They were owned by Disney.
Yes, it was tough to be a hockey fan and see these unbelievably talented players dressed like that and being a pawn for the Disney factory. I would have loved to have seen those guys play for better teams, bigger market, stronger fan base, more history.
Well, Anaheim eventually did win the cup.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
So it's one of those things like, and Timu was there for it, so he was able to be a part.
Yep.
And good for him. It was like a full circle thing. He was able once he got to Anaheim, he was a star there for them after Winnipeg, and he eventually did get to hoist a cup with that franchise. So it was good for him. This is a fun question. Bob says, but here's the key: what's the worst gimmick? I have a bunch of ones that I can think of that has gotten over. So this is a bad gimmick that actually worked. So it's like, ooh, and that's harder. Like I'm trying to think like. Bad gimmicks, tons of them. I got a lot of them right at the front of my head. But I'm trying to think of one that worked that maybe people reacted to or that. Just trying to think because you got a lot of the costume guys, and though some of that stuff was pretty dumb.
Well, I mean, you just
you know what?
Go ahead.
You know what? The Bushwhackers. The Bushwhackers was really a stupid gimmick, but the crowd reacted.
George the Animal.
George the Animal Steel. There's a good one. But but the Bushwhackers. And there was a time period where the Bushwhackers would come out, they do their thing with their arms, and they were idiots, and they were meant to be. Now, those two wrestlers wrestled a hardcore style before they came to the WWF at that time. I think they were called the Sheep Herders, is what they went by.
Oh my god!
But but here's the thing: it's a dumber name. But you didn't mess with the Sheep Herders because they were crazy. Like they like all their matches were bloody. Like it was like hardcore matches, left, right, and center. When they were the Bushwhackers, it was like the PG version of it because they were out there. They didn't look like they bathed and they like licked each other's heads. And it was the whole thing was screwy, but they were like, the pay was good. So we'll do it. Like they were businessmen. They understood like, yeah, okay. You want us to do this crap? Sure. We'll do it. But the crowd ate it up. It worked. Like that, I would think would be like the first one that I would think of. The worst gimmick that did work. If it's just worst gimmick though, that's 1,000 times easier for me. Like, but that would be the first one I think of. Maybe I can think of another couple, but that's the first one that comes to mind.
The one that I'm going to stick with is Socko.
I think that's a good call.
I'm not.
The thing though is Socko an independent gimmick though to Mick Foley?
That's just horrible.
It is horrible, but like, is that independent of Mick Foley though? Because technically it's just Mick Foley.
Yeah, well,
with a sock.
Yeah, I that's what I'm going with.
All right. So we'll see if we can think about it. If any of you in the chat want to throw a couple out, like I have to think about it, but the key is that it worked. It has to have worked.
You don't like bacon?
No.
Are you kidding?
One of my favorite movies is Pulp Fiction, and I really fell in love with it.
A good movie, by the way.
Oh, I
think so.
From the second I saw it,
Your bacon take is questionable, but the Pulp Fiction is a good movie.
I don't dig on swine.
I got a butt belly. Anyways,
I don't eat animals that eat and root in their own shit. You know, I could do the whole movie. I know line for line the whole film. So, yeah, I don't dig on swine.
Huh. All right. Your loss. Our game.
Pigs
I'm
are
gonna
a
leave it-
filthy animal. They have no personality.
The First Testament said that. Who cares?
There you
The
go.
Second Testament backed it up. So we're good.
There you go. Yeah, should have avoided the Hem Club more. Maybe remember more. Fair enough, Tom.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'll leave this to you, Bobby. Do you want to put up with Justin tonight?
Probably just wants to get in on the conversation. What time is it? It's 11:30. I think I would wait till 11:32 to let him in, because I got a show and tell.
Oh, there you go. Bold move. Let me read a couple of these comments, and then you can do your show and tell.
Sure.
Was the choke knock block? No. Paul Curry was using the hobby. Agreed. Looking at older Becky, he was right up there with that. That's what I mean. Like at the time, like he was a hit. If you pulled, if Korea in that late '90s period, he was right there.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Stevens wrecked both Korea and Lindros. Yes, he did. Yep. He basically wrecked both those guys. I barely fought hockey and remember Korea. Yep. Yep. And he was a young star. He was a 50 goal scorer. He had skill, tremendous skill. He was really good.
I remember that day too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, wasn't Gaborik a hit for a while too? Yeah, Gaborik was pretty good. Not like Korea though. Like Korea really was impressive for what he did, but Gaborik was a good goal scorer for a bit there. Lindros got a pneumothorax. Yeah, was found passed out on a tub of ice. Probably would be dead if someone didn't walk in on him. Okay. Don't remember that one, but sure. Dude Love, yeah, but that's still Mick Foley. But I guess, mind you, anything Mick Foley did at that point would have worked. But, a good callback. Good callback. Lex Luger. It should have worked more. It should have. It didn't really, though. The Bushwhackers, yes, they were. I agree. Nasty Boys, I don't think they were ever over. Hacksaw Jim Duggan's a good call. That was kind of a dumb one. That's kind of a dumb one, yeah. Yep, Sheep Herder's huge in Australia, very much so. Santino's Cobra Sock, but we're kind of back on... But we're kind of back to the, like, does it count like the sock puppet thing? Do we count that? Like, I
don't even know what a Santino's Cobra Sock is, but if it's anything like Socko, then
I know Ed the Sock.
Ed the Sock was good though. I like Ed the Sock.
You like it? He was sarcastic.
Yeah, he was a bastard. They also had him host things on Much Music as well, and then he had his show. Actually, one of the folks that I knew at elementary school ended up being one of the dancers on the Ed the Sock show.
Oh,
yeah, she did it for a while. Yep.
Nice. And the sock was the sock that was a sarcastic in it.
And he was like a sock puppet with a cigar. Yeah. But there would be times though that he would do like little specials for Much Music though, and it was like music related, and he would make fun of the thing, but some of it was really clever. I think he did a very good job with that character for a while there. He was actually a big star of Much Music. They did a lot of stuff with him for a bit.
Yeah, he was sarcastically really good.
Yeah. Bushwhacker arm thing. Not today. Now Justin's getting demanding. I don't like that. I'm not feeling the demanding. You don't get to ask me to let you in. I didn't see please. Did I see please there? I didn't see that.
I didn't see it.
Rejection.
You had your chance, bro.
Yeah, telling the WWF wrestling from 30 years ago wasn't real, allegedly. Santino for the win. Yeah, Santino did very well. That was kind of a dumb gimmick too, though. But he was playing like an overly stereotyped Italian. But it did get over. So that is the second part of it is met. I do agree with that.
Is he new? Is he old? I don't even know him.
Santino, he's not old, but he also I think he started like 10 years ago, maybe a little over 10 years ago. He had a good run there where he's actually a Canadian. He's a guy who studied in MMA and stuff, and his whole gimmick was that he was like this stereotypical Italian guy with the bad accent and everything, but he was purely a comedy character for the majority of it. But it's funny is that the guy actually trained in MMA, and he actually has an MMA gym. So like he's a legit dude who can fight if he wants to, but his whole claim to fame was being this goofy comedy character.
Well, they always had those. Who's the other? Razor Ramon?
Razor Ramon was comedy-ish, but it was basically a ripoff of Scarface. It was like a wrestler Scarface.
He was, yeah.
Like he was a Tony Montana ripoff, right down to the vernacular, the whole 9 yards. And he did it on purpose, and Vince didn't watch a movie, so he didn't realize at first that it was a Scarface ripoff. He had to explain it to him after. He's like, this is Tony Montana. And he's like, what's Tony Montana? It's like, get out more.
Yeah.
That point, I can't help you.
You're right.
Big Van Vader's a good one. I don't think that was a bad gimmick, though, because he's actually going to the WWE, their fake little Hall of Fame. Big Van Vader, the guy, was actually a college athlete who was also he actually did play in the NFL, and then he got an injury and then ended up going to wrestling. But he was a guy who was like 350, almost 400 pounds at his apex, but he could do a moonsault. And he was also a super tough guy, so he went out in Japan and became a big star as Big Van Vader. But he came out with this gigantic mastodon head, and then he would take it off, and then he just beat the crap out of his opponent. But then he came to North America, and he was still Vader, and it was the whole thing Vader time, but he was just this big dude who could do these moonsaults and actually move around the ring pretty good for a guy pushing 400 pounds.
I remember the face mask, but I don't remember what you just were talking about.
That was mostly in Japan. So that was when he basically went by Big Van Vader. I'll see if I can find it. He
had like a leather face mask on.
Yeah, that was later.
There's a lot of big guys like Yokozuna. He was huge.
Yep.
And they moved around pretty good considering.
But you know what the best part about the whole Yokozuna thing? Yokozuna, Samoan.
I know. What happened?
Everybody, Vince is like, close enough. He's definitely not Asian. He's definitely not Japanese, Vince. Not 0% Japanese. All right, so here, I think this will be a good visual representation. So this is one of the things that he was doing with the big helmet. So he would come to the ring with this and then take it off when he started wrestling. He wouldn't wrestle with that, but it was part of his presentation. He would come to the ring with this gigantic mastodon helmet, and that was part of his deal. Okay. And he really got over in Japan. He was a huge star because he was a 3-time He was a 3-time heavyweight champion in Japan. He wrestled main events at the Tokyo Dome, and he was he was there at one of the first big Tokyo Dome shows. And they got like 30 or 40,000 people to watch him wrestle in the main event against their champion. He was the first big monster gaijin guy because look, he was a big dude back then, gigantic, but he could wrestle and he could make his way around it. And he made it look good. He knew the presentation part. He learned it so well. He did a great job with that.
When he took that mask off, was he wearing the other mask underneath?
I think in Japan he didn't have that leather mask yet. Or he might have had a primitive version of it. That became a thing later once he kind of dropped the bigger helmet. Because the bigger helmet, remember, in Japan, you really want to be very theatrical. You want to be theatrical in North America, but the Japan crowds appreciate that you go the extra mile to do. Just imagine, you got this gigantic dude who's 350, 400 pounds, legit. And he's a big dude in every way. Like, he's strong as an ox. But he comes in with this gigantic mastodon helmet, coming down to the ring, being this brooding monster. And he's just going to go throw his opponent around the ring for the match. It's a great presentation. He was huge at that time, especially. So let's see here. College newspaper reviews were very in-depth for Pulp Fiction. All of us written is it's good, damn good, go see it.
You got that right.
Valid. Vader was super over, very much so. Vader Moonsault was impressive in WCW. Yep, 100%. MLB teams that travel to Toronto have to put unvaccinated players on a restricted list, I heard. Could be. I'm not going to worry about that for another month or so. The model, Rick Martel. I like Rick Martel.
He was Canadian, wasn't he?
Yeah. I don't think I like them. I like the gimmick. I just don't think it was ever over. I think it was good. I think it was a good gimmick, but I don't think they ever took it seriously, and I don't think people took it seriously. He would get a little reaction, but it wasn't anything crazy. I actually thought the gimmick was okay, but they never took it seriously enough to make it interesting. They probably could have if they wanted to. Again, wrestling, you have a choice. You can choose to make somebody look serious or not. Yep. Was Disco Inferno over? At that point, almost everybody was over. Disco Inferno sucked at every point. But I guess he got a reaction. I guess that's valid. Eugene got over. That gimmick was not good. Yeah. I agree with that. What do you guys think about Joe Jackson? He was awesome. Bo Jackson was a phenomenon. So his staying power really comes down to the legend of Bo Jackson. In some ways, the fact his career was cut short kind of helps the legendary status of it. But he was this uber athlete. Very impressive.
His comeback is freaking crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes back his first at bat after not being in rehab for like 2 years or whatever it was. The guy hits a home run on his first at bat back after this horrible injury, and he limps down around the bases because he can't walk anymore.
Yeah.
It's
because it was a hip problem that became a degenerative hip condition, and you don't really come back from that. Like, you can do stuff here and there, but it's like you're not going to be the same.
It's like, all right, guys, I haven't been able to walk. I've had major surgery, but all right, I'm making my comeback, and he just drills one out of the park his first at bat, and then he tries to run, and it is like sad. And you go, this was the best athlete of our generation, and he can barely get to first base. It was an amazing thing to see him coming back and just hitting that out of the park. It was crazy.
Yep. No, I agree with that. Like I said, the staying power, a lot of it is based on the legend, because Bo Jackson's legend continued on afterwards, and the fact that people can talk about a lot of his legendary exploits. And fortunately, we've got tape on a lot of stuff he did, a lot of very impressive stuff. So you're able to see, like, actually, Bo Jackson was really scary good. Imagine the great what if. Imagine if he had been able to actually have a full career and be able to fully realize some of that potential that was already showing. And it was already very impressive. Imagine if he really got to harness it. Focus on baseball or football and really do what he could do. And we saw the full Bo Jackson. That would have been interesting.
He was awesome.
Yeah, IRS and Val Venus with legendary gimmicks. Yeah, Val Venus worked for the Attitude Era. It was a really great gimmick for that era.
He's one of the top 3 reasons why I left WWF and went over to WCW. I just WWF.
You're just not into the big Val Bolsky?
They pushed it too far, and I think I said this before. I'm sitting there watching this as an adult, going, "Yeah, all right, doesn't entertain me." But what disgusted me was seeing middle school kids in the front row, while him and the women, and I'm like, nah, this disgusts me. I can't watch this anymore. So
fair enough.
That was
Eric was part of Right to Censor, if anybody knows that gimmick. Yeah, Vince doesn't watch anything. That's true. The Shockmaster. The Shockmaster was a bad gimmick, but it was never over. it didn't work. The Shockmaster definitely didn't work. How about Zeus and his setup for No Holds Barred?
Oh my God, I remember that.
Brutal. The Red Rooster was trash, but he was one of those weird ones I like to see youngster for some reason. Yeah. And the thing is, Terry Taylor was a good wrestler. Terry Taylor was actually a very good wrestler. The Red Rooster was just stupid. I guess the problem is, so Zeus got a reaction, but he got a reaction because at that point, anybody they paired up with Hogan as like his big foil, they would be built up to be this monster. But it's like, he was never a wrestler. He couldn't actually wrestle. He was an actor, but he looked scary. He looked the part, and he was good as an actor, but he's not a wrestler.
No.
But it was to help promote the movie. So from that sense, I guess it worked to some degree. Haystacks Calhoun. We got to have a Haystacks Calhoun. Earthquake and Typhoon. The natural disasters are pretty good, but I don't know if they ever really accomplished what they wanted to. Red Rooster did not get over. Yep. The Vader Mask would shoot gas out too. Oh, sweet. Well, that adds to the theatricalness of it, right? So you got to have the whole, like I said, the whole presentation. Greatest talker in wrestling. That's an interesting spot.
That's an easy one.
All right, who do you got?
Jake the Snake. Done.
As a psychological talker, yes.
Done.
Jake the Snake knew how to do the cadence. He would actually have some very interesting things to say.
All done. Conversation's over. Can't beat him.
I thank her. If you go pure psychology, I think it would be hard pressed to find somebody better than Jake. But if you're going for the
Jake was is still. I mean, I'm glad he's doing well.
Yeah.
But this is a very damaged individual.
He is.
And he just let it out. He wasn't acting, man.
No, I agree.
He was letting out his evil.
Yeah. I think, though, I'm kind of making sure we have a distinction, though. If you're talking about like a psychological character, saying things, telling a story, doing all that, hard to beat Jake the Snake. He's right at the top of the mountaintop. But Piper was really good.
Oh, absolutely.
And if it's about hyping people up and getting them to the stadium, considering how limited they are, Hogan knew what to do. He did enough. If he had been a bad talker, he would have never been the star he was. It's not like he had profound things to say, but he knew how to get the crowd riled up. He knew how to get them to react. Macho Man Randy Savage knew how to get the crowd to react, and he would have these moments where the promo would go into silliness, but then come back into it because Macho Man, the presentation. But it's strictly like telling a story and really getting you from point A to point B, Jake Roberts is right there. Like he's probably the dude.
Yeah, that's what I say. But, and now there's also, there's definitely a Mount Rushmore, but Jake's the best.
Yeah. And there's a good one here. Bobby the Brain Heenan was an excellent, because he had to do it in commentary and he did it for long stretches of time. So it's, a promo's a promo, but he could cut a promo and spend 2 hours on commentary, having something to say about every match, telling that story and doing all that stuff. Like
Oh,
that's its own category of, hey, that's hard work.
one of the greats, one of the true builders that WWE was built on.
Yeah, Dusty Rhodes was really good as well. Jim Cornette as a manager could talk quite a bit. Ric Flair definitely could do promos, and he could hit his spot. So
Andre the Giant was awesome.
Yeah, as a wrestler, he was a wrestler, but you're not gonna get too many words out of him.
Well,
As an attraction, Andre the Giant though is Mount Rushmore. Like as an attraction, he's a Mount Rushmore guy.
He's Everest all by himself. Now, I don't speak French, but I would be curious.
You barely speak English.
Thank you. Well, he says he didn't say that I don't speak English. He said I barely speak English.
I gave you something.
Yeah, so I appreciate the compliment. I'm wondering what his promos were like in French. So when he went up to Quebec, when he went back home to France, was he able to talk more and really put on the show?
I secretly hope. It would make me so happy if somebody found tape of Andre the Giant delivering a promo in France, and it turns out he's just French Jake Roberts, supremely profound and just psychologically breaking down his opponent before he physically breaks him down. It's like, did you read this transcript? That's some dark shit. What the hell's that?
That's what I'm talking about. So if there's anybody, in the chat that speaks French, fluently and was old enough to appreciate him, was he a good talker in his native language? Was he able to do the job?
In the documentary, you could see that he's speaking French to a commentator when he went back to France, and he was saying just common stuff. It wasn't anything profound or anything.
Yeah, you got to remember though, he wasn't a supremely educated man. He wasn't dumb by any stretch of the imagination. But it's one of those things. Like he started basically working early. The goal was to become a star, do what he needed to do, and take advantage of this condition that made him so much bigger than everybody else. That this is your opportunity. This is your meal ticket. Do this.
Yeah,
I'm glad Paul White had the surgery, because if he didn't, he'd be dead by now.
Yeah. And Paul White is actually a very intelligent guy. He's actually very well spoken when he gets a chance to do stuff, but he also happens to be gigantic. I watched him wrestle at Rico Coliseum in person, and we were far enough away that most people are pretty small. Paul White was still really big. He's a big dude. And you can even see from a distance how much bigger he is than the normal human being as he walks by.
5 years ago, he lost the weight and went into the gym and had abs.
Yeah.
And I mean, he was.
If you go to early WCW, though, he was actually pretty slender, all things considered. He could hit a drop kick. And he's a big dude. It's all right, that's kind of impressive. Not bad. Well done, sir.
He's put the weight back on, but about 5 or so years ago, he was unbelievable.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is wrestling anymore.
Yeah,
when he did it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to at this point. He's good. He's good doing his thing, and he contributes in his own way. Hogan was pretty good, but very repetitive, and that was a product also of. Here's what's interesting. If you ever get a chance and you want to see it, it's not going to be the highest level, but if you want to see Hogan's moveset and a lot of the promos he did were simplified because that was the WWF product at the time. Go check out some of the stuff that Hogan did in Japan while he was WWF champion, and while he was doing that. Suddenly his moveset would elevate. Suddenly he had other moves in his repertoire other than punch, clothesline, leg drop. In Japan, their expectation is no, you better be able to wrestle. Because he had done wrestling in Japan previously. He had actually trained in dojo. He actually knew some wrestling. But in WWE, it's we only need you to have about 5 moves. That's all I need you to do. Do that, hit the leg drop, everybody goes home happy, cheer. And it was dumbed down. It was simplified. But it worked for so long, and they made so much money, and they sold out so many arenas. It's we're going to do what works. But in Japan, it's no, you better wrestle a little bit. All of a sudden, Hogan knows holds, and he's executing some chain wrestling. It's who the hell are you? What did you do to Hulk Hogan? He's he always knew how to do that.
No overpowering hand moves. Oh, yeah.
No, it would not have worked the same way in Japan. Their expectations are different. You need to actually wrestle a little bit.
Yeah.
So as the comeback game in Comiskey and left field bleachers, it was super cool for the Bo Jackson thing. Very nice, JR. Sting ripping off the Crow gimmick got over big, and Sting was already huge. Yeah, he evolved, and it worked very well for him.
Crow's so much better than what he was before.
Yeah, Surfer Sting had a very limited shelf life. Surfer Sting was very early 90s. It was late 80s, early 90s, but that was the cutoff. It was going to die a slow death if he didn't adapt. And it was smart of him to adapt. He did a good job.
Yeah, no, Crow Sting is so much cooler than Surfer Sting.
Yeah.
Yep. So Bob here acknowledges. Yep. Here you go. Bob says Eric has a point. Enjoy. There's a point for you.
Oh.
Shawn
Bob's usually making fun of me, so I'm gonna take
I
that.
would take that as a double compliment. It's like he's a tough critic.
That's
He's
like 2
he's not
points.
giving you for free. He's not
That's
giving
like
it to you
2
for
points.
free.
It's from Bob. It's 2 points.
That's right. Yep. Shawn Michaels, good talker. Yep. Ric Flair, absolutely. Bobby Heenan, yes, no doubt. The Ziggy Paul Victoggers, high praise. Ultimate Warrior, settle down, Bob. Settle down.
Ultimate Warrior never should open his mouth.
Yeah, biggest over was the fewest words uttered in promos. No, he said a lot of words, Tom. Most of them weren't coherent, but he said words. Have a good night, Paul. Take it easy.
See ya, Paul.
Yeah. All these guys don't hold a candle to Rock. He kind of changed everything with speaking. Now, here's an interesting thing. Here's a hot take.
Oh, hot take.
I love The Rock. I appreciate The Rock. His promos don't hold up. They don't hold up. They're not. His charisma's there. His delivery is fantastic. Obviously, if he was able to go into movies and do all that. His delivery is top tier. But if you go look at some of the stuff from the Attitude Era, it's always basically like, you're funny looking. It'd be a variation of that. Or like, oh, it's like you look stupid. It doesn't matter what your name is. And it would just keep doing it over and over again. It was like, it doesn't hold up. In the Attitude Era, when it was relatively new and we didn't have it, it worked fine. Funny enough, I think his best run was towards the tail end. After he had started doing movies, he did a feud with the Hurricane, which was a dumb gimmick. Here's a dumb gimmick that got over: the Hurricane, the little fake superhero thing. That was a dumb gimmick that actually got over.
No idea who that is.
Google Hurricane and Rock because they did promos together. They did a little mini feud. The Hurricane was a much lower guy on the card. He was never meant to be like a big guy, but The Rock decided to work with him. So they did a little gimmick, even though The Rock is like on many tiers higher. The two of them together were kind of very comedic, but it was an antagonistic thing where the Hurricane and The Rock actually ended up doing a match together. But they did these little promos backstage, and The Rock was super entertaining. It wasn't just the standard catchphrases, although he'd throw some in there, but they would go back and forth. And the Hurricane has some dumb catchphrases. He'd throw them at The Rock. And then he and The Rock ended up arguing over who's the better superhero, him or the Scorpion King. So the Hurricane or the Scorpion King. This is around the time of his movie coming out. So it was topical at the time, but it was actually very funny. But you can also hear the crowd reacting to this because the exchange back and forth between them was very entertaining. This was a time when The Rock could do a thing with him. They're talking for 10 minutes. Nothing is happening. And the crowd is engaged watching them on a screen talk backstage. And the crowd is still responding. And The Rock had a good sense of timing. So he'd go and be like, it's like, you do not cheer. It's like, do not laugh at The Rock's jokes. And then the crowd would react to that too. So at that point, he was already at the top of his game. He understood how to play the crowd very well. And they worked in that. That was a lot of fun. That was towards the tail end. So that was one that I would give you. And the other one that I would give you.
And I think he was really good at that during his height. I think he embarrassed himself with the Super Bowl.
Yeah, well, the Super Bowl is just him doing standard Rock shtick. It's nothing unusual.
No, but I mean, he didn't even do do you smell what The Rock is cooking? I mean, nothing.
I don't think the Super Bowl wanted that.
It was so bad. It was so bad.
You realize the Super Bowl has to sign off on that, right? Like, they actually have a say in what he's going to say.
What's wrong with this? Do you smell what The Rock is cooking about? Let's start the game.
They're not going to do it.
But
They would never have signed off on it.
Why? What is there a hidden meeting? I don't know
WWE probably owns it.
Maybe.
You don't think they don't own the line?
And you don't think they want The Rock out there saying that stuff? It makes them money.
You'd be surprised how
They don't have to
short-sighted
pay them.
Vince is.
And you don't
He'd
have to
probably
pay
ask them for money.
$1 million a minute.
Yeah, he'd ask for more than that. He asked for $50 million from the Saudi government, and they thought Yokozuna was still alive.
I know. Yes.
Like, just to be clear. But anyway, what I'll say, so that was one, and one other I'll recommend to a few folks here. Again, towards the tail end, he came back as Hollywood Rock. He did a little bit where he was, pompous because of Hollywood. and he did a feud with Hulk Hogan, where he did a lot of talking in backstage vignettes via satellite. Not bad. That was a lot. Honestly, I thought it was better stuff. I thought Hollywood Rock was way more fun than Catchphrase Rock. Hollywood Rock is still kind of entertaining. Catchphrase Rock, it has aged badly. It has aged very poorly. That's just my opinion. That is my hot take.
Hot take.
Yep. No, sorry, Dustin. Justin, you took about this the wrong way. Sorry. Overruled. The Rock is vastly overrated. Now, that's a hot take. I think as a whole, yeah. His promos are mad libs. For a while there it was. Again, in the 90s it worked. But it didn't age well. Like it's soured after a while. Stone Cold was excellent. Stone Cold was very good. And he got really good later on in his career. After he actually had the neck injury, he got really good at being able to okay, I'm going to come out here with the microphone and I'm going to control the crowd. I'm going to react to what you're doing and then I'm going to do all this stuff and I'll get you to respond. He was really good at that.
Yeah, he did. He really did. He had he had them in the palm of his hand. Now, did I hear from you or someone else that he might be wrestling again?
He was pitched to do a match. I think he's turned down the match, and I think it's going to be a confrontation with Kevin Owens. And I think what they'll do is they'll get in the ring, get in each other's faces, and Stone Cold will hit him with a stunner, and that'll be how those. Because they're doing it in Texas, so
he's 50-something years old.
Yeah, pushing 60.
He's got 2 blown out knees
and a bad neck
and a broken neck.
Yep.
This is not somebody, and he hasn't wrestled in 10 years.
Oh, more. I think he last wrestled in 2003.
So,
might have been.
What kind of shape? This is not something that should happen.
That's Vince McMahon desperately wanting to sell tickets at Cowboy Stadium.
It's they want him to come out to be a special guest referee and hit a stunner on somebody. You can't. This guy cannot be in a match. He cannot. He's not a main eventer. He can't put himself through that. He can't do it.
It was WrestleMania 19, because I was trying to think back. It was WrestleMania 19. That was the last time he wrestled, and that was many years ago, probably 20 years ago. WrestleMania 19. That was back in 2003. Yeah, okay, so I was right. 2003. Okay. So pushing 19 years?
Yeah. This you can't do. I don't know if he's hard up on money. He just likes the fame.
Eric, he said no.
Okay.
Stone Cold. The reason I said confrontation is that Stone Cold was like, no. If you really want me to come in, I'll do a confrontation. A confrontation is we'll jaw jack back and forth. Kevin Owens, by the way, is really good on the microphone, so they can make fun of each other. And then he'll hit him with the stunner and pour beer on himself and be done with it and walk out.
Well, so is he already involved in a confrontation with this guy?
They basically shoehorned it in. For weeks they alluded to Kevin Owens making fun of Texas. Oh, I hate Texas. Texas sucks. It's the worst. And then in the most recent one, from what I understand, he basically called out Stone Cold Steve Austin. And in an online promo, Stone Cold Steve Austin says, all right, I'll see you at WrestleMania. But it's not a match. Stone Cold Steve Austin doesn't need, to that point, he doesn't need the money. And for him, he's
drive the beer truck down again and hit him with the hose.
He could. But the point is that Stone Cold, there were a couple of times where Stone Cold would have considered it, maybe about 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Like there were some opportunities around then that if they had put together the right match for him, he would have come back for one match against the right guy at the right time in the right setup. Sure. But yeah, pushing 60, what for? What possible? For him, it's like, for Vince, it's like, oh, so I'll give you $5 million or whatever amount he's offering. It's like, why?
Maybe it's like the old timers games. Just want to get out there again.
Well, what it is though, in all honesty, my opinion is this.
Ego.
Vince has realized that at this point, he has done such a piss poor job of promoting his own guys that he has to reach into the back thing. It's like, what legend do I have to trot out next? Who do I got left on the Rolodex that I haven't already done? I've already done Undertaker the last several years a bunch of times. Can't do that again. Shawn Michaels, I dragged him out of retirement for a match in Saudi Arabia for millions of dollars. That was a disaster. Who else I got? Who else haven't I been able to get back? Stone Cold Steve Austin is like your last guy. And they desperately, I don't know if they'll be able to pull it off, they desperately want to get, not this year's WrestleMania, because he's busy, he's doing other things. They desperately want to get The Rock for next year's WrestleMania. The Rock is pushing 50. You
He's
keep relying
incredible.
on these
He's
older
in-
guys.
Yeah,
Stop
but
it.
But he is in incredible shape.
Yeah, but he's in
And
incredible movie shape. That's different than get in the ring and do. The last time he was in the ring doing a couple things with John Cena, he actually got hurt in the one match he did with him.
Did he? Okay.
Yeah, like he actually got injured. So the movie guys are like, "You're not wrestling a match, bro. You're worth too much. You're going to be Black Adam. You're going to do this, that, and the other. We're going to pay you $30 million to be Black Adam. Your job is to look like $1 million in a ring, moving around the ring a little bit. You could get hurt about 80,000 ways, and that's going to cost us money because we have to insure it for the movie that you can't suddenly appear for."
Right.
Yeah, they got him booked up to what, Fast and Furious 15? I don't know.
Trust me, at this point, he's booked up until 2038. Okay?
Probably.
He's busy. And after that, he'll go probably try to become president. Like, he's busy. He's got other shit to do. He doesn't need you. And he also doesn't need your money. The Rock has plenty of money.
Oh my God, yeah.
So it's like, that's what makes it funny. Is like, good luck with that. You're offering a guy who doesn't need you and doesn't need your money. What are you going to offer him? We'll help promote your movie. My movies already do fine. Thank you. Your help is not required. So here, just for 357. Universal DH would keep him around longer. It helps that all the teams would be available. I think he'll come back for 1 year for sure. Again, it's whether a team would sign him or not. But he played well in the second half of last year. 2? I'll say 2. If he really, really pushes it, I would recommend not. If you really insist on it, you can try 1. But if he wants to get to 700 home runs, he might have to try to get 2. So that's my answer to that question. I don't mind The Rock these days, but I hate it when he did the "Can you smell what The Rock is cooking?" Yeah, it's not going to work too much for now. And again, I think WWE actually owns it. I think Vince would try to extort them for money. Vince McMahon is short-sighted enough that he thinks he's losing a war to his own minor league. Yes, absolutely. And long story short, Eric, so the way you can look at it, they owned their own separate promotion called NXT. They reached a point where NXT was producing a better product than their main show. So Vince's solution, rather than, maybe I should learn from this and adjust my ways, he removed the guy in charge who had built up this thing that was actually getting better reviews than his own show, and then dumbed it down so it was basically a low-rent minor league version of his regular show, and then enjoyed the results. So it's like, well, the show sucks now. It was good before. It's like, but now it's got our production on it. Yeah, it's shitty, like your regular show. Whatever. Good luck. Yeah, I heard The Rock and Vin Diesel are great friends. Yep.
I don't believe that's true.
No. That feud is the reason he will not be back in Fast and Furious.
Well,
He may do a couple more spin-off movies, but
they
not
did spin-off
not
movies, right?
Yeah. And by the way, he doesn't need the rest of them. He doesn't need Vin Diesel. He's fine. Stone Cold going to give him a KO stunner. Yep. And dump beers on him. That's right. Yeah. He's in decent shape for a guy pushing his 60s. I agree with that. Notice when Vince needs to draw, he has all the old guys. Yeah. That's why he kept bringing back Goldberg. Goldberg's garbage, but he kept bringing it back. Yep. Yeah.
And he's older than Stone Cold.
Goldberg.
I don't know.
I think Goldberg's younger than Stone Cold.
Yeah, I would say.
And not by much. Like, it would be pretty close. Hold on.
Like
Okay.
5 years or something. Got to be.
Okay, so Goldberg is 55. Goldberg's 55. Okay.
Stone
And
Cold's
Stone
pushing
Cold.
60, right?
He's real
59?
close. I feel like he's real close. 57. So he's 57. So it's about a 2-year difference.
2 years. Yeah.
They're pretty close, but like Steve Austin is a broken neck 57. There's a little difference. At least Goldberg was relatively healthy when he left the regular day-to-day, relatively speaking. He was in much better shape when he left the business the first time. Stone Cold was very much done.
You can pretty much wrestle with any other injury except a broken neck.
Sell it to Kurt Angle.
You know,
He wrestled in amateur wrestling with a broken freaking neck.
he won the Olympics with a broken neck, and that was probably stupid, but you know,
It was.
whatever.
And then he went into professional wrestling.
Yeah.
And
But
additional injuries for that.
so I guess I shouldn't have said, can't. I should say shouldn't. You could probably get away with any other injury, masking it, and because it's fixed and everything, and the guy you're working with can arrange it so that. But a broken neck, that's like you're done. You're a commentator now. Bye.
Well,
Once a year, you can hit someone else with a chair, but that's it.
Well, here's the thing, though. Like, I agree that you should be done, But tell it to, like I said, tell it to Kurt Angle, who wrestled. He won the Olympics in '96, and he retired
Atlanta.
2 years ago.
Mhm.
Like,
Yeah.
do the math. And Stone Cold broke his neck in a match against Owen Hart,
Right.
and that was before he won his first world title. So he didn't retire for like another 6 or 7 years after that. So it's like, and then when he retired, he needed to retire, but like he kept going for another 6 or
Yeah,
7 years.
I mean, it was very weird to see at the time this guy with 2 knee braces on. You just never saw that in
Yeah.
professional wrestling.
Yeah, and he
You
needed
know?
it. It wasn't a gimmick. He needed
And
it.
guys wearing 2 knee braces.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh my god.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah. So Paul here says when Stone Cold learned he was losing, he said no. I'm going to look into it a little bit. Honestly, I'm sure he would. I don't think they would put Kevin Owens over Stone Cold. It'd be pointless. In Texas, why bother? Because then you'd have to have another match, and like I honestly don't think it'd be worth his time at this point. Like at 57, with a lot of miles on your with a lot of miles. Why? Even if you like Kevin Owens and want to do something with him, whatever, you can do the confrontation or whatever. That's fine. Hit a stunner, send everybody home happy, make an easy payday. That's fine. Is the Royal Rumble one of the best innovations in wrestling? I think it's a great match. It wasn't really an innovation, though. It was basically a modification of the Battle Royal. Because in the Battle Royal, you start off with everybody in the ring and then throw them over the top rope. That was the Battle Royal. The Royal Rumble was a modification. You basically say, okay, so instead of starting with everybody in the ring, we'll start with 2, and then at intervals, we'll bring in another person, another person, another person. It adds another element to it. I do think it was an improvement on the Battle Royal concept. So I agree with that. I just don't know if it qualifies as a full-scale innovation. It's like, I invented the car. That's an innovation. I invented power windows. That's an improvement on the design. It helps, but it's not on the same level of like you reinvented the wheel out here. No, it's an add-on. It's a cool add-on.
Accoutrement.
Yeah.
Oh.
I see Goldberg doing Dodge Donut Maker commercials. He's coming back. Maybe he'll do crypto.com.
Maybe.
That's where the money is, my friends. Look, Fanatics has a very limited window. I know they're getting into this NFT business. Look, I told you. Josh Luber, sign the check.
Please.
Just saying.
As big as, and then because Carlos will then be as big as Star Wars and Disney.
Oh, I'm way closer to Star Wars and Disney than Positive Porcupine.
Star Wars and Disney, right there.
Like I said it offline, but I'm going to repeat it. I do appreciate it that at the very least, Eric in his attempts did at least keep the alliteration. Sure. All of them have to have the alliteration. He did make sure to do Poopy Pony. So that I give him credit for this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Rock tore his pec off the bone. That was the injury. It was actually a really bad injury. Like I said, you're not coming back from that. You can get hurt so many ways, so many easily. You're worth too much. The insurance for the movie people to do it, like, we're not letting you in the ring. You want to go in there, cut a promo, hit a guy with a rock bottom and walk out? Cool, no problem. You want to wrestle a 10-minute match? Hell no, son. Hell no. You're worth way too much money to us that way. NWO for life. That's right. Big E broke his neck on SmackDown tonight. Hadn't heard about it. Okay, I'll check it in. I'll check it out. That's really bad because Big E's a big guy. If he hurt his neck, that's not a good injury to have. That's a very bad injury.
I mean, did they have to stop the show, put him in a neck brace, and wheel him out?
It's WWE. He could die, and they probably wouldn't stop the show.
Oh,
Not that happened before. It did happen before. A guy died. Owen Hart died, and they didn't stop the show. I saw that show live, by the way. They didn't stop the show.
I remember it clearly, unfortunately.
Yep. Over the Edge, 1999. So do you think the UFC is real estate? It's real. You can set up the matches. I wish the Fertitta brothers were still involved because they were actually really good at setting matches. If you want to talk about the silliness of if you want to talk about the over-the-top theatrics leading into the fight, yeah, that's staged. That's to help promote the fight. But once you get inside the octagon and you lose too much to not have a legitimate fight. That's why sometimes you have a good fight. Sometimes you have a little bit of a snooze fest. Because that is the nature of real fighting. Sometimes one guy is simply better than the other one. So it's not competitive. It's not engaging in the fight. But sometimes it is engaging in the fight. That is the nature of actual fighting.
It's staged is is professional wrestling. Fixed is boxing and the long history of boxing being fixed.
That's fair.
So is the question, is UFC fixed or is it staged? It is absolutely
Probably
not
both.
staged. I don't think no.
No, I think Dana White. I think Dana
There's
White
no way it's
knows
staged.
that there is enough money to be made in having real fights. Like if he wanted to fix a fight, Conor McGregor would have won several of his last fights. Like there's more money to be made if Conor McGregor is winning these fights. So if you want to fix it, you fix it for Conor McGregor. That isn't what happened. If you're not going to do it for the big money one, why would you do it for some of the other ones? Like it wouldn't make any sense.
Yeah, but choosing people for opportunities is another part of that.
So
too,
so
right?
that is a different conversation. So
Yeah.
so I don't
Yeah.
think it's fixed to pick opponents for people to help them look good. But the other person is like, no, you can fight. If you can win the fight, good on you. But we feel that the matchup is such that the person we want to win has an advantage. That's different than fixing a fight. Fixing a fight is you go down in the second round.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
that's a leap. I don't think Dana White gets into that other level. I think, but does he understand that he has stars? Does he carefully select certain fights to make sure his star can be showcased? Sure, but the other person is allowed to try to win the fight. It is their job. In fact, if they somehow do, that's an amazing story. Hey, you won a fight. Like that was huge. Amanda Nunes was extremely dominant. She lost her last fight because Juliana Pena was ready, and Amanda Nunes
Yeah.
was not completely ready.
That was a
but-
good fight.
But the rematch will sell.
Oh yeah, big.
So this is not a bad thing. It's like, oh, you know what? It gives Amanda Nunes, maybe she'll be more motivated to come back and try to reclaim her title.
She got tapped out in the last round or something, did she?
I think that was I have to think back, but I think that's right.
It was a really good match. Like
Yeah,
both,
that's what I
like,
mean. Like the money now is in the rematch for both fighters. This is going to be more money for both of them. This is great. This is not a bad thing. This is great. This like, and if Amanda Nunes comes back and she wins the second fight, but if it's close at all, you can have a third fight. You can have a trilogy fight. This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. So there's almost no lose situation. If Juliana Pena wins again, good for her. She solidifies herself as a champion. You beat a dominant champion twice. Amazing. A new star is born. Or Amanda Nunes reclaims her throne. That's a good storyline too. Both are good. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, yeah.
That'll sell a pay-per-view.
different styles, but it was a good fight.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like UFC is a little bit diluted with the amount of shows and things they have. But from
Yeah.
time to time, they can still put together a good fight. When they get the right people against each other, it can be a lot of fun. And sometimes it's not the one you expect. So
Yes, true.
look at the card carefully and choose from there.
Gotcha.
What was the old 3 rings? So it was the War Games. That is one. And they also had, so for 3 rings, Tom, they also, WCW did World War III, which was their battle royal, but in 3 rings, which was unnecessarily overly complicated. So they're like, okay, so you're going to do like almost 3 battle royals simultaneously. Right. And then when enough people get thrown over, then you all go into 1 ring. But you've got 3 rings in the arena, which is really awkward. Yes, it's really stupid. It's really dumb. I like that they tried. They tried a little too hard, but they tried.
Well, having everybody in the ring at the beginning was too mixed up. You didn't get to see a lot of stuff. You were kind of concentrating on one. So much is going on. You're missing a lot of stuff. I think bringing people into the ring was better with the Royal Rumble. Yeah, for sure.
I agree. I think it made it cleaner. It allowed you to move a couple of people. So you never had everybody in the ring at the same time. So it wouldn't get overly cluttered. It didn't get like to be like, there's too many people. I can't see what's going on. You could work the match in a way where like you can clear the ring occasionally to create some space and allow yourself to get to the result you're looking for. Yeah, CM Punk was an excellent talker as well. He still is very well. UFC's not staged. Colby fought for a couple rounds, getting punched in the face, have his jaw broken. Plus, they wouldn't have 3 Nigerian-born champs right now if it's staged. Usman is a beast, but not charismatic. Yeah, the best fighters win. In UFC, it's the best fight. That's why sometimes a person who would be the dominant champion, you want them to go on a win streak, and then they get stopped. We talked about Ronda Rousey in previous weeks in the past. Ronda Rousey was a marketable star. They had a star. And then she got her head kicked off from Holly Holm, and then got destroyed by Amanda Nunes, and then she's out of the sport. If you're fixing it, you're not doing that. You would have a redemption arc. You would have her beat some people and then maybe come back on a title fight if you're going to fix it. But if it's fighting, they were better.
If you're smart, it's a short-lived career.
Yeah.
to go into acting or whatever she's getting into, which she did a little bit anyways. So she had more things to move on to, which is good. Some of those women will never, ever. But Ronda Rousey, she was hot, sexy. She still is.
Oh,
And
yeah.
she's on shows and cameos and doing a lot of different things. So
Well, she's back in WWE now. She's back in WWE doing.
Oh, is she
another run.
back?
Yeah, she's back doing another run.
She's
Yep.
still
She'll be
doing
in one of the main events at WrestleMania. That'll be coming up. She'll make money. She'll do okay.
oh,
So,
money's
she'll be fine.
Like
She'll be good.
carrying on Piper's legacy.
Yeah, well, Piper gave her the blessing for that, so they roll with it. Yeah,
I understand all that. Yep.
yeah.
So,
So
I'm just asking if is she still doing it?
Mhm.
Is that still her gimmick? Now
that's
she's-
part of it. Yep. Rowdy
she's
Ronda
out-
Rousey. Yep.
She was out for a long time. Now she's back.
And she had a kid. Yep.
Is she continuing with the Piper gimmick?
As far as I've seen, yeah.
Okay.
I'll be honest though. I think she came back mostly for the money. She just wanted to. I think now, in fairness, I don't think she needs the money because she actually lives very simply. She basically has a farm with her husband. They just live on a farm and just hang out and do that. I don't think they're short on cash. They actually live very basic. They don't really have an overly extravagant lifestyle, so I don't think cash is an issue. I think that was another Vince McMahon phone call, like, "Hey, I could really use you to come back and do a thing. I need to sell this WrestleMania." Like literally, he just calls everybody. He's like, "She had a kid like a year ago," and it's like, "Do you really need me back right now?" He goes, "I'll pay you a lot of money." He's like, "I don't really need money." It's like, "It would really be a good favor, and I'll pay you a lot of money." Okay, fine. Vince will literally call anybody at this point just to try to sell. Right now, as far as I understand, they've made the WrestleMania into a 2-night thing. It's at Cowboy Stadium. It's 100,000 capacity. They're like half sold for both days, and they've given tickets away.
Mhm.
They're struggling to put butts in seats because you've made no stars.
Yeah, it's not WrestleMania 3 anymore.
Yeah. The thing is, you can get away with it if you're making stars, if the product is hot. In 1998, you could have sold 200,000 seat stadiums. You could have. But you had The Rock, you had Stone Cold Steve Austin, and even the guys underneath were also popular. They were all getting reactions. Not today. You got Roman Reigns. That's it. And Brock Lesnar. Rich Holland gave more to the rights. Is that? Yeah, the first time Holland's done this. Someone. Luckily, other people didn't get hurt. Yep. So Frank, good evening. The touring said it was WCW War Games. That's right. And that's with the cage on top of it. So yes. Yep. Fall Brawl. Yep. What do you think of the year-long suspension for the $1,500 bet? So that's Calvin Ridley. So a year-long suspension for betting on football? Somewhere off of this is Pete Rose's $1,500 lightweight.
I think
Wasn't
in the
Pete Rose?
past-
It was Marcel Dion. Sorry.
yeah. In the past,
Wait, was Pete Rose framed by Marcel Dion?
Maybe. Next.
You went with the Dr. Evil one? Is that where I went with?
He was. He tried to pull it off.
I'm curious now. I'm curious. Was there like a switcheroo? It's like Pete Rose like, I was framed. It was Marcel all along.
He's my stand-in double.
Interesting. Very interesting. So I understand it. For the I'll put the Calvin Ridley in the same category as the Pete Rose thing. There are folks that argue, say, "Oh, Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame." Look, on merits of his playing, yes, absolutely, 100%. But like, I really do believe in I feel like you should be punished for stupidity. There was one rule in baseball. They look the other way about just about everything. One single rule. They literally posted in the dugout. Don't bet on baseball games. Pete Rose broke the one rule.
Yeah.
Like, you could have murdered a man and it would yeah, okay, sure, you're in the Hall of Fame. But you did the one thing. So I'm like, you know what? You kind of deserve this, Pete. Like, you're an idiot. Stop being a moron. So my opinion on the Pete Rose thing is it was so stupid. I kind of want it to be a lifetime ban. You can get in after you die. Your kid can induct you. You get nothing. Sucks to be you. You shouldn't have done it. It was stupid. Calvin Ridley, a year for $1,500, I think is fair. $1,500, in the grand scheme of things, who gives a shit? But in fairness, Calvin Ridley was also an idiot. You're going to jeopardize your NFL career for $1,500? That's stupid. That's so dumb. You deserve to be at least suspended a year.
If he got caught with 1,500, he was doing a lot more.
Sure, but but you still got caught with a $1,500 bet. It's dumb. It's just suspension with you. You're an idiot.
I used to have a much greater negative reaction towards this type of stuff, but now I look at it on the other side of the coin, which is all these sports leagues are all in cahoots with and taking money from gambling now, and 8 different betting agencies and all this stuff. The hypocrisy. I one of the things I just can't stand in life is hypocrisy. And when you have sports betting legalized and it's being advertised on commercials during your games, and there's sponsorship, and you have teams in Vegas, what the hell do you think is going to happen when you get these 20-something-year-old kids with millions of dollars in their pocket and looking to do stupid 20-something-year-old shit? It's like the hypocrisy is ridiculous. Gambling's bad. Oh, by the way, you're now having
Hey, settle down. Gambling's fine.
this
In moderation, sir.
In moderation.
Gamble responsibly.
That wasn't a critique. It was the leagues telling
Good,
the
because I made
players-
good money on the Super Bowl. So shut up. Moving on.
the leagues are telling the players gambling bad, but this company is giving us $8 million, so we're gonna put this gambling sports betting place on the back of your jersey as a sponsor.
No, I get you, but but one key distinction though. One key distinction. That $1,500 bet was made on the NFL. He is an NFL player.
He
Right.
wasn't putting it on roulette.
Yeah, like, so you want to go to the casino? Go nuts. Play roulette, play poker, have fun.
Yeah.
when
Slot machines.
Yeah, when what's his name? Mayweather. So when Mayweather Jr. When he goes out, he makes multi-million-dollar bets on like the Super Bowl and whatever. No one gives a shit. But that's because you're betting on the Super Bowl. Now, in boxing, they're a little more forgiving of it. Like, the fighter could be like, I bet on myself to win.
Well, that's what this kid did.
But it's a one-on-one. No, but this is a team sport because you can impact other people. If it's you physically betting on yourself, so be it. And if you're betting against yourself, then I got questions.
Then it's trouble,
It's like,
yeah.
wait a minute, the fix is in. The fix is in, bros.
You have to bet
But-
yourself to win. You
But here's the
can't-
thing. If Calvin Ridley had been betting on baseball, no one cares. If Calvin Ridley had been betting on basketball, no one cares. If he's betting on the UFC and he made money on the Amanda Nunez losing to Juliana Pena, no one cares. But he bet on the NFL. So I agree with your point. But I don't think it's unfair for the league to be like, don't be an idiot.
Yeah.
There's so many dudes. Did you know there's a lumberjack games? You can bet on that. I don't care. You can bet on darts. I don't care. You can bet on a coin toss. I don't care. But not NFL.
I agree with you 100%. This has been my stance for many, many years about this. And then you had the NBA referees throwing games and all that. This is it's horrible. But you can't keep saying gambling bad and then have a billboard of a gambling company or a casino in the stadium. I just think that's mixed
just
messages.
an ad.
I
don't think the league has said gambling's bad. Like at this point, they're taking the ad money because they don't care about the gambling. What betting on an NFL game as an NFL player brings into question is, would you tank a play to help your bet?
Absolutely.
As soon as
agree
you,
with all
that is the number one thing that gets brought up in that situation. That's the question. Because the second you do it, then you got a problem. Like that's why I gave all those other examples. If you bet on something where you have no control over the outcome whatsoever, why would the league care, really?
Yeah.
There's no prohibition on wagering in general. But it's like, dude, if you play the sport and you're potentially playing in the game that you're wagering on, you have an impact on that. You have insider info.
understand.
You
I
have a
agree.
stake.
I agree. I agree with all that. I've been saying it for years. I've been saying it can't be tolerated. And everything you're saying, I agree with. I just don't like the hypocrisy of, the other side of the coin. I just think it's mixed messages.
I get it.
But
Well,
but
look, it'll all be better when our crypto.com overloads. Look, since Fanatics is failing me. Crypto.com has a lot of money, by the way. They got even more money than Fanatics does. So look, I'll take your check too. I don't care. I don't know who's in charge of Crypto.com, but I'll take it. The point is, it'll be better when they're selling us NFTs. You'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay, good.
So Tom here says we'll see a lot more UFC fighters trying to jump to UWE. We're getting that. We're getting a taste of that. I'll say.
Ones with most charisma, I would say.
Yeah. Junior Dos Santos did a little bit with AEW because they brought him in to do a couple things. He's a fun character, although I don't really think he has a lot of character, but he's a likable guy. And he actually took it pretty seriously for his little run there. He actually looked pretty good in the ring for a guy who has never wrestled really. I think he got taught a couple of moves, but he was able to execute them well, and good on him. The one person I expect will probably get a lot more promotion now will be Paige Van Zandt, who her fighting career is probably realistically over, but as a wrestler, she's got a potential future. It goes under that, like, she's got the right look. She at least had a history in combat sports. She did have some success in combat sports. And if she does well in her training, she is signed on with AEW. So they could definitely market the hell out of her if she is able to apply herself to actually learning the trade.
I think you're going to see more and more of that once people get a reputation and a name for themselves. They're going to say, okay, listen, getting punched in the face is not enjoyable. I can go and do a similar activity, be an athlete, and make, decent money and no longer getting punched in the face.
Yeah.
It's
not a bad deal. If you have any charisma at all, it's not a bad deal.
As someone who's been punched in the face many times in my younger, sillier
10,
days,
11 times today.
That's just from family members, though.
That's what I mean. Like, I just assumed. Look,
Yeah.
I've only met you once in person,
and you wanted
and I
to
just
punch
assumed,
me in the
like,
face, yeah.
I actually
3
want.
days.
I actually
3 days.
wanted the Tanya Harding thing to be like a light day at the office compared to what I had planned for you. We just couldn't get it together.
Mhm.
It's like 15 people with lead pipes, like all the
Couldn't
people
find-
that don't like you,
couldn't
and
find
Marcel,
the-
like, not you too, Marcel. No,
Yes.
He never would have done it. No.
he was the first one to volunteer. We just couldn't get the rest of them together.
Listen,
Said,
I
I got
have
a cane.
I have him on record saying I like this guy. So
He
I
will
would
let-
never do it.
I have a term for you to look up: heel turn. The Marcel Dion heel turn is coming,
No,
my friend.
he would
Don't worry
never
about
do
it.
that to me.
You never saw it coming.
No, he said that he liked me.
I'm sure he did.
And next time he's in town, I bet you money I'm out to dinner with him.
Yeah, he likes to eat.
So Paul here says Cowboy Stadium sell out of its Okada Omega. I don't think so, Paul. I do think the match would get promoted. Well, I guess it depends on what company promotes it. WWE doesn't know how to promote a show. I think if you did an Okada Omega show, so I like the question though. I love the questions, and thank you for that one, Paul. I think that if you had this, you would probably have like an AEW and New Japan Super Show. And I think with international exposure, you could bring some people to come over from Japan that would be very excited to check this out. And you could have a couple other New Japan folks involved in it. So that would help the promotion. And then you'd have the wrestling fans in North America as well. You got to give them some matches as well that they would be interested in. You could sell out a Super Show. So I think if your idea here is this is the foundation of a Super Show, then yes, they could sell it out. But Vince McMahon wouldn't get the hint. It's like, if you give people matches they're interested in, then you can sell tickets. But what if I give them Stone Cold hitting a stunner, drinking beer? No, Vince. No, Vince. But thank you for the question. I think that's a very fun one. Dan Severn was one of the original crossover in MMA. Yes. Ken Shamrock did well. He probably could have been even better in wrestling if he had really been able to apply to it. WWE did have the wrong idea. I thought Ken Shamrock in WWE was good. And I think he could have been better if they had actually let him build it up.
I wish he would have taken those stupid gloves off, though.
But that was part of the gimmick, though. He was a real fighter. You got to sell it. Look, the stupid gloves that you're talking about, the latter portion of Undertaker's career, he literally wore the same type of gloves, and he had no problem selling. So, like, because then he was like a half MMA, half zombie dead man, half biker. Carlos, that's 1.5 times. I know.
I like
He was
the
tall,
American
don't worry.
badass angle. I thought that was great. I loved it.
Yeah, but the Undertaker story arc was weird. It's like he spent the first chunk of his career being a zombie, then he became a biker, then he became a biker zombie.
Yes,
I think so.
I really liked the American badass
Walking Dead kind of
thing that he
whatever.
did. I liked it.
It worked. Look, he had a 30-year career. Like, who am I
Yeah.
to knock it? It
Right.
worked. It worked well enough.
And he'd still be headlining shows if he wanted to continue. I'm sure. How does
Look, I'm sure Vince at least considered it because there's like, what other old guy can I bring back again? And I'm sure the Undertaker would do it if he hadn't broken himself at this point. It takes him a year to get healed up because he breaks every time he goes out there and does anything. He's old. Let him retire. Leave him alone.
Yeah, no longer will they have the old guy with the bald head and the urn. So you're kind of beat. Whatever.
Oh, that he died years ago, so they can't even
did,
they can't even lean on that.
Yeah.
Sorry, let me read this one. Chris Cannon got Mortis over. Yeah, to a certain degree, I agree with that. And it was a stupid gimmick. I agree with that, Bob. If our Lord started a wrestling promotion, the squad suck our Lord. And this guy, with those who have passed in the last 10 years, he would get higher ratings than WWE. Yeah, with the folks that have past the last 10 years, there were some talented folks that have died in the last 10 years that would actually be really good. Ty says, poor Pete Rose. There's no poor Pete Rose. He'll be fine. He'll sell some autographs somewhere. He'll hawk his services. They did put a hockey team and a football team in Vegas. Facts. Paige Van Zandt is training working at AEW. Correct. She was smart going to Gangrel school and get one with Cody Rhodes and not that other guy. Okay, so I'm guessing this is Paige Van Zandt. Good. No, Gangrel is actually a good wrestler. He knows what he's doing, so I agree with that. Might be able to sell it with Okada.
I saw they did a. I'm sure Carlos, you remember. They just did one of those Dark Side of the Rings, and he was involved with it because he was in a relationship with some
Luna
woman,
Vachon.
and
Luna Vachon.
She ended up dead or something.
Yeah.
And they were both drug addicts, but now he's clean and doing a wrestling school, right? Am I remembering this correctly?
Well, she died years ago. And Gangrel was in a relationship with her. So yes, that is correct. And she had but I thought it was a really well done Dark Side of the Ring. Very unfortunate, very sad. Because she was actually really good. And it was underappreciated at the time because she was excellent at what she did. But it was at a time where WWE, again, Vince McMahon is an infinite wisdom, didn't think that there was room for actual women wrestlers who actually knew how to wrestle.
Right.
Because she was the daughter of Mad Dog Vachon, who was a legendary wrestler. So she knew what she was doing. So it's like, okay, so you got somebody who can actually wrestle. You could get some other wrestlers to wrestle her. Heaven forbid. And it could be a thing. You could still have Sable. You could still have Sunny. Like, it's fun. Wrestling at its best is a variety show. You can have multiple things for multiple audiences, offer everybody something, and then everybody wins. But if you decide like, oh, we're going to ignore this entire segment, well, then that audience is not available to you. You miss out. It's a shame. So Bob here says they might be a side with Okada and Omega headlining. It's kind of playing into kind of what I said as well, is that, yeah, I think as part of an overall super show, I think it could be a lot of fun. I could see Kobe Covington and Jose Masvidal trying WWE, especially Covington. Yes, I agree with that. Kobe Covington leans very much into his mega. He's one of the mega head guys. And a lot of people want to see him get beat up. He would be a heel. He would do well in that category. Carlos even asked us to get upside down lead pipes. Upside down, right side up. Look, do what you got to do.
Hey, I've already said this once tonight. Shut up, Bob.
See, Bob, it's not even a heel turn. Bob just went back to his standard operating procedure. He gave you a minute. All right, 357. I used Android for many years, and I like Android. I like a lot of the Samsung devices. But honestly, the iPhones are really good now. Here's what I'll say the best thing about the iPhone is. Because I do like the Android phones. But what the iPhone has done well, and this is useful depending on what you're trying to do, the camera on the phone is excellent. They did a really good job. Video and pictures, it does a really good job. When I make my eBay listings, I take the picture I don't even use the scanner. I've got a scanner. But it's easy for me to take a picture with the thing. If I just put the lighting in the right spot, I take a picture, boom, upload it to the computer and go. We're done. And as far as video is concerned, I do all my pickup videos on this channel with the iPhone. I just put it on a tripod and a thing, and it records in 4K, transfers it to the computer, easy, quick edit, upload. I've got nice cameras and things, but it's the simplicity of just quickly record it, done, move on. So that is what has helped that device a lot. I do like Android, but you can't beat the simplicity of the iPhone, and it gets the job done. Okada versus Omega, Danielson versus Tanahashi, yes. Kenta versus Punk, yeah, the last one in particular would be good. They could do a lot of cross-promotion. I agree with that. And it was Luna Vachon, that's right. Some wrestlers taking way more damage over the career than MMA guys, yes. McFoley, Undertaker, yes, a bunch of ECW guys. That's because at that point they were willing to do any crazy thing that would get a reaction out of the crowd, which is a lot of dangerous stuff. A lot more MMA. A lot of people get really obsessed about, oh, MMA is so dangerous. It is. Like, I'm not saying it's safe, but like, if you're in an MMA fight and your referee's good, if they see that you got knocked out and you can't defend yourself, they can stop the fight right on the spot. Like, they're not going to let you keep taking
They're
punches.
pretty fast.
If the referee is good, they will look at you and go like, you can't defend yourself. I need to protect you. Let me
Most
get
are
in
good.
there.
Most are really good. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's going to be part of it. And in that case, also, if you lose by submission, you're not taking blunt force trauma to the head. That's a good thing. That prolongs your career. Yes, you lost the fight, but you live to fight another day. It's not the end of the world. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So, like, I don't think MMA. I think boxing is more dangerous than MMA. In boxing, you're taking punishment round by round. It just keeps going
Constant.
and going.
Yeah.
I feel like MMA fights end quicker. So even if you do get hit, it's like one shot knockout, like a flash knockout. You're done. Get out of there.
Yeah.
They don't even give you a 10 count. They like say, no, you're out. Like, you're done,
Yeah.
please. In that sense, boxing is more dangerous and you can accumulate more damage over time.
True enough.
So
I
that's
agree
kind
with
of my pitch on how I would position that. And wrestling, obviously, those guys are crazy.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Oh, I got my pickup piece. Where's
Please go
Eric?
ahead. Please go ahead.
It's actually bigger than I thought. I didn't realize it.
Alright.
So this is a wood plaque. It's
Yeah.
big. It's big.
That
Yeah,
looks
be-
like a cutting board. That actually looks like a cutting board.
It's just because, it's just the
Okay.
design. Yeah, it wouldn't be a cutting board. So that's Gila Point. He
Yep.
was kind of a bruiser kind of guy.
Yep.
But whoever did this artwork did a really good job.
I like that they colored it in a little bit. It's kind of a nice touch.
Well, he's a Montreal Canadian, so I don't know if Yannick's around. But anyways, they did a really good job on him. He had one of those Moog cuts, kind of the curly Larian Moog kind of thing, 3 strings.
I can see it. Yeah, I think the Mo cut though is like a bowl cut. Like you put a bowl over and just cut it that way.
Like whoever did this these are all stripes and lines.
Yep.
And it's very well done. Whoever did it, I have to give them credit. I think it might have been a personal thing. I don't think it's a set or anything like that. But it's just,
Okay, so it just hangs up on the wall. Okay.
yeah.
The little wire thing in the back. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, if it was Sittler or something, that'd be kind of cool. I think this might have done for maybe he had a store, a sports card shop. If anybody out there knows, like Justin might know, but anybody else other than him, that's it. That's
Yep,
the
yep.
piece I picked up, but it's huge. But it's softwood, so it's not that heavy.
All right, that's cool.
It's not a hardwood, so thank God. It'd be like 40 pounds.
Yeah. No, with the size of that piece, I would agree with that.
It was bigger than I thought. I didn't realize when I finally met the guy this morning. I went, "Whoa, that's big." Did you see it, Eric?
No, I just sat back down.
It's in the background. It's in the background there.
It's solid wood.
Oh, wow.
It's very intricate. I'll give a lot of credit in
That's
terms
good.
of putting a lot of detail into
Is
it.
that former Boston Bruin Guy Lapointe?
It is.
Yeah, that disgusted me.
It's like an inch and 3/8.
Yeah,
Like,
that thing's solid.
it's
Yeah.
huge.
Yeah, I have a firm policy that if you played for the Canadians, you are not allowed to be a Boston Bruin.
Yeah,
the
we had
fact
that with
we
Toronto
had
too,
Jacques,
but
we had Jacques Plante, Guy Lapointe, Chris Nyland. Then it goes on, and it's just like no, Mark Recchi, no.
He's just adding the list of people that'll be there with lead pipes. Just
Pretty
saying.
much.
I don't
The
care.
list is
down.
getting longer all the time.
I
The
don't
upside
care.
down ones.
If you
Yeah.
played for the blanc and blues and blah blah, screw you.
He's
You're
not even
welcome.
trying to mispronounce it. He's just struggling. He's having a seizure.
Mhm.
He needs
I thought it was.
medical attention.
Yeah,
Yes, please.
yeah.
Call 91111.
F them.
I like
You
that Justin thread. He said he was done for the night, and he goes, "Are you welcoming new people yet? Maybe next week."
It's how you said it. Are you welcoming new people yet?
You're not
Jeez, an
new.
English accent.
You're not new. We know who you are. You were on the highlight feature of the year-end video.
Yes.
You're that Justin Bodie. Boxing more dangerous than MMA? Yep, absolutely. Was the restaurant? What restaurant was that stolen from? Some restaurant now has a bare wall.
I don't know. It might be.
It might be. I would imagine it'd be a display piece somewhere.
I don't think he had a restaurant. If anything, a sports card shop or maybe something small. I don't know.
All right, fair enough. Yep, size of cutting board. Yep. Mo had that 100% had that bowl cut. Yeah, that's kind
I'm
of what I was
bored.
thinking with it. It's because there would be people that would like literally get a bowl and then cut it like
Oh,
just
his
that straight
ro-
line.
Yeah,
His-
he always had that. He was a tough guy
his
too.
rookie card is that haircut on his rookie card is brutal.
Oh yeah.
Well, you know what's funny? Here's kind of a weird basically just a random thing that made me think about. And I got a message earlier today from my current manager at work, and they decided. By the way, we're just about 2 years almost to the day that I initially went work from home from my previous job, because about 2 years pandemic, give or take, right around now. But specifically, the reason I mentioned this is they booked a meeting where they said, "Okay, guys, so I think we can put this together." So I think at the beginning of April, they want to actually get everybody together to go meet up at a restaurant and actually meet in person and have dinner or have lunch. Sorry, have lunch.
Perfect.
And I was, but speaking of that, I'd be like, I should probably get a haircut. It's probably been about 2 years since I actually went to the barber and got a legit haircut.
Other than having your own at home, yeah.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like with the way
I got mine yesterday.
with how thick the hair is, it's actually really easy, and it's very easy, and it combs up beautifully. The back is usually where I have a little bit of struggle, but usually I get my family to give me a hand with that, but that's about it. But it's like, I should probably go to a real barber. Be like, could you actually cut this properly? It's like, but it's been over 2 years since I've actually gone and actually gotten a haircut. It's like, I should probably do that.
I got two in 2 years. In the 2 years we were out from two.
Here's
yeah.
the funny. I didn't mind not paying for a haircut because, like I said, like it's not like it's, oh man, your hair's so screwed. No, it's fine. Like for the most part, it combs nicely. It stays where it's supposed to.
Nice.
Yeah, but I should probably get like all right, let me get a professional to do it. It's been a long time. I've saved a lot of money on $20 haircuts.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. But anyway. So I've actually been enjoying the conversation. So good stuff. And if anything else you guys want to bring up, you can. By the way, I'm actually kind of surprised. Mind you, it might come up in later weeks. I'm very shocked how little the folks had to say about the eBay thing, because I actually think that's going to be a really big deal down the road. As we get more details, I think it's like, that's going to impact a lot of things if they actually go and fully activate everything the way it's supposed to. It's like, I almost feel like it's like, well, we spent time talking about it. It's like, I feel like we'll be coming back to this later on as more information comes in. It's like, actually, there's a lot of moving parts there. A lot of stuff could happen between now and then. We'll see. That's just my opinion. I think it's I think it's probably with a big story than a lot of the other things. The Zerocool thing was fun, but it's relatively minor. It's small potatoes as far as I'm concerned. The eBay thing has a lot more implications if they go all out with what they intend to do. And again, I didn't even touch on the fractional thing yet. I'm waiting for them to describe what that's going to look like and what that is.
Right.
But that can become a big part of their business, and they can steal some business from some of these other businesses, which in turn adjusts the ecosystem a little bit.
I don't think there's going to be much in the fractional anyway, so I don't think it's going to be a very big thing going forward, even for the other ones that are out there existing right now. It's just another option for investing, and the hobby's really not going leaps and bounds unless they're buying top-end cards.
But that's my point. Here's the thing: the fractional. Look, maybe this is a good way to clarify it. It kind of goes back to that NFT conversation. The hobby is here. NFTs are here. Fractional is here. It happens to have the fractional may have a card involved, but it is effectively a fractionalized item, which is now on a platform. As soon as it enters into that space, the people that are trading it are people looking for profitability. They're looking for alpha. They're looking for that. It's for tradability. So it will be a thing for no other reason than as soon as you can commoditize something like that, nobody is buying $1 million card unless they're in that one-up echelon. But somebody can buy a $10 share in $1 million card if they feel like it's going to appreciate. That's it. So that'll be its own ecosystem. It'll be its own category.
Unless you put,
I just say there's not going to be any big call for it, so that's just my opinion.
unless you put in $50,000 to that $1 million card, and it appreciates, and then it gets sold. How much? That's the only way you got to make any money. If I spend $10 on a PSA 10 mantle, that's $1 million. How? I mean, and it appreciate. I just don't see how it's worth my time.
I think it would have to be an NFT because they have probably the most potential to either go big or bust. It's almost like a penny stock in a way.
Well, an NFT is a penny stock. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if you can go that route, I think that fractional would work because it's unspecified. You don't know what's going to happen. Where these cards are kind of kind of steady. You know, it's
So I'm not going to do this tonight. I did it months and months ago. I think the long-term play for somebody is going to be to take the fractional and basically combine it into effectively a card mutual fund. So you won't be making a bet on one individual card. You'll be making a bet on a sector, like 50s baseball, 50s Manals,
you
whatever.
want to tranche it out. Do you think? Eh?
Yeah, I don't need to. They're going to do it. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Logically, as soon as you open the one door, the next door is right beside it. You don't have to go far. We don't have to leap. It's right here. Just turn the next knob and go to the next door.
Once the billion tranches fall, then we'll see.
It doesn't matter. Then the next person will try it and they'll reinvent the wheel. Every single generation has an attempt. Look, in the real stock market, quote unquote, the real stock market, we have a crash every generation. We have a crash approximately every 10 years, every 20 years, a major one. And yet, the stock market has existed since the 1600s. Doesn't seem to matter. We're going to recycle it, and then we'll do this again, as we always do, because this time is different. It's always different. Correct. Literally, there's a book written that is exactly that topic where they analyzed every financial calamity going back hundreds of years, and the same things are always in place. Once the conditions hit, it is now time for the "this time is different" speech. And then we'll do it again, and then we'll do it again in another decade. See you then.
I see changes going forward, just with technology and business, the way things are being done. I just think a little bit of a shift. Not that it will change dramatically, but I mean, I think there's a shift coming up in the next 5-10 years. July the 1st, though. Yeah.
Oh, July the 1st is the absolute key. It underpins everything. Bobby Bonilla Day.
Yeah.
And everything else falls into place right after that.
Yeah.
It's like the 4 horsemen of the card apocalypse.
It's coming.
Yeah, the 4 horsemen. There you go.
True story.
They're
Maybe
already
one
here.
of the... Can the 4 horsemen be a Zerocool card?
I think it would be better than the friendly porcupine.
Positive porcupine.
You want
Positive.
me to-
Alliteration, Bobby. Alliteration.
I came in at
I'll
the
make
end.
3 more.
I think you should. I'll buy one.
Okay.
No, just give him a discount on the website.
Oh,
It's been running for months.
I hate
That's-
you both.
that's coming along. That's more stuff going on there, so we're good. Checking everything, going over everything.
Yeah, you were. I don't want to go. I don't want it to talk too much about it on air here, but you you were a nasty bastard this week.
Really? Was I? How was I? I don't know. I don't ever been a nasty bastard. You know?
You were a nasty bastard in that text to me this week.
What did
Bobby
I do?
being less than a dignified statesman of the hobby? I am shocked and dismayed.
I would
was
be
a-
too.
Shocked and dismayed.
He was a nasty bastard. Is what he was.
Oh, it was a little sarcasm. Come on.
I'm smiling.
Yeah. I wouldn't call me a bastage, but yeah.
I would
I think
without
I-
hesitation, without hesitation, without even concern.
Carlos,
It takes
you heard
it takes
that.
one to know one. I know.
Carlos,
Okay.
you heard that, right? He went, but yeah,
No, yeah, exactly. It's like you know the old saying, "It takes one to know one."
yeah.
Patron saint, my bros.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Look, listen. I come from a long generation of like asshole bequeathing, and we refine it as time has gone on. I'm many generations down. I have
It
harnessed
makes
it.
bad look good. I get it. There was a good sense of sarcasm there. I think I was probably one of my best in a while. So
Yeah, it was good. It was good.
see,
So, Eric, answer this question: who's your favorite stooge? Who you like, Larry Moore or Curly?
Joe Besser.
well, there's Shemp too, right? He came a little later.
Fair enough. All right.
And Curly Joe.
All right. So sell. Why?
Why Joe Besser?
Yeah.
Well, one, I thought he was funny, but two, I like to say that to show that I have Three Stooges knowledge, because most people have no idea who he is, and no one ever picks poor Joe Besser as one of their favorite Stooges. So I give the guy a little love.
Yeah, I guess.
I'm just trying to think because I watched a lot of their skits.
It's got to be Mo. He's
Probably.
the sarcastic. He's
Yeah, probably.
sarcastic-
I think that's probably the
straight
plan.
man.
I don't know. Joe Besser was funny. Made me laugh.
We all have different sense of humor.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys know that Lucille Ball made her debut on a Three Stooges skit, right?
No, I didn't know that. Tell me.
Yep. And she had black hair, I think. It was not red. Red was not a true color of her hair. So, but she made her first appearance in a Three Stooges episode.
All right, fair enough.
Lucille Ball. Look it up.
I like a couple of these comments here. Hold on. So it was funny how you looked off to the far. I do that sometimes. We were fine as time goes on. Yeah, Joe Besser, get out of here. Eric is trolling.
I'm
Yeah.
not trolling.
I like Albert's comment though. What kind of content are we? Here's the thing, Albert. I had to be blunt. Let me be blunt. I think the eBay thing had a lot of legs in it, but y'all let me down. I was looking to you, the chat, to be like, hey guys, think about what I'm talking. There's like 8 different categories that eBay decided to target all at once. In the coming weeks and months, I guarantee you, we're going to be talking about that again as they refine some of that stuff. It's like, I laid it out for you. I literally put all the threads in front of y'all and be like, no, nothing. All right.
They fell into the wrestling ring
Like
for an hour.
it is not under my control. I have allowed I said, chat, what would you like to talk about? Hey, what's your favorite wrestling gimmick that didn't get over? Brothers. Sorry, like, what do you want from me? Like, I put it in front of you, and I always laugh. It's always the hobby people. It's like, why do they not talk about hobby stuff? I tried. And you want to talk about wrestling? Look, I can talk about wrestling all night. It's easy for me. Not a problem. And now we're talking about Three Stooges. I didn't do that. What do you want from me?
You started it.
You started.
I didn't start the Three Stooges thing. Bob asked the question.
Oh, you showed Guy Lapointe. Then we got to his haircut. Then became Mo Howard. And
Yeah,
then
we got
now
Mo
we're
as the
Joe-
bowl cut, and then we got everybody's favorite
and-
suit. I had nothing to do with that.
And now
You
we're at
asked
Joe
the question
Besser.
though. Who do you like best?
It was Bob put here the question.
Oh, but you asked it.
Sure.
All right, so let me say this for the third time tonight.
What?
Shut up, Bob.
Joe Besser.
So Bob says Shemp is the best. Yeah, the Repo Man. There's a reference. No, that's fine. Did he score? I assume not. Remember to hit the like button. Thank you, Bob. Eating dinner, giving the kid better. I get it. That's fine.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Back up, Bob. Back up to Bob. Read that
Okay.
again.
Eating dinner and giving the kid a bath.
Not my kid, the kid, a kid. Just randomly. Just went door to door, started giving kids baths.
What?
Are you judging? Are you judging people, Eric? Are you as the epitome of character or judging people?
Yes.
Interesting.
Oh, Bob's picked on me all night.
Deservedly so. Really.
I'll
We should
do
all
it.
pick up at you. Okay, so here we go. He'll pass Yager. Let's see here. He'll pass Yager next game, probably home game. Yep. I think the cases of 750 and 800 young guns were intentional or packing error. I hadn't heard about that. If it's that many young guns, it's definitely packing error. That's a lot of young guns. They pretty much they're pretty good about keeping the 1 per 4 packs thing. They're usually pretty good about that. If it's stacked that hard, then yeah, I would say it's 100% a packing error at that stage. Ozzy Osbourne and Mick Jagger will outlive us all. Facts. No, I'm for it as well, Will. I laid out, so real quick, I'll do it quickly. I laid out a lot of the different categories. The vaulting thing is one thing. My point with the vaulting thing, we talked about it a little bit at high level, is that I feel like it creates a lot of possibilities. If you go in and you do the vaulting thing, you could create the thing where we can trade peer-to-peer. If we can do that for nominal fee, that's a trusted third party. We can send cards in and then be able to move them amongst ourselves. That's great. If you incorporate it with the eBay wallet and you make it so that it's easy for me to get money for my stuff, be able to quickly flip stuff on the platform, that goes into ComC. All of a sudden, we're touching into ComC's territory. Again, depending on what the thresholds are, that's still open. We'll figure it out as we go along. The fact that you've got some built-in authentication could have some value. The fact that I could activate the ability to send it into grading potentially, that has value. The fact that I could do live sales and then immediately transfer it from the vault, that could have value. All those categories that eBay alluded to, and that's not even the fractional thing, which may or may not be its own category, but that's their reach for the high end. The fractional only really matters at the high end. You're not fractionalizing low-end stuff. But so that's them trying to take something back from PWCC and from Alt and from some of these other categories. But everything else is like, the vault can go in a lot of ways. The eBay payment, the eBay wallet can go in a lot of ways. All that other stuff, live auctions can go a lot of ways. There's so much stuff. Pick one. Which one would you like to touch on? There's a lot.
Well, I think it has to go down the road a little bit further to see where they're really going, because they put a lot of stuff on the table there.
Oh, they did.
Almost too much.
Yeah, and that's why I think
Either they've been a mastermind for 5 years doing this, or they're just throwing stuff out there, and whatever they take upon and do, they can go forward with. The other stuff they talked about, they don't have to bring it forward until they're ready, or not at all.
Yeah, I think
Talk is cheap, right? Until
yeah, I think though they do like if they're committing to a 31,000 square foot facility for starters,
well,
I do think that
for sure.
Yeah, they're definitely committing to something, and we'll have to see what that looks like once you get into it. But fair enough. We'll see. Eric, it's a long story that make you angry based on other stories that have made you angry.
Well,
Hey,
then,
Lisa Bathmore, not some random kid down the street.
then good for you, Bob. In all seriousness, I'm picking up what you're putting down, and good for you.
Have a good night, Albert.
Good stuff, and take care, and all the best.
Don't take his sincerity. Eric was just being a jerk.
Yeah.
He was retorting in kind.
Mm-hmm.
Watch the archives we drive work. No worries. Sounds good. But
Eric
yeah, I think. But like I said, Will, no, pick on any of them. Pick on any of those threads if you want, and then we'll slowly start to wind her down. But if you guys have any of those threads you want to touch on, we can. Or if you want to talk about which is your favorite stooge, you can.
Or we can talk. We can always talk.
Do you want to make fun of Beckett? Is that what you want to do right now?
Well, I sent you fodder. You've ignored it for 3 hours and 54 minutes.
I'll be honest. I literally forget it as I do it. All right, hold on. Okay, hold on. Let's get this guy. Let's get his guy's damn thing here. Hold on. This is from Card Porn, right? Okay, I got it.
I sent it to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. I'm opening it up right now. Opening it up right now.
Okay.
All right.
So we're about to see two of the things in the hobby that make me the angriest.
All right, so I'm gonna open up this tab, and I've got the audio turned on
Could
here.
have started the show with this. I could have gone 4 hours just on this.
I would not let you go 4 hours on this, but let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Okay. All right, so here we go. So we got this thing. By the way, Card Porn, I would like you to be able to expand this. I want a large version of the video, for goodness sake. Okay, here we go. I'm going to turn on the audio. So here we go.
This card is messed up. What should I do?
Oh, thank you. 101 CJ McCollum. Look at this baby. Got to deal with this one.
I know you said it's a minute, but it feels like it's 10 minutes already. Jesus.
Getting there. Here we go.
Ivy.
He fixed it. Probstein.
So you have the two things that I can't that just drive me nuts in this hobby. Him being one of them, Mr. Schill, and Bill Mastro's buddy, who's obviously working with that scumbag, and probably putting Mastro's things.
But they're alcoholics.
That very well could be true.
All right, hold on. I want to continue this line of conversation. Hang on. Pause for 1 second. Let me read a couple of these. Let me get caught up here, and then we'll come back because there's plenty of room here. We can take this. Hold on. Okay. Will says definitely like the peer-to-peer idea. Makes a lot of sense. I do too. I actually sincerely hope that's the thing. Not just because it would amuse me for reasons that I outlined earlier tonight, because it might infringe upon safe trade safe, floating head safe, trade safe. Moving on.
That was actually the first thing. Anyways, I thought.
Yeah. Did you hear about the 6 West Point Army cadets that OD'd a fentanyl, days cocaine, and free break? I did not. I don't care. Has CGC been keeping up with authenticating? I only care if they died. Moving on. CGC has been keeping up with the authenticating cards and keeping cards actually in holders. CGC is the comic one.
Comic grading.
Yeah, I assume you're talking about CSG?
I think maybe.
I assume that's what you're referring to. CGC, though, I think is the parent company, so I think that's fair. I get the idea. Have they been keeping up with authenticating cards? So far, it's still been mixed bag. I've definitely seen some issues they've had, like without a doubt. I don't know, man. Like I said, that's like their first foray into like trying that authentication game. That's why I say it'll be interesting to see what happens with that. Eric must have sent a BCCG card. Nope. You got a chance to see it now. A lot of anything as a heinous piece of plastic show off. I'll laugh again at it. Nope, you saw it, so you're good. Tap it. Chopping onions. Is this a serious video? Really? Yes, it is.
Yes, it is.
It was like a Ginsu knife kind of ad, you know?
Yep.
Remember?
Who was the Ginzu knives were? I remember those infomercials. Who was that whacking the card on the counter? Probstein. People do that to upload cards are not necessary. That's true. Yep. All right, perfect. We got caught up. So yes, tell us about your undying love of Probstein and Beckett. Continue.
All right.
Yes.
Well, Probstein is known as Mr. Shill. He's got one of the largest accounts on eBay, and for years, and especially through this pandemic and this high, he's been widely accused of shilling his bids to make us all pay more. He has gone into. He did a video with Bill Mastro, of course, who went to federal prison for destroying this hobby.
For destroying the hobby.
Destroying the hobby.
Is the body hold on. This is why did you not say this before? This is breaking news.
Been holding back.
Rick, if you're anywhere off in the distance, NFTs are not ruining the hobby because they died and Bill Mastro killed them.
That's right.
Already.
So the hobby's already dead.
And
So what are we even
post-mortem.
worried about?
We're
It had to be
post-mortem.
rebuilt.
NFTs to the moon, bros.
So-
We're doing it.
So after Mastro killed the hobby, and it was rebuilt on its ashes.
No, it hasn't been rebuilt. Don't rebuild it. The
It
body's
was
still
rebuilt.
decomposing.
It was like Easter. Jesus came back to life. Okay.
I'm a non-believer. You get nothing from me.
back.
It was like the Phoenix Rising. Like,
Yes. After
Sure.
3 days, the stone was removed and he came back out. So
Oh,
you have so now they're in cahoots together. So you have the biggest scumbag in hobby history. He went to federal prison working with this guy and Mr. Shill, and so that whole situation pisses me off regular all the time. Of course, what product was he banging on the table and why? Oh, it's a Beckett slab. Now, do I get upset because someone's banging the hell out of a Beckett slab? No, I'd actually applaud that. But why is he banging a Beckett slab? Because it's such a piece of garbage that the metal placard up top has fallen down into the card slab. It's rubbing up against the card, this one of whoever the hell it was. And this moron, instead of saying maybe I should take this and send it back,
You know, it has an inner sleeve, right? It has a little inner sleeve.
Oh, Beckett does, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I think the
6
card-
to 1
That's
half
the one.
dozen
That's the
nails.
one thing I'll argue they did well with the design. It actually
No.
has an inner sleeve, creating a barrier around the card.
No, I disagree because I think the inner sleeve looks like shit. Now, for safety,
I agree, but if you're gonna tap the damn thing, it's your only line of defense.
for
It's something.
safety and protection, the inner sleeve's a good idea. To look at it, why do I want to look at a sleeve over a card? It's
No,
a
I agree.
slab already.
That was CSG's biggest selling point for me, and we've talked about this before. I like the clarity of the slab. I think the
love-
fact that you can clearly
them.
see through is actually really good. I like that. I'm a
best
fan.
in the business. Best
I
in
think-
the business.
I think the card was Sean Avery. So I don't
Should be
know.
fine then.
And so you have this guy who clearly was chopping lines back in the 80s. And he's taken this busted Beckett slab of this one-on-one card and just trying to bang it back into shape. This is unacceptable. You have a one-on-one product. I don't know who the player is. Maybe this thing's worth a very high amount of money. And
It's a basketball card. It's worth billions.
and it's worth billions of dollars, according to Carlos. And
At least
the
in yen,
slab-
if nothing else. At least in
and
yen.
the-
I didn't say
and the-
dollars. I said billions.
pesos.
Zimbabwe
and-
dollars.
And the piece of shit Beckett slab is falling apart, possibly damaging the card, this one-on-one card inside. And then Mr. Shill is banging the hell out of it. Now, what do you think is going to happen to that card now?
I like his righteous indignation, Bobby. My only disappointment is that he's missed like 10 opportunities to say Shilstein.
Oh, that would have been good.
You can throw in like the joke into it, lean
It's always
into it.
good. Yeah. And it's
Yeah.
not- It's one of one, not one in one.
Yeah, like also one and one. I feel like one and one is a basketball league.
It's
There's
two.
like an and one.
and
There's
one
an
is
and
two.
one.
Listen,
That's like an actual thing. And one is an actual league.
listen. When I'm
Yeah.
on a rampage, do not question my speech.
I do whatever I wish. Look at the logo on the show.
We're just following up after you said it.
It's like, I do not believe in your Lord. I only believe in mine, and he is in cartoon form. Move on.
Thank you.
So this thing just I totally enraged me because it proves yet again Beckett is the absolute worst product, worst company, worst absolutely everything in this hobby, and in the hands of Mr. Schilstein and you know the Maestro partner. It's just a double dagger. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And you know he's going to put that thing online and sell it. So you get a card that's just been beaten to death, and he's going to charge you an exorbitant amount of money, and then he's going to shill it up to make you pay twice as much that you could have.
But the good news is, if you want to return it, you can.
That's true.
Yeah, it's
Or you
funny.
can leave it in the vault.
It's funny though. So jokes aside, I did enjoy Eric's rant for the most part, but you know he was getting a little disrespectful territory. Remember where you are, sir. Remember where you are. But also,
I'm sorry.
You should.
I got a little ahead of myself.
Settle down. Lessons will be taught. Someone on the chat learned tonight what happens when you invoke the wrong person. I would have let him on for some entertainment value, but it's like no. You do not make demands of me. But one thing though that is kind of funny about it is that I remember I heard I want to see if I can find it. I'll try to direct you guys to it. Probstein did an interview recently on a podcast, and he was talking about a lot of his business model and the way he does it. And he's flat out said at this point that it's a factory. By his own words, he's described it as a factory. So for him, it's kind of like this production line. It's just cards come in, they get put in, and whatever. And it's like just go. That's what it is all the time. When it's a production line in a factory, you can pretty much expect exactly what you just saw. It's like, yep, just get her done, put it in the thing. But in fairness, like I said, I made it as a joke, but it's not a joke. If somebody said, oh, well, because the critique that he was answering to was that if you go to a Probstein auction, they don't take a picture of the back. And he's like, well, that takes more time. It's, it's kind of a waste of time. It's like we're putting a bunch of stuff up there.
I never liked that part where people didn't take a picture of the back, especially when it's not graded.
Yeah. But his answer to it is like, it's a factory. Like that's his statement. It's like, we take the scan of the front, put the thing up, go. It's just a big list of stuff.
Money.
Yeah. It's like the place just churns cash. So it's like, ooh, interesting. So it's like, that should tell you everything you need to know. Yeah. If the card business is a factory, everything is kind of being reflected. The goal is to do it. Now, here's what I'll say. I know that Probstein stuff gets shilled all the time. Here's the question, though. I don't think he necessarily is the one doing it. I don't think he does. Now, he doesn't do much to stop it because you can't really do much to stop it on eBay. Yeah. It goes back to what we talked about earlier with the UFC thing when the statement was made about it's like, no, you lay the foundation, you put it out there. If you're putting in so many lots, if somebody wants to shill it, they can shill it. What are you going to do to stop them, really? So his stuff, because of volume, is going to get shilled more per capita. He does nothing really to stop it. But that goes back then to the PWCC thing, right? Well, they put up a lot of stuff for a while. If it gets shilled up, were they responsible for it? Or did somebody do it and it happened to be on their lots?
Those are the questions that we'll never have the answer to. So, you can save the rants for something more important next time. There you go. Like, Beckett's good, though. You can do Beckett.
Beckett's a crowd pleaser. Everybody loves a good Beckett rant.
I like
we
Beckett,
all enjoy that. Yeah. But the other piece of it as well that I'll say is this, and this came up recently, and I think it was in the topic last week or the week before, I forget. Some of the Patrick Mahomes cards were being shilled. And it was very clear and obvious shilling. And it wasn't one specific seller. It was just across the board. Some folks went out of their way to try to create this illusion of these false comps to try to bump up the pricing and to keep the price point strong. And they were not being particular who they were shilling up. They were just like, if it's an auction for this card, we're going to put bids on it to push it up. And it was a concerted effort on some folks' part.
I would
And
say.
at that point, the sellers really don't have any control over it because it's like, well, actually, I would like to get paid. The shilling doesn't do me any good if I don't actually get paid. It
Right.
doesn't work. So that's where you run into a problem.
Yeah, it's stock market shit.
Yeah.
Shenanigans, right?
But if you want to critique Probstein for being kind of mechanical about it and not really caring about it other than as a factory, he called it a factory, his own words. I am quoting him. So understand that's what you're buying from.
Yeah.
That's Probstein.
I guess I have a bigger issue with him being in cahoots with Bill Mastro again. So
They're
I just
just
don't.
friends.
No, watch their interview that they did.
Oh, baby.
Mastro slips and admits that he's given things to Probstein to sell.
Yeah.
So they're working together.
They
So
are.
he's dead to me.
Dead
Which
to-
one?
Both of them.
Okay.
The
I
correct
have-
answer was yes. You should
Yes.
you should go with yes. Yeah, yes was the
In the past, before that interview on Instagram that Probstein did on his Instagram channel with Mastro, before that, I have
He was on life
purchased-
support, but now you pull the plug.
I had purchased things because he has stuff that I like. And now when I see things and I go, oh, that's just what I'm looking for. I look over, I see that it's him, and I go, I'm done. I just go to the next one.
That's going to put him out of business.
God damn right. I spent at least like
$4.95. Yeah.
$10 a week on eBay.
That's going to cause a major reorg of the factory.
I think so.
I think one of the
Call
factory.
eBay. Call eBay and tell them Eric's
I will.
not
I will.
anymore.
Yep. Mhm.
So that's going to take. Just the margins on that is just incredible.
I can only imagine. I have no idea. That's fair.
Let's
with
do
you.
another Q4, assessment. I don't know.
I agree.
See, Tom knows.
Tom knows all.
All right, so let's go here. Favorite Go character in Rampage. That's a video game. The Gorilla George. I appreciate that you put in brackets the names though. I kind of
That's
appreciate
the movie
that. So
with
thank
The
you for
Rock.
that. Well, that was also based on a video game.
I
That
have
was
no idea.
yeah, that was based on a video. It was an arcade game that was also ported to. The
How
other
fast is that?
Oh, look at this guy. He has the reference ready to go. All right, so Bobby, who's your go-to character in Rampage? I remember the game. I just don't remember playing it. It's been a very long time. All right, who do you got? You got the gorilla, the lizard, or the wolf?
I never played Rampage.
Well, then pick one of the characters based on the DVD you got there.
He hasn't watched it yet.
The gorilla,
Oh,
the
no,
lizard, or the wolf?
8 times. I put stuff on and I just play it and I do my stuff. Boy, that alligator crocodile, he was huge, man. The wolf, no. I like the gorilla. Why not?
I feel like the gorilla's the play.
But the strongest looked like the alligator.
I like that. Thought that was cool.
You would be the black wolf, the same. Yeah.
There you go. Yep, there you go. All right, guys. So I guess we'll wind her down then. If you got any other thoughts or any other comments, throw them in there. Otherwise, as usual, I always say I throw it in basically once a show approximately. On your way out, if you can hit the like button, that's always appreciated. Again, it's free. We're still not charging this week, so we'll take it out of Eric's salary.
Yeah.
Oh, again?
Yeah. He showed too much
You'll
disrespect.
be spending less now.
He showed too much disrespect.
So you're
Well,
actually you're
okay,
hurting.
Well,
Roasting.
just to let everyone know that my NFT will be up shortly, and I hope that people will.
Fractionalized or
Oh,
Secretly, I kind of want to teach Eric how to make an NFT, and I actually want to have it be an NFT.
that
I would
could
like
be-
it to be a thing.
It's public now, so we're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
It's good to go.
I
It's
just
official.
think
It's documented.
I think Poopy Pony should be up, and we should be making some money. If there was a way to do it seriously, and even if it gets $5 as a joke, like
What do you mean? Like there is a way to do it. Like
No,
it costs $50. You can make an
Listen,
NFT. It's like
but
it's some steps, but you can do it.
And donate it to charity or something. It just as a gag. If I thought we even had that kind of power that people would
You do.
would do this, and we could donate it to a charity, I'd say let's do this thing.
We may have to talk about it because it's literally like $50 to do it. It's just a couple of steps and you can make one. Anything can be made into an NFT. It's not rocket science.
And we'll auction it off on the next.
Yeah, and the
Hobby
money all
Palooza.
goes to charity. I don't want a penny of it. I just want we'll give it away to some kids.
He says that now, but just to be clear,
if
it's
a
like
million bucks,
it's
mine.
like it's like Carlos. How many did you make? I made 5. Did you keep one? Yes, I definitely kept one. How much did the F4 sell for? $14.7 million. He goes, we're giving those to charity, right? Well, you can give the other 4 to charity. I'm selling this one for my cut. Fools!
And were they shill bidded? Yes.
Yes, most definitely.
Well, in the electronic
You'll
one, you
hate
can't shill
yourself.
bid it. In the electronic one, you can't shill bid it. It goes.
Yeah.
You buy it, it goes. No returns on that one. No takebacks. In that way, it's a superior format as far as no, you bought it. It's yours now. You deal with it.
Yeah.
All right. So Rick here says gorilla all day. Fair enough. Does that happen with all BGS holders? Not all, but there's definitely some of them where the label comes off. It's
happened at
designed
PSA.
poorly. There's too much space where the label goes. Like in seriousness, there's too much space.
Because Beckett is garbage.
All right. Rampage, bacon pizza shops and stuff like that are great arcade fun. Yep, agreed. Still can't believe Seagulls didn't try to rub a ball. Dunkachino, consistency. I appreciate it.
So,
Thank you for that. Summary of NFTs. Would you rather have a hot chick or an NFT of her? I like that. Garbage. All right. Well played. Well played. All right. I appreciate that. And on that analogy, on that bombshell, a good evening. A good evening. I did enjoy that.
NFT. There's less complaining and. Anyways,
It was a tough decision. Who has
My
the
wife
best
doesn't
chicken
watch,
sandwich?
so.
Careful, Bob. We're not touching on that one right now.
no, that's not our territory.
That's not our territory. That's right. But anyway, I
I
appreciate. As always, I
egg
do.
sandwiches. Egg sandwiches are good because the chicken or the egg. I go for the egg. So
Look at you. You made your choice.
IRP.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So thank you all for the chat, for a lot of fun questions, some fun topics. We had a little bit of fun with it. Some of the stuff we talked about tonight will probably end up being a precursor for later. We'll do it again once more information comes out because, like I said, I do think the eBay thing will play more. The Zerocool thing, we already covered it, but I think it's a precursor down the road. Just watch for it and watch out for more folks promoting shit on whatnot. Like all the things I talk about tonight, consider it the groundwork for more stuff later. It's like for me, the specific right now, I don't care. But pay attention to it because then later on you'll be like, wait a minute, I remember when they started. Yes, they started that thing, and then there'll be a thing down the road. Keep an eye for that. Anyway, so that'll be it for tonight. Have yourselves a good weekend. Take it easy, and we'll catch you in the next one.
No.